And welcome in, everybody, to the InsideEdge Network. I am Eli Moon. To my right, your left, yes, is Chad Bryan. We have been here with you the last few days covering the Cleveland Browns head coaching search. And we finally have a winner, if you want to call it that. A lot of reactions coming out of Berea and Cleveland and really around the NFL world as the Cleveland Browns now have their next head coach, the 23rd coach in franchise history since returning in 1999, and it appears that it is going to be Todd Monken. So the Cleveland Browns have now made Todd Monken, the former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator, as their 23rd head coach in franchise history. I'm sure you can hear the shock in my voice, Chad. First off, good morning to you. And how are you feeling about this and just overall, man?
Well, I mean, it kind of feels like, I don't know. I mean, we talked about it being a little bit of a disappointment if they made Jim Schwartz the guy, because it felt like all this, search for nothing. They just promote the guy from within. This feels a little bit like 1B promoting the guy from within. He's already been here, right? We already tried this.
Yeah.
I don't know what this means. It's curious to me, I guess. Whatever, we have a head coach. I guess we'll all make the best of it now going forward, and I'm sure everyone's super happy that it's not the young, new, shiny up-and-comer, and that it's a guy who's already been in Berea. I don't know, Eli. I don't want to, bury the guy before he even gets started, but I'm not super excited about this. This is not the most exciting hire. It makes me wonder now who will be the offensive coordinator for this team. Or if Monken's going to say, "Hey, you know what? I don't need an offensive coordinator. I got this. I've already done this. I've already headed up the offense at Berea. I can do this." No, it makes me wonder who they'll bring in. I mean, I'm just waiting for the next announcement. I'm sitting here refreshing my phone this morning on Mary Kay Cabot's feed, and I think I got to you. Somehow I refreshed it in about 14 seconds. She had tweeted it. I was like, "We have a coach. Let's go."
Yeah,
Get ready.
that was the text. Yeah. It's just mind-boggling, I mean, and I'm not trying to make this out to be, already bad before we even get started, but
Right.
considering we started this head coaching search, Chad, talking about names like Mike McDaniel, there was a point where Cleveland was entertaining maybe John Harbaugh here and Clint Kubiak, out of Seattle, the offensive coordinator, or maybe Grant Udinski, the Jaguars offensive coordinator. You know what? But if all else fails, we have Nate Scheelhaase, the offensive, passing game coordinator from the Los Angeles Rams. And clearly the Browns are going to go with the 35-year-old and at least trying to build a new era. And that's something to keep an eye on. And remember, we talked about that last night, actually, Chad. We had brought it up that the Browns aren't a franchise that can afford a bridge coach.
Yeah.
We heard sound from ESPN's Evan Cohen yesterday. We played it twice, during both shows. We played it at some point, and he was talking about this bridge coach. That works if you're the Steelers. That works if you're the Patriots. Situations like that. They don't need one right now, but just these great franchises that they can afford to have these bridge coaches. The Browns can't. The Browns needed to find a new era. And, best of luck to Todd Monken. As a Browns fan, I surely hope he can figure it out.
Yep.
And energize this offense, because the one thing we can say, for everything that everybody was talking about here in Cleveland, was that the Browns needed to bring in an offensive mind. That is the one thing they checked off the box when you look at Todd Monken, is he is an offensive mind. He does have history here, though it isn't the best.
No, it was a tough time. There was some turbulence when he was here. I mean, it was a rough time in the locker room when Todd Monken was here as the offensive coordinator. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's a time where, like, ultimately you just don't know what the Cleveland Browns are doing. I mean, and it seems like we talk about that all the time, but seriously, I mean, I don't understand how you fly out to Los Angeles, you interview Nate Scheelhaase the day after he loses the NFC Championship game. Then the Bills have the report comes out, the Bills request to interview him and do complete an interview with him. And the Bills still decide not to go with him and go with Joe Brady and hire internally. And the Browns still say they're cool on Nate Scheelhaase, which, hey, kudos to the Cardinals and the Raiders, because they still have a 35-year-old offensive mind there out on the market that they might be able to go get. But for the Browns, this is just, it feels like it's a mess. The only way I'll feel a little better about this is if Nate Shieldhouse has agreed to, hey, you know what? I'll elevate from passing game coordinator in Los Angeles. I'll become the offensive coordinator in Cleveland. And the plan is, if this does fall flat, and not to be, a Debbie Downer here at 11:08 this morning, but if this does fall flat for Todd Monken and the Browns, then maybe they already have their internal hire, as like the Bills just did with Joe Brady, and it is Shieldhouse, and it's securing him for the future. Of course, no news has come out of that yet, so that's just purely speculation on my part. But that will make me feel better if there is a Shieldhouse or somebody that comes in as the offensive coordinator. But what does this mean? I'm looking at, we're getting the reports as they come in right now while we're live here with you. Thank you for tuning in and choosing the Inside Edge Network as your source for this news. Appreciate you. But what does this mean for Jim Schwartz? Is he the DC then, it appears?
Well, I think more importantly, what does it mean for us, Eli? It means we get to hit the button. All right? We didn't use... We have breaking news.
Breaking news. Again.
We didn't even get to use the button. No, I don't know. I don't know. This is a great question. To be honest with you, I mean, what does it mean overall? I'm waiting. Like I said, I'm just waiting for the announcement. I don't know who knows? It might not be today. Maybe we'll have a whole nother coach search. Maybe Todd Monken will go on his own coach search for an offensive coordinator now. So it'll be Monken search 2026 instead of Brown search 2026, right?
It just makes no sense. It's 23 coaches. Now, mind you, looking here with Mary Kay, she's reporting 19. So 4 of those, I believe, maybe like interims. But regardless, 23 leaders of men have taken over the Cleveland Browns at one point or another and have failed. Whether it's taken a year, 2 years, or
member did pretty well. I mean, we had that. That's recent-ish. It's in the last 100 years. It's not bad.
Yeah. You know what? I don't even know where to start, Chad. We're going to be here with you for a while here this morning. In the next couple of hours, breaking down kind of just the Browns and Monken, and if anything else comes out. But yeah, that is, if you're just joining us here on the Inside Edge Network, Chad, Bryan, Eli Moon, the Cleveland Browns have announced that Todd Monken is going to be their next head coach of the franchise. We're looking per Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com is where we got the news from. Yeah, just absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. I wonder how a guy like Nate Shieldhouse is feeling right now.
Well, maybe he didn't want the job. I mean, maybe he just told the Browns no. He just flat out said no. Maybe that's been the reason for the delay. They've been scrambling because maybe they're just trying to get someone to take this job. Like, please, someone just accept. And who knows? I mean, we talked about Jim Schwartz last night. I mean, we don't know where his head's at. If he's been there the whole time, like, hey, listen, if you can't get any of these other guys, I guess I'll do it. I mean, I'm here already. I'm going to be coming into the building. I guess I'll show up 20 minutes earlier and whatever. I'll run the whole thing. We don't know. We just have no idea. It makes me think about Jim Schwartz this morning and how, I mean, they're going to have to work together, right? Monken and Schwartz. I'm sure Monken will mostly lead the defense alone, you would think. That's what I would do if I were coming in as a head coach and we had Jim Schwartz and Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward and Grant Delpit and Carson Schlesinger and Mason Graham and these guys that, they all played pretty well last year. I mean, it looks like the defense is obviously the strength of this team, not the offense. Certainly not the offensive line. But, part of the Monken hire makes me wonder if the Browns are trying to move a certain direction with the running game, right? Develop the running game first. It's the AFC North. Monken's been very successful, albeit with Derrick Henry in Baltimore. We don't have that piece on the team. And for what it's worth, Henry had his struggles last year. I know he had some fumble issues. I mean, it seems like first half of the season he had some kind of weird case of the yips or something. He just couldn't really get going.
Yeah.
Put together and had a decent season anyway. As you kind of figured he would. But yeah, it makes me think the Browns are trying to head a certain direction with the running game, trying to develop that running game first. And I don't know, it makes me question if they really believe that Shedeur Sanders or that any quarterback on this roster is going to be the guy. I'm just trying to figure out how Monken works with what we have on the roster, passing wise. And I'm not confident I know how that's going to work until we see who the offensive coordinator is, and then maybe we'll know more.
Chad, this is as close to like bad as bad can get. I feel like when we talked about the last few days, like, we literally, at least I did. I said, if the Browns bring Todd Monken in, this is the worst possible situation that the Cleveland Browns can be in. You mentioned that Monken didn't have much success. He did have some success in Baltimore for a few years. I mean, at one point they were the number one offense. But you mentioned Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, guys that are just elite at running the football, in controlling the game. You know, Lamar obviously throwing the ball, running the ball. Derrick Henry just a monster on the ground. So just absolutely confusing, because you mentioned Monken here in Cleveland, and you know he didn't have much success here. He was like middling, you know, middle of the road, and he had Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt.
I mean,
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. It's mind blowing to me. We're gonna have so much reaction, and we have some comments chiming in. We have our guy TK Dandridge. He's gonna join us right after the break. We're gonna take a quick pause, get him here situated with us. We're gonna have him join. So Chad and TK are gonna have a legal formation, and I'll be like a special guest. Kidding, Inside Edge Network special. But I do want to shout out my guy Cliche, artist here in Cleveland, part of my collective that I'm part of, Lahele. He did mention that Todd Monken cost me and Eli $800 by refusing to run the ball with Derrick Henry. It should be interesting to say the least. Yeah, we had a sick parlay in, and this isn't me encouraging anybody to bet. I just did. And, you know, we needed like 80 rushing yards from Derrick Henry, and he had 64.
My goodness.
So rough day if you're a Browns fan.
That's a hard one.
Yeah, thanks for chiming in, Cliche. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you all for tuning in here on the Inside Edge Network. Make sure you follow us on the Inside Edge Net. Subscribe, follow, all that. And we're going to take a quick pause here. We're going to reset. We obviously just announced, if you're just now tuning in, the Cleveland Browns have announced former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken as their next head coach of the franchise. And with that being said, we're going to cover all of that. We're going to talk about what this means further for the Browns. What does this mean for Jim Schwartz? What does this mean for the other openings that are in the NFL? We'll go over that as well. Go over NFL coaching carousel. We're going to get our friend TK Dandridge in after the break. He's going to give us his thoughts. I'm curious to see what his thoughts are, because he's usually not happy with some of the decisions the Browns front office makes. I'm curious to see what he says, Chad. I'm sure you got a better read on what he's going to say than me. Well,
I think I know what he's going to say.
Okay. Well, with that being said, that's Chad Bryan to my right, your left. I'm Eli Moon. After the break, TK Dandridge joins us here on the Inside Edge Network's coverage of the Cleveland Browns' new head coach, Todd Monken. See you after the break. And welcome back, everybody, to the Inside Edge Network. I'm Eli Moon. To my right, your left is Chad Bryan. But Chad, you're actually in the middle now because we have our friend TK Dandridge here joining us, your co-host of Illegal Formation on the weekends now, Saturday from that 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. time slot. You'll be going live here on the Inside Edge Network. And TK, this is our first meeting in the virtual world, obviously. We've had conversations in real life, but welcome in. Thanks for taking the time to speak with us here. And yeah, Todd Monken. Todd Monken, the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Your initial thoughts?
First and foremost, Moody, thank you for having me on the show. Chad, what's happening, good brother?
What's going on, TK?
Yeah, same old.
Man.
The general consensus of this hire is yet another phase of the hoodwinking in which Andrew Berea has become damn near immaculate at. All this talk about wanting to find a young offensive mind and possibly trying to find the next Sean McVay. Granted, we know everybody is not built like Sean McVay. Not everybody can win Mr. Football in the state of Georgia over Calvin Johnson and then go on to be a successful offensive coordinator or Super Bowl winning head coach before the age of 35. Not everybody can do that. But to completely go 180 after multiple sources of this is the direction that we're heading in. This is just another hoodwink by the Browns front office. I really think this was kind of a here man damn situation. We need a head coach now. We don't know exactly how we're going to go about it. We're scaring off all these guys. 5 coaches had dropped out within a week. So, this is just another failed coaching search by the Browns. Now, do I think this is the worst possible thing that they could have done? Obviously not. This man is going to be 60 this year. He has a very extensive history, a lot of NFL experience, worked very closely with Dirk Cutter in his 3 years as a Tampa Bay head coach. He was their OC from 2016 to 2018. Obviously, Jameis Winston was able to, throw for a bunch of yards, a bunch of touchdowns, also turned the ball over a lot. And, of course, in 2017 and 2018, they had 2 world-class, renowned experiences, both in the Ryan Fitzpatrick experience and the full-on Jameis Winston experience had gone into full effect by that time. They had actually led the NFL in passing attempts and yards in 2018, granted to finish at 5-11 still. And of course, you would think after the 2019 season, when he was our OC, that he would have been done with this city, he would have been done with this franchise, especially with all the dysfunction and the confusion that was the 2019 Cleveland Browns. You would think he'd been over that shit by now, but apparently not. Maybe this is just a sign that, hey, Freddie Kitchens was running that show back in 2019. This is my ship now. Maybe things will be a little bit different. And that could be the only hope for every Cleveland Browns fan here, not only just here, but across the globe. We do have a huge fan base, surprisingly still. I don't know why y'all stick around. I don't know why we stick around, but we do. The hell with it.
Yeah, you can't really say they stick around, TK, as I see your Cleveland Browns hat on today. I think you're feeling this one just as much as the rest of us, pal.
Yep,
but
yep.
my other question to you, too, is like, what is this? I asked Chad before the break, and Chad, I want to get your thoughts on this as well, expand upon this, but open the floor to both of you. What does this mean for Jim Schwartz? Like, we're still trying to see the reports. Did Jim Schwartz agree that if Monken is the head coach, he'll stay as DC? What does this mean for the offensive coordinator position on the other side of things? Because as far as Monday evening, we were feeling all right that it was between the Bills and the Browns and who's going to get Shieldhouse. And now he's still wondering, is he going to take an Arizona or a Vegas gig? Like, what's going on with all that?
Well, I definitely think. Sorry, Chad. My problem.
That's okay.
I think Shieldhouse is definitely leading towards the Buffalo Bills job because why wouldn't you? You have the chance as a 35-year-old man to coach the best quarterback in the NFL when healthy. But at the same time, I do believe that if that doesn't work out, he's going to go back to Los Angeles. Ain't no playing around with Las Vegas. Ain't no playing around with Arizona. There is nothing there. There is nothing here, which is why I'm surprised that we weren't the last team to find our head coach. This is a shock to me. This entire thing to flip from the young offensive mind search. And now you want to go to the disgruntled 60-year-old man who's already been here and has already experienced this bull crap hands-on. But, hopefully this is different. Like I said, granted, I do think Shieldhouse, if anything, should be a big name for the Buffalo Bills job. But then again, once you saw how the Browns just quickly flip flop from their main search, you got to think, hey, maybe there is a little bit more searching to do. Chad, you know as much as anybody, I have been banging the table for Pete Carmichael Jr. and Daryl Bevell to at least get some type of buzz, maybe an interview somewhere, just a little bit of talk to get some of these other coordinators situated. Joe Lombardi just got fired unceremoniously yesterday. I don't know what that was about. I do understand the Broncos offense stunk it up in the AFC Championship, but so did the New England Patriots. And you had your backup out there who started the game out pretty well. And, obviously it didn't end that way. But, it's just it's alarming, man, how fast things change. And, it makes you think, okay, you're giving these grown men homework and making them do essays and personality tests. First of all, you're trying to give any man over 45 a damn personality test. You ain't doing nothing but wasting your time. Okay, most of these men are married. Most of these men have children. Life has drained them of such resource to the point where, a personality test with a man, maybe 45 is a little bit too young, but at the same time, you get where I'm going.
Right. You're telling me the Browns front office and coaching staff is like Office Space. It's just a bunch of burnout dudes. They're tired of their jobs. They're tired of
a bunch of Larry, Curly, and Moe motherfuckers in the chat. It's ridiculous. It really is. Excuse my language. I know I need to learn how to behave on this network. My bad, gentlemen.
It's okay. You're TK. You're just taking the. You're our F-bomb guy. Rob on main event on Sundays usually drops the F-bombs for us. So you're all good. We all need one. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Rosicky's a legend, man. Rosicky's a legend. Shout out to him. But man, this whole thing is just you have a right to be upset. You have a right to be confused. You have a right to be worried. Granted, I was the one who said, don't get too caught up. Don't get too caught up in the names this year. It's not going to be like what we thought it was. There is no Sid Sweeney or Dua Lipa in this race. Granted, losing out to John Harbaugh, hey, we knew he wasn't going to come here. He was saying all that, my family lives here and we did this. He was just breezing us up. He just wanted to see how breezy we were going to let him get us. And, of course, we slipping and sliding and tripping like always. And he went and took the job in New York, and rightfully so. That roster is built to win now. I definitely think they have a huge chance to win the NFC East. Same thing with Kevin Stefanski. I don't think that was the most inspiring hire, especially for a fan base such as the Atlanta Falcons. A lot of urban folks lit on there. That's a discussion for another day.
Cam Newton
Right. But at the same time, you get rid of a coach that won 16 games in 2 years for a coach that won 8 games in 2 years. Granted, he was a 2-time Coach of the Year award winner, and you're able to win. You're able to win in Cleveland. You're darned as a genius. You're basically the Albert Einstein of the NFL. He got the treatment of that, rightfully so. Whatever, fine. Hopefully that whole thing goes well. But you think of the names of this coaching search: Jeff Hafley, Jesse Minter, Mike McCarthy getting the job with Pittsburgh. Very uninspiring hires to me. I do understand that Jeff Hafley was up and coming. I think Jesse Minter gets more love for the job that he did at the University of Michigan than what he was able to do with the Los Angeles Chargers. That defense was already lit and doing major things as it was. When you have guys like Derwin James and Khalil Mack, as a part of your brass, kind of hard not to be good. So, I definitely think he has the right team. It should be a smooth transition. John Harbaugh left him with a boatload of goodies there. He's still got Lamar Jackson. Derrick Henry ain't dying off anytime soon. It's not happening. I haven't seen it happening. Amy Adams Strug, you're a damn fool for letting that man walk out of your building. As for letting Mike Vrabel walk out of your building as well. Be very ashamed, Vince. Be very ashamed. Anyway, it just makes you think, all right, look, man. Can March get here so I can see how the rest of this shit pans out? I just want March to get here. I want to see how they allocate whatever money we manage to find, because for some reason, this number of 60 million keeps coming up, and I don't know how the hell we have that much money, especially with that freak ass fool still on our damn roster, eating up a third of our cap. I don't know where this is coming from. But you really just want to see how this roster gets built and what transpires throughout the rest of the offseason. You want to see how OTAs go, training camp, obviously. And you definitely want Andrew Berry to hit this draft out of the park once again. Remember, cousin, it's your last shot. It's your last shot. You shouldn't even got this shot. And then you do this elongated ass coaching search and all the hoo-ha and riff-raff about the young offensive mind and trying to get the great value Sean McVay and all this bull. Listen, it better work out. It better work out or this dance is over.
They should look for a buy one, get one, because you really need to get a head coach that comes with an offensive coordinator. They should have got the package deal. Real quick, Eli, before you, real quick.
No, you're good.
ESPN, about a half an hour ago, says the Browns notified Rams assistant Nate Shieldhouse this morning that they were going in a different direction. He plans to stay with the Rams and be a factor in the next coaching cycle. It says we'll see what happens with Jim Schwartz, but one team source told me that Todd Monken and Schwartz had similarities as coaches. Yes, they're old. And that they could work well together. So I don't know. I mean, 60th birthday is coming up in a few days. So I think I'm going to make it my personal goal. For my 60th birthday, I'm going to get hired by the Browns as the head coach. I've got
you know what, Chad? Honestly, I've got to speak with you obviously the last few weeks through Thursday Topics as we've launched that here on the Inside Edge Network and do our coverage here of the Browns coaching search. I'd feel all right, at least maybe offensive coordinator for you, you got to see what your scheme looks like. But, after that,
I can coach around my guys. I'm flexible. It's fine.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, as long as you don't, bring a West Coast style. It doesn't usually work in Cleveland very often. With that being said, Chad, I want to pivot to you, too, here. And TK gave a lot of great insight there. We talked about this yesterday. How much does this feel like this was a Jimmy Haslam call and not an Andrew Berry call? Because it really seems like you look at Andrew Berry, TK mentioned it, this is his only chance, really, his last chance to get this right. Mm-hmm. And he's gonna, live or die by the sword with Todd Monken.
Yeah. I mean, I'm convinced that Andrew Berry is like, I want to be careful how I word this because I don't want to call Andrew Berry a cockroach, but he is like the cockroach after the total Armageddon, right? Like the
we lost Chad for a moment here.
Right? He's taking Tommy Rees with him. There's no semblance of any kind of football left here. I mean, the defense even started to break down toward the second half of the season because you can't stay on the field for 45 minutes of a football game, right? So everything's going to hell. But Andrew Berry remains, right? Somehow Andrew Berry's still there. He's still making decisions, and I think he even got elevated, didn't he? Isn't he the team president? I have no idea. And it's just, after the Dylan Gabriel 3rd round pick and then the Shedeur Sanders 5th round pick, I'm puzzled as to how Andrew Berry could still be a decision maker for an NFL team. Listen, the rest of the draft was great. Mason Graham, fine. Carson Schlesinger clearly worked out well, or at least is working out well at this current moment. Mm-hmm. Seems like it's going to go really, really well. But the rest of that draft gets a little murky, and I'm not sure that I necessarily trust him to rebuild this offensive line. I mean, you don't have to do it this year. That's the thing. And sometimes I think maybe this hire, as I'm bouncing around in my head a little bit, it's like, let's manage our expectations, right? You bring Nate Shieldhouse in, and the expectation is immediately the team gets younger, they get flashier, they get more exciting, they're not going to be very exciting next year. We've talked about it. I mean, this team isn't going from 5-12 to 12-5. That's not going to happen unless there is some kind of small miracle. The planets align and the stars, whatever. We're not going to see 12-5. We're probably not even going to see 9-8. So buckle up and get ready for another 4-13, 5-12 kind of a ride. I mean, maybe the running game gets a little bit better. Hopefully, Quinshon Judkins come back and be healthy. Has a pretty nasty injury, that he suffered at the end of the season. Dylan Sampson's still going to be there. I mean, they've still got a running game. They just have no offensive line to run behind right now. And have to do. They're going to have to rebuild that, and it's like I said, that's not going to be a one-year project. That's it, at the very least. That's a 2 off-season kind of a thing, right? You're going to have to utilize the draft. You're going to have to utilize free agency, but more so, you're probably going to have to be a little bit creative with a couple of trades here and there to bring in guys that can provide you some depth. And it may just be that for the first year. It may just be depth. You may not be overwhelmed with 4 brand new, shiny, fantastic offensive line starters. You're not. That's not the type of rebuild we're in right now. It's a little bit of a long haul thing. It's probably a 2-season type of thing. And the good thing about Todd Monken, we're not looking for him to come here and be the coach for 15 years, right? This could be the stopgap. This could be the bridge coach that we talked about. It's not Jim Schwartz. If Jim Schwartz can work with Todd Monken, and Monken can stay here for 2 or 3 years or whatever, best case scenario 5 if they have a decent run at it. And then we can get someone in. I won't say it's going to be Nate Shieldhouse at that point, because after 2, 3, 5 seasons, who knows where he'll be.
Right.
Gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
In a better place. Not that way.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to see what the future is. If Monken it really is that bridge guy, if he's 60 years old, he's not planning on coaching for the next 2 decades, right? He's not going to be here until he's 80.
Right.
Well, I certainly hope not. No offense.
Yeah, I mean, if he is, maybe he's got a few Super Bowls, and that's crazy to even mention. But I mean, that's why, you mentioned, you guys, both you bring up great points. The Browns limited with cap space as far as, what they're able to really do. $60 million sounds like a lot, TK, but in terms of NFL contracts, that could be 1 or 2 contracts. You only may add in a few guys.
Yeah.
The other thing, I want to bring up this tweet from Ian Rappaport here. He mentioned that Todd Monken has extensive experience tutoring quarterbacks and designing offenses, and that was as important as anything for the Browns here as they got their new head coach. So it seems like, at least in the Browns' mind, whoever's calling the shots, is it Jimmy or is it Andrew Berry or is it both of them in agreement, whatever. It seems like the big deciding factor was that Nate Shieldhouse isn't at that offensive coordinator level. He's not really had that experience of truly having the full offense. So maybe that was the big thing. I really believe that Jimmy Haslam loved the idea that Todd Monken had been here before and that he was entertaining the job. I do think that has to be considered because, like TK said, why in the heck? And I love Cleveland, Ohio. Recently, it's been pretty cold. Why would you want to come play in Cleveland when you have other opportunities? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. We're still waiting to see what this means for Jim Schwartz. Chad did read that tweet from ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. I want to give credit to him, and then obviously NFL Network with Ian Rappaport. But we look at Schwartz in this whole situation. I think the biggest thing for me is really going to be offensive coordinator. I want to see, because that has been the trend for the NFL. You look at who's been the next big thing in the NFL. Usually it's whoever is behind the next big thing at head coach, and he's been a few years with them. That's why Shieldhouse was so coveted. That's why Grant Yudinski, though it was so quick, was coveted because of his success with Jacksonville. It's just, I don't know how to feel until the Browns announce who the DC is, if it is Schwartz, which it seems like based off that Fowler tweet, it seems like he is in agreement with Monken, so we'll see there. But who's going to be the OC? Who is going to be calling the plays? Is it going to be Monken? Is it going to be the OC? Are we going to have a Stefanski, Tommy Rees situation where we don't know who's calling the plays and nobody's to blame? I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't mean to be overreacting, Eli, right now, but I'm going to say this really early on feels like the Browns are going to be not only having a GM opening next year, but they're also going to be having a head coaching opening. So that's why I'm interested to see who the OC is, because he might be the next guy in line.
I think your first call has to go to Freddie Kitchens. I'm just kidding.
Oh, no. Freddie Kitchens doesn't want to take that call anymore, man.
Yeah, he's done with us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's baffling, Chad. I just don't understand. I'm trying to, when we signed off yesterday for our InsideEdge Network, we said, everybody sleep well, everybody get some rest, we get some rest. And when we get back here tomorrow, we're going to have some news about the Browns head coach. And me and you were leaning towards Shieldhouse or Schwartz. And we just were even warming up the idea, if it is Jim Schwartz, okay, at least he's a leader of men. He has the pulse of the locker room.
Yeah.
For Todd Monken, this is like wanting birthday cake and then you give you fruit cake. Nobody wants fruit cake. Come on, man. Come on.
Yep. But last year's fruitcake that's been in the freezer, right? Like,
it could have been yesterday's fruitcake. I still don't want it.
And it wasn't good the first time, and then we froze it. Now we're gonna thaw it out and whatever. We'll try it again, I guess.
Yeah, and and this fruitcake is missing a few slices because it's been stressed out when it was here last time.
60-year-old fruitcake. What do you expect? I mean,
look, fruitcake is not good usually. I mean, sorry for anybody that likes fruitcake, but it's not good usually in the first. Whatever. That's enough discussion about cakes and whatnot. Here's the thing: Todd Monken's the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. It's it's just concerning. My guy Cliche did chime back in. He's here with us still, Chad and TK, and he said, you guys are doing a good job trying to sell this one. Bravo for that. It's like trying to sell water to a whale.
Little bit.
So, I mean, I don't know, guys. I mean, is there any, will you feel, like TK, you brought this up, and I want to get both of your guys' thoughts on this, open the floor. Will a good free agency class in this draft class, 2 first-round draft picks coming up, big hole at wide receiver, we just mentioned the big hole at offensive line, and we're going to have a ton of time here. Just a reminder to everybody out there, we're going to be doing extensive coverage all day, interchanging inside edge talent throughout the day. We'll have AA Anthony Alford and Kyle Cornell, I believe, joining us a little bit later. Maybe let these guys get some refreshments and go handle some other business if they have to. But if not, we'll all be here. But we'll be going over all that. One thing we're going to go over later on is the Cleveland Browns free agency list, not the NFL, but just the Cleveland Browns. I was actually talking to my bro Omar last night, and we were going over the free agency list, and it's scary. It's scary. There's a lot of notable names, and to TK's point, there's not a lot of money to spend to bring these guys back.
No.
So it's concerning. But I guess my question to bring it back here is, if the Browns nail these 2 first-round draft picks and they address some of the needs in free agency, will you feel better, or does this Monken hire just completely ruin any excitement you have for September and October football coming up here later on?
Well, obviously, we've already went through the fact that this is not necessarily a hire that is going to force you to change your draws. But at the same time, if we do have somewhat of a decent free agency haul and a draft, look, the big thing that we need to hit on this draft, we absolutely have to find a way to maximize these 10 selections that we have, because we don't have that much money to spend. Obviously, I think the first thing that they're going to want to look at in free agency is the offensive line. And I am not trying to pay $21 million a year to Rasheed Walker to be my left tackle. I don't want to do that. I especially don't want to do that. Cleveland Browns fans should not want any interest in him after watching Myles Garrett force him into panic after beating him smooth on a clean inside move during that week 3 matchup that we somehow won against the Green Bay Packers. So having to allocate $21 million to a middle of the road to bottom tier left tackle, I ain't with that. Especially with all the other holes on this offensive line that still need to be touched up. You still got to figure out whether or not you want to bring back Wyatt Teller. You still have to figure out where Jackie Conklin is going to be. Whether or not Ethan Postage is worth the squeeze yet again. Whether or not Joe Patonio wants to drag his half-dead self out there for a 13th season with this goofy-ass franchise. There's a lot of things that you need to target and to be worried about.
Don't forget Juwan Jones. Don't forget about him. We got to see how he comes back from injury,
Exactly. And it looks like he gets hurt every year, too. Him and Jackie are very brittle, big men. Yeah. It is crazy to be that damn big and that damn fragile. I mean, these are good players, don't get me wrong, but it's like, my goodness. And then you see the injuries that these young men suffer, and it's like, oh my goodness. But when you think about this free agency class, granted, this is another hoodwinking phase of the Andrew Berry philosophy. He is the one who has screwed up the player market in the NFL further and further for future generations. Yes, I blame the Cleveland Browns for why this player market jacked up like it is. Granted, we have seen the rise of the player market before in recent memory. It was never this crazy.
Well, and now there's legal precedence for all these agents. I mean, look, my guy doesn't have to do anything. He doesn't have to accomplish anything. We want Deshaun Watson money, right? Like, my guy's done 7 times as much as Deshaun Watson on the field. We need at least Deshaun Watson money. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, and it's just it's really ridiculous because now you even look at a team like the Tennessee Titans who have $100 million in cap space. It's like, son, you signed 3 players, you're left with like $45 million, if that. So with the stupid Deshaun Watson trade, the horrible drafts, filthying up the player market. We talk about inflation in the real world. NFL inflation is absolutely ridiculous. I think they have lapped that of the NBA since they received that crazy TV deal 10 years ago. It's becoming hard to manage. And to be honest, Browns fans should be worried. Again, I don't want you guys to get too caught up in the free agency because, again, there are a lot of mid-tier guys out there that are in line to get paid. We already talked about Rasheed Walker. You got guys in the wide receiver room like George Pickens, who I absolutely love, but he's going back to Dallas. There's no way they're going to let him walk out of the building. Jerry Jones makes money appear like magic. He is a walking dollar sign, even if he is a closet slave master. We're not going to get into that. But at the same time, we have Alec Pierce of the Indianapolis Colts, who I've also expressed displeasure with. This is a guy that averages 42 catches and 4 touchdowns a year. Ain't no way in hell that is worth north of $20 million a year. You see how badly this player market is because of us. Yeah. There are a lot of things that need to be discussed. Money must be handled. Money must be handled very, very precisely. Some guys might have to be moved. I have already expressed that David Njoku will not be around next year. There's no way in hell we're signing him back.
He seems like he's on his way out for sure. Yeah.
I definitely think Joel Bitonio hangs it up. Wyatt Teller may be needing a new home. Jackie Conklin needs to be moved. It's just a lot of cap room that just needs to be restructured in some way. Like I really don't want to restructure Deshaun's contract yet again. We just need to get him out, figure out a way to pay him the rest of his money without having to take a dead cap hit. If that means he has to be on the roster for 2026, so be it.
Yeah, no.
But this is draft or bust for us.
I get it, TK. I get it, and Chad, I want to hear your, follow up to this. I also want to bring our guy and our program director of the InsideEdge Network, Anthony Alford, here via text, YouTube comment, I should say. He'll be on later at 5 p.m. But he did ask, and I want to ask this to you, Chad, first, and get your thoughts, and TK, feel free to chime in. Why in the world would Jim Schwartz stick around? I feel like that's a question not only for Jim Schwartz, but as Cleveland Browns fans. Why should anyone stick around right now with this mess, Chad?
Well, you just have to hope that Jim Schwartz is old enough that he doesn't have the internet or a smartphone or anything at his house. And he doesn't know that this is happening, right? He just has no idea. He's going to show up to Berea, for OTAs. He's going to walk in and go, "Hey, I know that guy. That's Todd. Huh, what's he doing here?" And he'll go, "Hey, I'm Todd. I'm the head coach of the Cleveland Browns." And he'll go, "Oh, all right. Well, I guess I'm the defensive coordinator. Okay. Well, let's. Do we just become best friends?" Yup. You know what I mean? So then they'll be fine. They'll be all right.
No.
I mean, I don't know what the similarities are. I guess maybe similarities in philosophy or age, or I don't know. They look kind of similar in a way. Maybe that's it. They're just old white guys. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not really sure what the similarities are, but we're going to find out. I don't know why in the world Jim Schwartz would stick around unless he's just so happy running this defense. He's happy to have Myles Garrett. He's just happy to be here, right? He just hopes both teams have fun. Maybe that's where he's at right now in his career. Maybe he has no head coach aspirations. We don't know. I mean, maybe he doesn't want to go lead an entire roster of 53 guys. Maybe he just wants to be in charge of the defense, right? And if you want to be in charge of the defense, I think there's a couple of places where you'd be happy, and Cleveland actually is one of them, right? You've got some personnel to work with. You've got some stability on that side of the football, where there's not stability on the other side of the football. It's like, man, it's really it's like this yin and yang, man. They're two different sides of the ball, really. And obviously the two different sides of the ball, offense, defense, are completely different. But I mean, like, as far as like just the situation going forward, I mean, the offense feels like a total rebuild.
Yeah.
But that's not where we are on defense. So how do you do that? I think that's a delicate, kind of a situation for Andrew Berry and for Todd Monken coming in as a 60-year-old head coach. To be looking at an offensive rehaul while you still have a Super Bowl caliber defense. I think you have to kind of approach that with a lot of caution, really, because if you start to tinker too much and you tear the offense completely down, somehow you could get worse. I don't know how you get worse than 5-12 and 3-14.
Oh, we know how you get worse, Chad. We've been 0-16 before. We've never been 0-17. Listen, okay.
We haven't done that yet, and nobody's done that yet. Hey, listen, the Browns could be industry leaders, right? They could be the first team to go 0-17.
Chad, I didn't want to give you any ideas there. Back to Schwartz and the positivity,
I like being an industry leader. I like being the first, I don't know whether it's positivity. I'm just trying to find it. I really am. I'm not super excited about the offense next year. I think that, it's going to be a year where we really find out what Shedeur Sanders is made of. I think he's going to be the starter. I don't see them bringing in, I don't know, who do you have? Malik Wills out there. Jacoby
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
Daniel Jones, if he decides not to go. I feel like he's back with Indianapolis.
Jones in his locker. I don't know. I mean, you can everybody. Listen, I'm not sure I'm really excited about that. I don't think that in year one of Todd Monken, that offense is going to explode into, the Ravens from a couple of years ago, where they were like one of the most efficient offenses in the NFL.
Right.
Because just quite frankly, we don't have, Lamar Jackson. we don't have Derrick Henry. We don't have, any of those guys. We don't have any of that. Zay Flat. We don't have anything.
Yeah.
We don't have a wide receiver. We probably have a wide receiver 3 in Jerry Jeudy right now, to be honest with you, and that's the wide receiver 1 on this roster. I don't know that Jeudy is like so energized by the Todd Monken hire that he explodes back onto the scene. I don't see that happening. So I don't know. I mean, you're going to have to overhaul the wide receiver room. You have to overhaul the offensive line. You can't do that in one season. You're really probably now you're in a position where you're going to need a serviceable tight end to play behind Harold Fannin, because like TK said, David Njoku is most likely gone.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a guy that not only can catch passes, but I mean, you need a guy that can run block, because this is the AFC North, right? Like Todd Monken's going to come in here and probably want to beef up the running game. So you've got to go find a tight end that can block. And I mean, you're going to need at least 4 new offensive linemen, if not 5. It's a
mess.
Yeah, there's a huge bill of sale coming down, and not a whole lot of money to spend. So you're going to be looking at, unfortunately, not first line premier free agents. I mean, you're going to be looking at depth guys to begin with.
Exactly.
And hopeful. You're going to be hopeful that you hit in the draft to get a good starter or 2 or 3.
You got to nail that draft. There are no ifs or buts about that.
Yeah. And guys, I want to leave, we're going to take a quick pause here. Let everybody grab a refreshment. Thank you for everybody tuning in here on the Inside Edge Network as well. We are going strong. Tell a friend, tell a family member that if you need the best Todd Monken breakdown here and everything going on with the Browns, tell them the Inside Edge Network's got you. Inside Edge Net on all socials. CTK Dandridge, go ahead and follow him. Brewster Pink 92. Chad Bryan at Real Chad Bryan, and myself at the man they call Moon. That is Instagram. That's where I do a lot of my business. So check me out there. And then, of course, Inside Edge Net. We're going to have Double A Anthony Alford joining us later on. Kyle Cornell potentially joining us later on, and maybe some other familiar faces on the Inside Edge Network. But I do want to read this report from a tweet to leave us to go into break, and we'll talk about this when we come back. Okay, so everybody stew on it for a second. Benjamin Solak, NFL analyst at ESPN, said 56 minutes ago, truly hilarious outcome from where Monken and the Browns were 6 years ago. This is a former article from Zach Jackson a previous article, an earlier article from Zach Jackson of The Athletic. Speaking of disgruntled this is an excerpt. Speaking of disgruntled offensive coordinators, Todd Monken's one season with the Browns was a disaster. Monken had the offensive coordinator title, but Kitchens called the plays, and it was clear that Kitchens and Monken were never on the same page. Multiple sources told The Athletic that late in the season, Monken would spend time on the field before games telling opposing coaches how bad things were with the Browns, calling the team a total mess, and saying that Kitchen's Sunday play calling generally steered away from most things that had been in the game plan for Wednesday and Saturday. Obviously, Freddie Kitchen himself, that was a whole mess itself. But do we really feel good about a guy that already was here before talking about the team he's with? It doesn't really feel like that's a guy who's going to rally the troops. Doesn't feel like that's a guy that Myles Garrett is going to go to war for. So we'll talk about that when we come back from break. Chad Bryan, TK Dandridge, I'm Eli Moon. This is the Inside Edge Network. This is our extensive coverage of the Cleveland Browns head coaching search. We have an answer. Don't know how thrilled we are, but it is Todd Monken, the former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator. We'll talk all about that when we come back. We'll also go over the Browns free agency list. We talked a little bit about that here. Who do we bring back? Who can we bring back? And what the heck are they going to do in the draft? We're going to be here with you all afternoon long, so get a nice refreshment, coffee, a pop, a water, whatever. Grab something to eat, and we'll be with you when you come back.
This is lunch. You're going to need it.
This is the Inside Edge Network. We'll be right back after you. Or after this.
After you. We'll be after you.
After you. I'm all thrown off. Todd Monken, thanks.
We're very polite here.
After this.
I'm Ian Rappaport from NFL Network. We have breaking news into the NFL Network newsroom, a.k.a. my hotel room in Mobile, Alabama, where I'm here for the Senior Bowl. And the Cleveland Browns have a new head coach. Sources tell the insiders that Todd Monken, the former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator, is now going to be the Cleveland Browns' new head coach. Monken, obviously one of the better and highest paid coordinators in the NFL, certainly has done an exceptional job tutoring MVP Lamar Jackson, now lands in Cleveland, where quarterback work and quarterback teaching is going to be paramount. Todd Monken does have head coaching experience. At the college level, was the head coach at Southern Miss several years ago. 59 years old, now becomes a head coach in the NFL. The Cleveland Browns had 3 finalists. Nate Shieldhouse, the pass game coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams. He was one of them. Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Browns. He was another. But in the end, the Browns go with Todd Monken as their new head coach. 8 openings filled, 2 to go now in the NFL coaching carousel.
And welcome back to the Inside Edge Network, everybody. I was so shocked. My microphone moved away from me. But welcome back to the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan to the middle. TK Dandridge over on my far right, your far left, back at home. And I'm Eli Moon. This is the Inside Edge Network. Go ahead and give us a follow at the Inside Edge Net. If you've enjoyed our coverage here, is credit to NFL Network and Ian Rappaport there for the clip, bringing us back in from break. Just announcing what we've been talking about here today. Todd Monken, the former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator. Todd Monken, he's the guy. He's the next guy in charge for the Cleveland Browns. He's the head coach. And we're going to see what happens. You know, and Rappaport mentioned there, Chad and TK, about the importance of tutoring quarterbacks, that he helped Lamar Jackson's growth in Baltimore, and that this is what's going to be important here with Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel still on the roster. I tried during the break to get excited about this hire. I tried. I did a few laps around the house, not outside, but I lapped around the house, and I'm just trying to find the excitement. But I have this shirt. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it says, so the first part says Cleveland. It's a Cody Rhodes shirt. It's a WWE shirt. First part says Cleveland because they were in Cleveland. Usually it's American right here, but it's Cleveland Nightmare. And that's what it feels like the Browns are in right now, and everybody in Cleveland. It's a Cleveland Nightmare. We thought this was going to be an offensive mind, and it's Todd Monken. And I want to pivot back here, fellas, and open the floor back up to you guys. I shared a tweet before we went to break from Benjamin Solak, going over a report from Zach Jackson of The Athletic and Solak, obviously, of ESPN. But this is when Freddie Kitchens was head coach and Monken was the offensive coordinator, and he was telling teams how bad things were with the Browns, calling the team a total mess. And now here he is, 6-7 years later, as the leader of this franchise. How are guys like Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, especially those two guys, because those are two of the longest tenured Cleveland Browns right now, how are those guys expected to get excited about Todd Monken, loose-lipped Todd Monken being the leader of your franchise? Chad, TK, what do you guys think?
Well, first of all, I think we have to put up this most recent comment from a viewer that we have right now. But we'll get to that in just a moment. I think that, a lot of those guys, Eli, I think they're aware enough. I mean, they know the team was a mess. I don't think he wasn't saying anything egregious or anything that no one on the outside knew. I mean, that Freddie Kitchens team was a nightmare. I thought Freddie Kitchens was a fun personality. Clearly he had no control over that locker room, though. It was the Wild West, and it really was a mess. I mean, the team at that point was a mess. There were some serviceable players. Obviously, they had some talent. They had plenty of talent. But overall, I think I think it just meant the way the team was being run. So it's funny now that I realize that Todd Monken is being hired from under Freddie Kitchens' coaching tree.
Yeah, so Freddie Kitchens technically has more of a coaching tree than some of these other guys that they're being talked about. Freddie Kitchens is given back to the NFL, and
my buddy just texted me "How you going to hire anybody from under the Freddie Kitchens tree?" I'm like, "Oh my God, you're right."
And we're gonna pivot here to TK for a moment. Yes, Chad. The Super Brothers who joined us yesterday here for our coverage of the Browns. Just want to bring up a few comments from them. They said this move just seems like a Band-Aid move until they bring in a new, fresh staff with the dome. But they asked an even more important question, I feel like, for Chad here. Chad did mention that there may be snow day watch for the fam. And Chad, so the Super Brothers wants to know, the better question than did the Browns make the right move is, did Chad's kids go back to school?
That's the real breaking news coverage. And I'm gonna answer it just like this. Okay? Forget Ross and Rachel. Forget everything you know about Ross and Rachel. The real will they, won't they is my kid's school in a snow day. We got a communication yesterday that said, like, hey, listen, it's not a cold weather, no big deal. We're going to be back in school. We wear hats and gloves. Everything's going to be fine. No big deal. And then this morning they said, well, now we're getting reports on the road. Maybe they're a little dangerous. So one more day is not going to hurt. My kids are going to be out of school all week this week. I mean, it's going to be even colder the next 2 days. The roads around here aren't getting better. You can't doesn't do anything when it's right. This is going to be an entire week for my kids. So yeah, no, they're not back in school. They forget. I don't even remember how to take them at this point. They've been out for a while.
Yeah. And then Super Brothers obviously chimed in one more time here. Was a mess. They still are a mess as far as the Cleveland Browns goes. And just, yeah, Super Brothers, you bring up a lot of good points. You know, we appreciate you checking in, making sure everybody got to school and, you know, and if they didn't, you know, if they got a snow day, we'll keep you updated as we have Thursday topics tomorrow with me and Chad. We'll see if they had school tomorrow. So
that's the breaking news coverage here on the Inside Edge Network. Stay tuned. We'll go live at 9 a.m. We'll let you know.
Yeah, absolutely. But Chad, you know, you brought up some points about Monken. TK, your thoughts as far as like Todd Monken. Obviously, you know, like Chad said, Freddie Kitchens, it was a disaster. He didn't have a good pulse in the locker room. But do you still feel comfortable about a guy openly telling other NFL franchises and coaches that it kind of feels, in a way, not saying the same talent, but like in a way, Odell Beckham Jr. going, come get me, while he's still wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, whatever you want to say between him and Jarvis of the Cleveland Browns. Do you feel good about this guy being the leader of your franchise? Forget X's and O's. When the going gets tough, is Todd Monken going to be able to get this team back on track?
This whole thing just feels weird, considering he was a part of that 2019 nightmare. I really, you know, I get it. It was an idiotic situation that was ran through that year. But for you to, you know, go telling teams, you know, exactly how idiotic and messy it really is, when basically people already know all you guys had to do was show up, and we could just look at you guys. You know, you guys are having issues lining up in week 16. You know, you got players saying, come get me. You know, of course, that was the year that Myles Garrett decided, hey, I want to be the Black Lyle Alzado and strike somebody with their own helmet, and then he ends up getting suspended for the rest of the year. That I think was really because we were in the midst of a 3-game win streak when that happened. So, you know, I definitely think that took the sails out of the season, as it was already going terribly. We'd already been 2-6 at that point. Baker Mayfield was leading the NFL in interceptions at that time. But, yeah, as far as Todd Monken being the leader of this team, this shit just feels very odd. It feels disingenuous. It feels goofy. It feels like your ass is just out and you have no way of covering it or protecting it. It just feels weird to me. Do I think he can possibly put those memories of 2019 behind him? Yes, we're going to give him every opportunity, you know, we possibly can for him to be able to accomplish that. But yeah, right now I don't see how you can feel that this is the right step in the right direction. I'm pretty sure Myles Garrett, you know, it's been over an hour since the news has been announced. I'm sure he's gotten a quick crash out in as we, you know, go over this news and, you know, break down this hire or whatever. Denzel Ward might have crashed out as well. Would not be surprised if the trade request started a week or two from now, because I really just don't see how this can expire. This particular group of guys that have gone from the Kevin Stefanski train onto this Todd Monken bus or whatever the hell you want to call it, especially guys that were here in 2019. I don't know how you spit in that game to them. I don't know how you're spitting game to Myles Garrett, to Denzel Ward, to Wyatt Teller. I don't see how these guys are like, oh, yeah, we got Todd Monken as our head coach now, the same ass clown that we had years ago as our OC that didn't do a goddamn damn thing. Like this is just not. This is just not something that is easy to stomach. This is like being lactose intolerant, and the first thing you get your ass up and get is a damn strawberry milkshake. You're going to be screwed up the rest of the day because you don't listen. You're hard-headed, and you're a glutton for punishment. That's what we look like right now. Gluttons for damn punishment.
TK, I might need you to give me some quotes throughout the week to use. Because I'm going to be honest, you've been on fire. You've been on fire today. I don't know if strawberry milkshake would be my first go-to. I'm more like a chocolate, twist, chocolate vanilla. But strawberry every now and then. I get the point though. It's a mess. It's a mess for the Browns, and that's what we keep. That's nightmare, mess, disaster, whatever you want to call it. That's literally what the question I kept posing the last few days is before they even had the guy. Is this coaching search a disaster? Now that we have this answer, is it truly a disaster? I want to pivot here to James Palmer. He's with The Athletic, and 25 minutes ago he said there were two organizations with head coaching openings that really wanted to keep their DC, the Falcons and the Browns. Atlanta and Kevin Stefanski retained Jeff Ulbrich. I'm not sure if Jim Schwartz remains with the Browns. There are some that think it's not a lock he stays. Not good. Not good. And you look at it here, guys. It's. I think the biggest thing for me is when we were talking about it, the Browns head coaching search. Okay, if you're gonna get a young guy, we know what we're getting. Is he going to be a leader of men? We'll find out. He's is old, just a little bit older than some of the guys on the roster, and he's just as old as some of the guys on the roster. And heck, there may be a few older than him. So when you're in that realm, who knows if they're going to all listen? When the going gets tough. But I was willing to see it be based off the offensive wizard, the young offensive wizard. And TK, I know you brought up earlier in the show, not everybody's Sean McVay, but I guess you never know if you don't find out. And who could be the next who's more likely to be the next Sean McVay than somebody who's at his hip the last two seasons? So that's where I'm with Shieldhouse. And then, okay, if it's not Shieldhouse, okay, Jim Schwartz, because you listen to the clips, we played it right when Kevin Stefanski got fired weeks ago here on this Inside Edge Network. Denzel Ward saying, I've learned a lot from Jim. I'd love for Jim to be the head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Myles Garrett saying, I love playing for Jim. And it just feels like a real slap to the face. There is one franchise star on this team right now until other guys step up and we can start having that discussion. Gone are the days right now of Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, Baker Mayfield, that quarterback. Whether your feelings, your emotions on them, we had guys that you could point to on this team. Right now it is Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, the defense as a whole, and then we're really trying to convince ourselves and other people. All due respect to the offensive side of the football. How can you feel good about this if you're Myles Garrett or Denzel Ward? I just keep stressing that. And how do you feel if you're a guy on the defensive side of the football that's a free agent right now? Granted, the Browns don't have a ton of money to bring them all back. But if you are one of the ones that wanted to come back and the Browns had that mutual interest, and Jim Schwartz still not locked in as your defensive coordinator, and he may depart, this could turn from bad to real ugly. Because if all the reports of Jim Schwartz is really the catalyst for this defense really turning it up another notch, then losing him while bringing in a guy who last time I checked in Cleveland wasn't great. Get it, a whole different experience, but wasn't great. This isn't looking good. I'm starting to feel like that Simpsons meme where he's like, or I'm in danger. He's chuckling, I'm in danger. That's what we feel like right now in Cleveland. And mind you, we still haven't heard anything about the offensive side of the football in terms of the coordinator. It's just a mess. And we got comments filing in. I want to shout out the Super Brothers here on YouTube. They have been chiming in with us the last few days, and they have been asking some really important questions. They asked this: is Monken going to be similar to the Kitchens hire? By that, is he basically going to be a puppet for the front office? I don't think the other candidates were up for that. You guys, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I think forget the personality test. Forget a train leaves Des Moines heading west at 30. None of that. What it was just Jimmy Haslam in a room sitting at a chair at a table, right? A really super long table. Remember the first Batman movie where he's sitting at this super long dining room table? And he's like, I've never even done this before. Whatever. They're sitting at the end of the table, and Jimmy Haslam just goes, "Say the word comfortable." And that's what it was. Anybody who said the word comfortable and sounded as close to Jimmy Haslam as that's who he hired. So Todd Monken was just confused. He was like, comfortable? And he just asked it in a question. And Jimmy Haslam was exact. This is the guy. That's how we hired a coach. I don't remember your question.
That's okay. It's right at the bottom here for you from the Super Brothers. Basically, is it going to be a puppet? Like, is this a puppet? Is this a Jimmy Haslam yes man?
Yes, because it didn't go well here the first time. You can convince Todd Monken that, listen, if you want another shot at being a head coach, this is your only shot, right? I don't know that Todd Monken was really being seriously considered anywhere else. So if Todd Monken, if he had identified a head coaching position as something that he wanted that badly, listen, you might know that the Browns are your only shot, and then they've kind of got you, right? Like they've got you by the foot. It's like, well, you could be the head coach here, but you got to be comfortable. Don't we ask you to do, right? And I feel like, yeah, I mean, I feel like that's exactly the situation. I feel like he's going to be, I don't want to say a puppet. I mean, yeah, it's pretty close to he's Jimmy Haslam. He's going to do whatever the ownership and the front office tell him to do for however long, 2-3 years, until we start to get excited about the dome, right? And then they'll try to ramp it up. They're going to, this is like one of the, okay, you know when someone asks you a question and you don't know the answer to it and you repeat the question? This is the Browns repeating the question. Like, okay, who is going to be your next? Oh, who's going to be our next head coach? Well, let me pontificate for 5 years under Todd Monken while we figure it out. You know what I mean? Like that's the hope, right now.
It reminds me of when. So I was telling this story to one of my buddies off air, just randomly, about when I was in the spelling bee. You know, I was in back-to-back spelling bees when I was in like 4th and 5th grade. All right, and I didn't win. I took 7th as my highest achievement, which is not top, top 10. All right, but I remember getting the word drowsiness. I remember to this day, and to this day, I will never forget not making the Y and I. Yeah. But when I sat up there, I went, I think your word is drowsiness. I go, can you use it in a sentence, please? They go, okay. Can you? Is it what is it? A noun, an adjective? Can you tell me that? Okay, yeah. Where's the origin of the word? Just asking anything I can to delay the inevitable. That it didn't matter what they told me about this word drowsiness. 4th, 5th grade year, Eli was in trouble. He was going to sit back with his parents because he wasn't winning the spelling bee. And it feels like right now the Cleveland Browns just kept delaying and going, well, do you want the job? Like, do you want it? And that's kind of why it's shocking when we heard the report earlier about, the Browns told Nate Shieldhouse they're going in a different direction. You may have just told, we'll see what happens with Shieldhouse and where his future leads. It clearly isn't going to be Cleveland, at least not in the foreseeable future.
Right now.
We'll see if he is the next Sean McVay, or at least close to it. Yeah. And that's when it gets scary. And like my point again, it gets even scarier because we don't even know if Jim Schwartz has bought into the idea of Todd Monken as the head coach. And if your leader of the defense isn't bought in, I'm sure the leaders player-wise on defense aren't bought in to this idea.
Yeah.
So just a mess. And, like I said, we got more questions filing in here. Super Brothers follows up. Was Watson the deciding factor in this move? It seems about that bad. TK, I want to ask you this here first. Do you think Deshaun Watson is the deciding factor, that Todd Monken thinks he can get Deshaun Watson back to, at one point, Houston Texans level, where he was being talked about in the Mahomes and Allens of the world? And I mean, do you think that could be is this a Deshaun Watson project for Todd Monken? I mean, because if that's the case, count me out. Count me out right now.
Right.
As much as the fan base would hope, Deshaun Watson never touches the field in orange and brown colors ever again for as long as this world is a thing. I think the idea of resurrecting his career is very tempting for Todd Monken. Now, the thing with that is you have a quarterback room in its entirety with a gigantic question mark all over it. So whichever one of these three men that you get to be the week 1 starter for this team, and if they can maintain a consistent, solid presence behind center and get this football team to win games, all while, gathering the stats and making the right decisions at the same time, this could be very well for Todd Monken. So any one of these guys becoming the guy for the Cleveland Browns is going to bode well for Monken. I really don't think he has a favorite in this fight. I think he is the head coach of an entire organization now. So it's like, listen, whichever guy I put out there, all right, regardless of how the results are going to go, that's going to be my head in the smasher at the end of the day. So whether or not I want to go with the flashy young 23-year-old or the 30-year-old freak that can't keep his drawers zipped up long enough to get a massage and to take his ass back to hell home, that is not going to be of his biggest concern. He wants to see which one of these guys is in the best shape to lead this football team. So you definitely can't count on a quarterback competition yet again this offseason. Hopefully it'll be handled a little bit differently than what Kevin Stefanski did last year, because it didn't seem like much of a competition at all. It just seemed like a clutter of guys that are just lumped together for the hell of it. And obviously, Kenny Pickett gets traded before the season even starts. Joe Flacco plays 3 out of 4 very uninspiring games. Then he gets moved. And, of course, Dylan Gabriel follows it with another 6 uninspiring games. And then Shador gives us a mixed bag, and somehow his ass is going to Orlando next week.
Yeah, and yeah, and to your point, TK, Super Brothers kind of beat you to it. They said not many new head coaches can say that they have 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks on their roster. So,
Comment. That's great. I mean, he is walking to an offensive wealth of just weapons everywhere, all over the board. I mean, 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks. You got to put them out there at the same time, right? You got to put them out there at the same time. Listen, keep in mind that if the Browns decide to go in a different direction from someone who's on the roster right now, we will be on our 45th starting quarterback since 1999. We've had 46 presidents in 237 years. I just want to point that out. I just think that's.
Here's the thing. Here's the reality of the situation. I want to believe that, like you said, Chad, this could be turned around very quickly. But you keep saying it. This isn't going to be a quick turnaround. This isn't. And I kept saying on Main Event, like towards the end of the season, I said I'm starting to believe this was the beginning of the rebuild for the Cleveland Browns, and they just weren't announcing it publicly to everybody. But it feels like this was the beginning of the rebuild. They did. I mean, the best draft class Andrew Berry has had. We'll give him credit there. Was the best draft class he's had in his 6 drafts, and you look at that. Yeah, obviously saved his job, but I don't know if he can replicate that success.
Yeah.
I don't know if we trust Andrew Berry, the front office, to make these calls, 2 first-round draft picks. But it is the beginning of the rebuild, and right now all we can do is hope Andrew Berry gets it right, that Jimmy Haslam doesn't meddle too much, and they can continue to add pieces to, on the defensive side. Mason Graham and Carson Schwessinger, great additions. Quinshon Judkins, obviously we wish him well here on the Inside Edge Network. Quick recovery. We want to see you running in some touchdowns next year. So Quinshon Judkins, Harold Fannin, Bowling Green State University alum, my guy AA. I hope they can add the pieces, but right now it doesn't feel very confident. At least as far as I go. Comfortable. Yeah, I know. I was waiting on you. Shout out the YSU Penguins. I think the YSU Penguins have had less starting QBs during that time, says the Super Brothers. So
I think that's very.
Yeah. YSU, I believe, they just made an addition to their head coaching or their coaching staff today from Mercyhurst. So that's your YSU news. But yeah, guys, I mean, there's a lot to break down here. We're gonna have a lot of coverage here. Basically between the 3 of us here on the Inside Edge Network. We're going to have our guy, Rob Rizicki, join us again here today, my main event colleague and my friend, and we're going to bring him in here. He's going to have a conversation with us, his thoughts on Todd Monken, the Cleveland Browns, all of that. Later on in the 2 o'clock hour, so 1 o'clock hour, we'll have Rob Rizicki. 2 o'clock hour, we're going to have our friend Ryan Mosser joining the show, and he's going to go over what maybe this means for the draft. I know Ryan's been working on a ton with the draft. Chad and TK has been highlighting that, as they've been doing the Inside Edge Network NFL pregame show, and obviously having them on illegal formation. So excited to see. We'll see if we can pick Monster's brain in terms of like where they go lineman wise and things like that a little bit more, guys. And like I said, TK, Chad, and myself will be here with you as well. Ton to break down here. We talked about Monken and the leader of men. I think it's time to talk about who's he going to lead. There's a lot of holes on the free agency side of things for the Cleveland Browns. So we're going to take a quick pause here. When we come back, we're going to rejoin here, and we're going to talk about the NFL free agency, the Cleveland Browns more specifically, and how they can make $60 million or such stretch and help fuel the roster. I don't know how. We might have to call in a magician because we might be in trouble.
If they give it to me, Eli, I'll make it stretch. I can give me the $60 million. I'll make it work. No problem.
Absolutely. I believe in you, Chad. I believe in you, bro. And for TK Dandridge, Chad Bryan, I'm Eli Moon. This is the Inside Edge Network. Don't go anywhere. We're back breaking down more Cleveland Browns coverage This is your source for everything you need to know, so stay with us. Back after this. And welcome back, everybody, to the Inside Edge Network. Chad Bryan in the middle, TK Dandridge on my far right, your far left. And I am Eli Moon. This is the Inside Edge Network. You can follow us on all socials at Inside Edge Net. Thank you so much for everybody tuning in and choosing us as your source of everything you need to know about the Cleveland Browns head coaching search. With that is concluded now, and it is official. Todd Monken, the former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator, is going to be the next leader for the Cleveland Browns, or at least the head coach. We'll see if he'll be a leader. We talked about that earlier, if he is a leader of men, guys. And that's a discussion we can have throughout the show. I want to remind everybody, again, Chad, TK, and myself here, we will have Rob Ruzicki, a Rob Ruzicki sighting at 1 o'clock. We're going to be blessed to get him here twice, back-to-back days before main event. So very good. And then Ryan Mosser, our friend, who's been joining you guys on Legal Formation and on the NFL pregame show here on the Inside Edge Network. He'll join us 2 to 3. Reminder, programming as well. We have a bunch of great shows here as well. Jersey Chasers with the girls, Autumn and Christy. We have Real Talk with Papa Moon, my pops. So everything sports, entertainment, and mental health. We are your source for all of that. Today, we're going to just continue to dive into this Todd Monken stuff. Chad, it seems like you got something to say, my friend. What do you got?
You might want to hit the breaking news graphic. We got some breaking news in the comments and on Twitter here, man. Ready?
Oh, no. Okay, here we go.
This is not great. Tom Pelissero says after the Browns informed DC Jim Schwartz this morning they were passing him. This is 28 minutes ago. They were passing him over to hire Todd Monken as head coach. Schwartz was visibly upset, said goodbyes in the building, and told other coaches he's not coming back. Sources tell the insiders. Schwartz is under contract, and Cleveland wants to retain him, but his future is now unclear, which reminds me we should probably go to the Facebook comments. From our very own Christy Acuity, it says, "Hey, gang, I like the new coach as long as we keep Schwartz." I'm sorry, Christy. It doesn't look I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
And Shane Davis on Facebook also said, "Jimmy Haslam is horrible. I'd rather them have kept Stefanski and hired a new GM. This is bad." I think I agree at this point. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe we'd be better off now. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
Well, I'll open the floor back to you guys. TK, I know. Look, my friend, I know you're going through it. I'm right there with you. That's why I chose my Youngstown State hat today. But I'm gonna pull this comment up here for David J4V3U, who said people got what they wanted when they fired Stefanski. He also followed her up and said, "I was against this from the beginning." TK, I want to ask you first, and Chad, you chime in as well. Hindsight 2020. Because we tend to do that a lot here as Browns fans.
Yeah.
Was it a little premature or early to move on from Kevin Stefanski, or do you think it was time for a reset? Now looking back, now knowing the information we know now that Todd Monken is in as the head coach, we don't know who the OC is going to be. It appears Jim Schwartz is taking his ball and going home elsewhere.
His ball meeting Myles Garrett.
That's a discussion we'll have as well. Media Row coming up next week. Myles Garrett, a year ago, asked for a trade on Media Row. Could have deja vu. TK, do you think the Browns should have held on to Stefanski? Which I think if we were asking this 3-4 weeks ago, everybody would be like, no, we're going to get a refresh. But it's a retread, not a refresh. TK, your thoughts?
This entire thing just has me baffled. Do I think we should have fired Stefanski? I definitely do think it was time. Do I think Stefanski is a good coach? Yes, I do. He's proven that in the past. However, I think what has transpired over the last 2 seasons would lead you to believe that, hey, maybe a change of scenery is needed. Remember, this was not a firing due to the fact that he can't coach. This was a firing due to things simply not working anymore. Now he is in a different city with a different team. He's got he's got quite a few of the same people that he had here in Cleveland. Obviously, Tommy Reese is going to be the OC. He got Bob Quinn to come over to Atlanta to be the senior advisor. He was a part of our staff from 2021 to 2025. Didn't even know he was here, to be quite honest. But that was fun to find that out. But yeah, this was just another episode of, hey, look, it's one of those it's not you, it's me type things. When in all it was both of us, and we just need to move on from this. Did I think this was going to be this much of a challenge? Somewhere in the back of my head, I was thinking, this is a perfect example for Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry to show the world exactly how inept and corrupt they can actually be when left the hell alone long enough. And look at this shit. Now we're getting ready to lose our damn DC. We go from wanting the young shot head coach to getting a 60-year-old offensive coordinator. We don't know who the real offensive coordinator is going to be for us next year. And now we're going to be looking at another defensive coordinator as well. Listen, I do think Jim Schwartz was a huge part of why this defense was borderline historic in 2023. Granted, not to the level of the 85 Bears, not to the level of the 2000 Baltimore Ravens, hell, not even to the level of the 1977 Atlanta Falcons. But at the same time, when you're able to win 11 games with 6 different quarterbacks, 3 of them, which shouldn't have been on NFL rosters too damn well begin with, and I'm talking specifically about Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Philip Walker II, and Jeff Driscoll. All 3 of them are terrible. Granted, we can throw a freak man in there as well, but I'm tired of talking about that nigga. I'm tired of talking about his ass. But so we're just going to go ahead and move on from that. But it's just, look, I wouldn't be surprised if the trade rumor started again, or if the trade request popped up again. I just
TK, not to interrupt you. Who's to say Denzel Ward doesn't ask for a trade too? I mean, he's been not to bring more smoke to the fire, but Denzel Ward has been a stand-up guy, and so has Myles Garrett. But Myles Garrett's been more vocal, obviously, last year with the trade request. Denzel Ward has, since being drafted in the top 5 for the Cleveland Browns. Remember, he was the second draft pick in that top 5 with Baker Mayfield. Back with John Dorsey in the 2 drafts John Dorsey had. Man, I wish we had John Dorsey. I know people give him a lot of crap, but he seems like he's doing all right there in Detroit. I want to ask you, and I'll open this, to both of you. Again, like I said, we're all here having this discussion. And to everybody out there, chime in the comments. We're getting them pile in. Tell us what you think. But is Denzel Ward eventually going to get disgruntled? We mentioned that he went to bat for Jim Schwartz. You don't really ever hear Denzel Ward really make an opinion in terms of where the Browns should do next. He just is always about the team and doing what he can to improve and continue to be a top-level cornerback in the league, which he's done so since being drafted here in Cleveland. Do you think Denzel Ward looked at Myles Garrett and goes, how do I ask, how do I do this trade request thing because I've never done it before?
Mooney, Denzel will be 29 in April. Myles just turned 30 last month. As far as any of us should be able to, calculate with these 2 guys, this has got to be the last straw for both of them. This has got to be somewhere near the last straw, the straw that broke the camel's back. Whatever the hell that straw doing, it ain't good. With these 2 young men. So it's listen, you done made the lousy trade for the quarterback that didn't work. You give us 1 good draft and we still go 5-12. Now you done got rid of my DC. You done hired the goofy OC that we had here in 2019 that couldn't do a damn thing with Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb, Jarvis Landry, Odell Beckham Jr., David Njoku, Austin Hooper. Sorry, Austin Hooper didn't get here till 2020. My mistake. But yeah, not being able to do anything with that offense. And it's just look, now you're getting ready to get rid of my DC. Listen, this defense, like I just said, was borderline historic in 2023, especially with the 6 quarterbacks that you had trotting out there. This was not the 1988 Cleveland Browns when they had Don Strock coming out of retirement to revive them and bring them to a close playoff appearance. This was Diet Trent Dilfer and Tony Banks. I mean, these guys were worse than them on average. And, for us to be able to win games with that, it's a big testament not only to the defense, but to what Jim Schwartz was able to conduct out of this defense. Remember, a coach is to hoax the best out of his players as much as he possibly can, and Jim Schwartz did that. Now to not be able to retain him, you done broke the man's heart. Now he's getting ready to leave, and now we got to figure out who else is going to take on this job. This could end up being even longer than what it should be. Granted, you already had a 3.5-week coaching search that ended, most of us would say, horribly. And now we have to find out who's going to be the OC, who's going to be the DC. Raymond Ventrone is also packing his bags and leaving Cleveland. Finally, he should have been gone week 11. But now you have to find a new special teams coordinator. Listen, this is going to be grueling, uninspiring. Probably. We look so facetious as an organization,
and that's just the season that's coming up. That's not.
We really look facetious as hell as an organization. We just look like we're playing Monopoly, just doing all kinds of goofy shit, getting locked up every turn, rolling 2s and 3s, not moving nowhere. Like we just look ridiculous right now, and I really don't know how the rest of this coaching search is going to be completed, because you're going to have a practically completely different squad.
And to that point, TK, and great insight there. And I want to pivot to Chad here for a moment too. To that point, Chad, TK brings up the 3.5 week, long coaching searches. This marathon that we've been on for the last 2 days, and we felt like we've been on the 3-week run with how much stuff we talked about. But it seems like all the good defensive coordinators are being scooped up already. Robert Saleh took a head coaching gig. Brian Dable, Dable's available. So if we wanted them, in this staff, whether, at either side of the ball, these guys are being scooped up is my whole point, is these coordinators are being scooped up. So who are the Browns going to find? I'm really kind of going back to the point I had yesterday when we talked, Chad, where me and Papa Moon talked. Like I said, look, Pops, there's an opportunity here. If the Browns really mess this up, which Jim Schwartz seems to not be as much of a yes man as Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry thought. If they mess it up, we could just put our applications in. Now, head coach is filled, but there is now an opening at DC and OC. So, Chad, what are your thoughts? This seems like it's going to become even more of a mess. I mentioned Ward, Garrett, these guys. It could be a position where the Browns, I just said the beginning of a rebuild. Well, now it feels like we're actually going to begin the rebuild again and might just be accumulating draft picks. It seems ugly, man. What do you think?
Yeah, now we might be rebuilding that defense too. First of all, I want to say this continued Browns coverage is brought to you by Diet Trent Dilfer, now with less sugar. I'm going to get that out. But yeah, I don't know what we're doing. Obviously they've not made Schwartz happy, unless those reports are inaccurate. Which, those would be some crazy claims to make just on a whim.
Yeah,
it seems like someone actually witnessed that. It seems like one of those things you wouldn't say. From verified accounts on, actual reporters on Twitter. I don't think we just make that up. So listen, Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, you've got a report of Grant Delpit liking every possible Kevin Stefanski post on Instagram. I don't know how true that is. I haven't verified, I haven't looked into the veracity of those claims, but right now you've got that entire defense probably calling Odell Beckham's dad, like, hey, you make us one of those YouTube videos where you show how the Browns are underutilizing us so we can, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I get it. It's like, and we mentioned Ward, Chad, and TK. I want to give credit as well, because it seems like great minds think alike. Former colleague of mine, Ashley Bastock, who works for Cleveland.com now, worked with her over at NEO Sports Insiders way back when. But she even mentions, I don't know that people understand how bad it could get for #Browns if Schwartz leaves and on bad terms, which has now happened. This is at 12 p.m. right before this report came out. Players on the defense, including Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward, love playing for Jim. The impact of the ripple effect could be incomprehensible. And that's a scary thing. I don't get chills very often when I think of players leaving. Like Myles, it just seems like it could be any moment. Like, I know he re-signed, but he's the best player on the defensive side of the football. So at any moment he could say, I'm not in the best position to win a championship and leave. But a guy that is like a homegrown guy, Denzel Ward has spent his entire football career in Ohio.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And that this might be like TK says, the final straw for him. We do have the sound from Denzel Ward. I want to just pivot real quick and we'll come back here and discuss more right after the clip. 35 seconds here from Denzel Ward after the Kevin Stefanski firing same day, going to bat for Jim Schwartz, who is now disgruntled and appearing per reports, not coming back to Cleveland. So here's Denzel Ward, and we'll be right back here on the Inside Edge Network.
So much love and respect for Coach Schwartz. I would highly recommend Coach Schwartz for a head coaching job here. Definitely, like I said, Coach Schwartz, he's a great coach. He's helped my game tremendously. puts us in great position, great leader, and I can't say enough great things about him. But I think he's a guy that when you who you want in a coach and somebody to lead a team, and I know he's a guy. He's a great guy.
Now imagine that, fellas. Look at that smile on Denzel Ward's face. Mind you, the same day Kevin Stefanski was fired, there's a smile on Denzel Ward's face thinking of the opportunity that Jim Schwartz could finally get this opportunity in Cleveland to be the leader of men. And just imagine the look on Denzel Ward's face after seeing the reports or being in the building when all this went down with Jim Schwartz. There's, we talk about how players have to be professional, coaches have to be professional. But at what point does the front office and the ownership of the Cleveland Browns have to be professional? You are not the smartest guys in the room. You haven't been since 1999. You haven't been for multiple owners. We haven't been successful. A plethora of GMs, a plethora of coaches. It has not worked. You have somebody. The players are basically giving you the biggest clue. It's like you're in an escape room and you don't know how to get out. And you're like, how do I get to the next level? And Denzel Ward and Myles Garrett, they're just telling you where to go. And guess what? At the worst case scenario, if you do hire Jim Schwartz, which isn't a possibility, Todd Monken in now as head coach, if you're just not joining us, Cleveland Browns next head coach. But Jim Schwartz, you bring him in, then, maybe you at least have the morale of the locker room, the leadership there. And if it doesn't work out, you can look back and go, hey, Denzel, Myles, defense, we gave you what you were looking for. It didn't work out. We had to go in a different direction. At least you went to the guys that have been here through multiple coaching changes, multiple just disasters here in Cleveland. I really don't feel good, guys, about Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett, heck, any of these guys on the defensive side of the football that aren't under contract or that have been here a while. Shelby Harris is a free agent right now. That with this news, it sure don't seem like he will be coming back, even if the Browns had the opportunity to. Just a mess. I know that is the word of the day for me. Why can't the Browns just listen, not necessarily to the fans, because fans don't always know everything. As much as I tend to believe, we always know what's best for the Cleveland Browns. We don't always, and a few times they've shocked us. A few. But you have the players, the literal people in the locker room every Sunday, going through practice every week, seeing what this guy is like. And they're going to bat for Jim Schwartz. That is just, it's inexcusable. Jim Schwartz will find another job. I'm very confident in that. San Francisco has a defensive coordinator position open, I believe, still. And I think Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, I keep saying it, they're coming back from injury. I'm sure they would love to see Jim Schwartz there. And then again, there are still 2 openings. Now, I don't know if Jim Schwartz is even close to a front runner in the position for Arizona and Vegas, but hey, now it seems like he'll get a little bit more conversation if Clint Kubiak doesn't, amount to what they're looking for. Or Shieldhaas, he's still floating out there. We'll see where he goes. But one thing for certain, the Browns just seem to mess this up every time they are in this offseason where they have to decide the next direction of the franchise. Yeah, Chad, I don't know.
I'd be surprised to see Schwartz go to Arizona or Vegas, just because both of those teams are in the middle of a kind of a changing of the guard at quarterback. And I don't think you want to bring in a defensive-minded guy to be the overseer of that. I could be totally wrong. I just would be a little bit shocked. I think I could see him, more likely ended up in San Francisco. I mean, that may be a spot he wouldn't even have to really interview for, right? Like you got the similar type of personnel on the defensive line, great linebacker, like you said, Warner coming back. Hopefully Nick Bosa can stay, healthy. But yeah, I mean, it seems like Schwartz would fit in really well there, honestly, just schematically with what they have on the roster. I don't know. Stinks.
Yeah.
Gone now.
Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess, Chad. And I'm gonna get some more thoughts from you and TK on this. We do have the official statement from Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam here. So I'm gonna pull these up on the screen. So Chad, you might disappear for a moment. But with that being said, I'm going to read this here. This is from Andrew Berry, the general manager of the Cleveland Browns, on the hiring of Todd Monken. Todd has a varied and diverse background that we found as a particularly appealing match for our team at this stage in its life cycle. He has a direct, demanding, and detail-oriented leadership style that will create a great incubator for a young team. His successful offensive track record at both the pro and college level with a variety of offensive systems and QB skill sets will allow maximum flexibility as we make several long-term investments on that side of the ball. The lessons he learned from John Harbaugh and Kirby Smart, as well as his demonstrated track record turning around Southern Miss, have shown us that he has a full understanding of what the position requires and the capacity to execute. We cannot wait to get started, and we welcome Todd, Terry, and Travis to Cleveland. That's from Andrew Berry. Let's pivot here one more time, just from the owner of the Cleveland Browns, Jimmy Haslam. This is from D and Jimmy Haslam, the owners of the Cleveland Browns. We are very excited to name Todd Monken the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Todd is highly intelligent, and his experienced, innovative, offensive mindset has been at the forefront of constructing productive and successful offenses at the NFL and collegiate level over the last 20 years. He is an outstanding leader and has a clear vision to lead our team as a strong communicator who values trust with his players, but also accountability and preparation. In our committee's exhaustive reference work on Todd, his commitment to player development was evident, and his tough and straightforward coaching is respected by the players and the coaches he's worked with, putting our team in a position to succeed while developing our players to maximize their talents. We welcome Todd, Terry, and the rest of the Monken family back to the Browns and look forward to him establishing the winning culture that will lead our team to the success our fans so deserve. And here comes Chad back on the screen with us. Kind of messed up the Haslams didn't mention Travis.
I was like, what? What is that? Yeah.
Yeah, kind of messed up that.
Slappy Samsonite. I was way off.
Yeah. It kind of seems like maybe Haslams and Barry had this conversation about, hey, like, hey, you can use my homework, but you just can't copy it word for word. And it just, I don't know. We're going to have Robert Zicki up here at the top of the hour. We're going to take a pause here, but does anything shock you guys from those statements? It just seems like, yes, Todd Monken, he does things offensively, but we can't really point to anything besides he's been productive. Yeah, he's been productive. Offensive indeed. He's been productive, but you look at everywhere he's been. Well, Georgia, anybody wants to go play in Georgia pretty much that wants to go play SEC football right now. So I'm not really buying that. And then you look at the Ravens. You have Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson. For goodness sake, Mark Andrews, one of the best tight ends in the league. I'm not really thinking it's much of Todd Monken, considering when we had Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt here, and he was the offensive coordinator, mind you, that same offense with Jarvis Landry, Odell Beckham Jr., Baker Mayfield, before all the hoopla of, the discourse of Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. And
we finished middle of the road in almost every offensive category.
That's what the Browns are.
Fellas,
listen, I told you yesterday, for the record, all you have to do if you want to keep getting offensive opportunities or opportunities in general is just be adjacent at some point in your career to a decent quarterback. That's it. That's all you have to do, right? Like, you have to be in the room or on the coaching staff with a quarterback who comes in and clicks and gets it and plays well for a year or two, and suddenly you are the offensive genius. It doesn't matter what input you had in that player's career. It doesn't matter what kind of, tutelage you gave him. I love that it said he something about tutoring Lamar Jackson. That's like bringing in a tutor for your National Honor Society kid and going, well, hey, he helped my kid go from a 4.2 to a 4.28. We're very grateful. Okay. You know what I mean? We're at a 1.0 GPA right now in our quarterback room, in our receiver room, and on the offensive line. But we're failing, right? We're on academic probation. We kicked out of school. We bring in Todd Monken, who, I don't know, he graduated from the same school with a 1.9 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay.
Yeah.
IEP.
Yeah,
dude. Oh my goodness. I guys, we have to take a quick break here. Getting a text from our awesome program director, Double Anthony Alfred, that we are getting a Robert Zicki sighting here after the break. So everybody out there, stay tuned here on the Inside Edge Network. TK Dandridge, Chad Bryan, I'm Eli Moon. We're gonna get Robert Zicki in here. He's gonna have a lot of thoughts. We're going to try to avoid him talking about Mike McCarthy and how the Steelers are in a better spot once again, it seems like, than the Browns. We're going to stay locked in on Todd Monken and talking about that, and ask him some questions we've kind of covered here and just get more into detail about that. We still have to break down.
Real quick, Eli, I will be stepping away for about an hour. It's not to avoid Rob, I promise. I'm not avoiding Rob.
That's right.
But I will be stepping away for about an hour. I'll come back about 2 o'clock hours.
Absolutely. So we're going to swap. TK, you sticking around or?
I'll stick around for a little bit. I'll let you guys know when I got to leave.
All right, TK is going to stick around a little bit longer. Chad is going to exit for a moment. We'll get him back later. Robert Zicki going to jump into the discussion. This is the Inside Edge Network. Stick around. More coverage. Todd Monken, the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns. More to come after the break. And welcome back to the Inside Edge Network, everybody. To my right now, TK Dandridge. In the middle, my guy, Rob Rozicki, who, you're getting a little crafty with adding yourself. I was going to give you a grand entrance and everything, but welcome aboard, my bro, Rob Rozicki. You can catch him on Sunday evenings with myself here on the main event on the Inside Edge Network. We'll be breaking down, obviously, this, Todd Monken, and a whole lot more with Double A Anthony Alford. And then again, TK Dandridge, Illegal Formation Saturdays with Chad Bryan, who was just joining us for the last 2 hours. And he'll be joining TK and Ryan Mosser here at the 2 o'clock hour. We get Rob for a power hour of Rob Rozicki, and I'm excited to hear his thoughts. Again, I am Eli Moon. This is the Inside Edge Network. Rob, we're familiarizing yourself with a lot of faces here on the Inside Edge Network virtually now. Your first time here on air with TK, and he shared a lot of thoughts. I want to get your thoughts on the Cleveland Browns groundbreaking announcement this morning, whether it was a good groundbreaking or not, that Todd Monken, the former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator, is now the team's new head coach. And Jim Schwartz doesn't seem to be too happy about that. What are your thoughts, my friend? And welcome in.
I'm actually reading right now, and good to be here, by the way. I'm actually reading right now, Tom Pelissero's tweets about Schwartz's reaction to this. And I'm a little surprised this all kind of went down in this direction. I think last time we talked yesterday, it was, Schielhausen or Schwartz himself at this rate. But I'm a little surprised because I thought Monken was going to go to New York with Harbaugh. I thought he was going to be happy doing that and kind of going, and rebuilding the Giants and taking them to the old heights that Eli Manning and Frank Gifford saw back in the day. It seems like a stopgap hire. He's 60, or he will be 60 very soon. It seems like a hire that will get everything set up for the dude who will come in and eventually take this team to new heights. That's what I got, and I don't know if losing Jim Schwartz is the best way to do this, but it looks like either way, if he's under contract, I don't think Jim Schwartz is going to be back in Cleveland.
Yeah, and it just doesn't seem right. We've been talking about this here, me and the fellows, Chad and TK, and we're going to get other thoughts from Ryan Mosser. Double A Anthony Alford, our colleague and our bro, will be joining the Inside Edge Network here later with Kyle Cornell, it appears. So we'll get some Side Hustle Wrestling podcast breakdown on the Cleveland Browns today. But it just doesn't make sense, Rob, and it seems disrespectful to the defensive players that wanted Jim Schwartz to be the leader. We played in our last segment, we played a clip from Denzel Ward when Kevin Stefanski was fired, going to bat for Jim Schwartz, saying, I love this guy. Like, he's helped me so much. Myles Garrett, I love this guy. We talked on main event. We've talked in the last few days about Myles Garrett has already been on Media Row last year and wanted a trade request. What's stopping him from wanting to go do that again? And maybe Denzel Ward takes some notes and joins him. I mean, Denzel Ward is not getting any younger is our point. We kind of got to, and he's one of the best cornerbacks in the league still, and has been since he's entered the NFL. I mean, this could go from bad to worse really, really quick.
Yeah, for a hire that was supposed to stabilize everything and put this ship on the correct course, it didn't do that. I mean, no. If this whole thing was seen as a shit show 2 days ago, it's seen as a shit show right now at 1:15, right here as we're talking about, hiring a brand new head coach. I don't think this has done anything to kind of write this out. And you're going to have the defense, which is the one thing you could actually count on. There might be some, situations with those guys revolting. So at this rate, I don't know what the point was.
Yeah, it's, and we have this conversation, do you want the young offensive mind? Well, we didn't get the young offensive mind. We got the old offensive mind that, according to reports, that I'm seeing, just various reports, he didn't have the best relationship with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. Didn't get the best, the most out of him. And I'm having a tough time. If you couldn't get along with Lamar Jackson, and I know I'm a Cleveland Browns fan, but unbiasedly speaking, he's one of the most likable guys in the NFL. And as a Browns fan, I don't mind saying that because I like watching Lamar Jackson play football. Just not against us. But if you couldn't get along with Lamar Jackson, what makes you think you're going to be able to come in here and fix this? And, all the reports I'm hearing is Todd Monken's a hard-nosed, tough kind of guy. Well, truthfully, nobody in the Cleveland Browns roster right now wants to hear that. Truthfully. They don't care. They don't care if you come in and they have to practice an extra hour every day or if they have to do this. Who gives a shit? At the end of the day, they wanted somebody that's going to win football games, and Todd Monken has not proven that he's really the guy to do that. Now, granted, Jim Schwartz, there's questions about him too, but I'd rather hire from within if you're going to go that route with an older coach than go with a retread that was here under Freddie Kitchens, leaking to other teams how bad the Browns were.
Well, first off, with Lamar, I'm not going to judge Monken on Lamar's relationship because you got to remember Greg Roman was the OC before him, and Lamar basically forced him out. And then John Harbaugh. I mean, Lamar's like one coach away from being known as a coach killer, honestly. At least, I think we can start planting the seeds of that at this rate. But all the other stuff, yeah. This does not seem like this is the most, I don't know. Did they outthink themselves? Did they go crazy here? And you also got to think about the fact, too, that, Monken, one of the reasons why he is available was that he was so good with that offense on that squad that his boss got fired after 19 years of employment. So, I mean, he's failing up. It's really what he's doing. Like that's what's like. They screwed up the last gig and he got promoted.
It doesn't make any sense. And Rob, it's like I said this before the break, before you joined us. I said it seems like we read the statements from Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry, which blew my mind. Like just how similar their statements were. It's like Jimmy Haslam asked.
The person wrote them.
Yeah, Jimmy Haslam asked to borrow Andrew Berry's homework, and I don't understand. And first off, and second off, rather, I realized that like reading that on the screen, that statement, I definitely need to start wearing my glasses more because that was a lot. But really, it just seems like the Browns and the ownership, the Haslams and Andrew Berry, they thought Jim Schwartz was just gonna be a good soldier and do whatever they said. Hey, if you're the head coach, you're the head coach, and if not, you're gonna be our DC because you're under contract. And Jim Schwartz is not going for that. And San Francisco, we keep bringing up San Francisco. They have an opening at DC. There's a few of their openings.
There's already rumors.
Yeah, I mean, Jets. I mean, I doubt he would go to the Jets, but the Jets have pretty much overhauled everything staff-wise besides head coach Aaron Glenn after 1 year. Jim Schwartz will be a viable candidate, whether it's a DC job or I know it's a long shot, but Arizona and Vegas are still available.
Well,
so there
is
is
under contract. He's under contract, so if he can't go be a DC anywhere else unless the Browns let it happen.
Well, I mean, are we going to see a defensive coordinator holdout? I mean, we've seen a defensive end holdout. We've seen quarterback holdouts. Are we going to see a defensive coordinator holdout?
With this garbage truck, yes. At this rate, who knows? Would you be surprised with anything at this rate?
If
sort of any one of the three of us being named head coach today.
Well, see, and I was talking about that too. It's like maybe we start putting our applications in for defensive coordinator and OC, Rob. I mean, here's the thing. It seems like the Browns don't even know what they're doing, and they have gotten away with making the wrong hire and a lot of the players being like, well, we're going to figure it out still because we love Cleveland, and we want to win one for Cleveland. Eventually, you just look at the Haslams, you look at Andrew Berry, you look at whoever's in charge. Now it's Todd Monken. You look at these guys and you go, yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is like what's going to happen. I don't think we're going to win a Super Bowl. I don't think we're going to get to the second round of the playoffs even. And I'm not getting any older, any younger. TK mentioned Denzel Ward, 29 years old, getting closer to 30. Myles Garrett, this is like the peak of his prime right now. Yeah, just turned 30, peak of his prime.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, the height there, the peak of his prime right now. These guys are the leaders of the defense. They have gone through multiple changes. I know Myles has been more outspoken than Denzel, but for Denzel to be so confident and happy with Jim Schwartz, I feel for him too, because it's like he wasn't even listened to. You have one of the longest tenured Cleveland Browns on the most successful side of the ball between offense and defense saying, hire Jim Schwartz. Hire Jim Schwartz. Myles Garrett, hire Jim Schwartz, essentially. Like, and the Browns said, that sounds really good. We're going to go interview all these guys. We'll give Schwartz a few. We'll see what's happening. And if worse comes to worse, we'll still bring him back as DC. And you know what? That's just poor planning, poor execution. And really, in a nutshell, fellas, it's really just the Jimmy Haslam experience as a being a Cleveland Browns fan. That is the Jimmy Haslam experience. He will find a way to make the news about him. And today, the news is about how poorly the Cleveland Browns are not only botching this head coaching gig, but also losing everybody that's been bought in the last couple years while they've been trying to figure it out. Just bad. Just bad. Not good. So, I mean, and I know, Rob, I know you're...
Fuck.
Oh, no, what happened? We got breaking news?
The Steelers have requested an interview with Browns' Bubba Ventrone as special teams coordinator.
Oh, man.
No.
man.
No. I thought we were going to get this guy out of my life.
Y'all were dumb as hell for letting Danny Smith walk. Go ahead and take him. Go ahead and take his ass. We don't want him.
Yeah, we don't want Bubba no more. We don't want Bubba no more, Rob. It's crazy. And TK, I'll bring you, ask you this question here. I'll open the floor to both you guys here, Rob, and I want to get your thoughts as well. The Browns have a lot of free agents, right? An extended list of free agents on offense and defense. They have limited cap space. They have 2 first-round draft picks. We talked all the last month or so about wide receiver, offensive line, wide receiver, offensive line. TK, Rob, it's getting to a point where we might be talking about defensive end, cornerback, wide receiver, offensive line. I mean, there might be 2 more big openings on the defensive side of the ball that we're having to address come April. TK, I mean, I'll start with you and then Rob chime in. I mean, what do you think? This seems to be really bad. I've been trying to limit my Dr. Pepper intake, which Dr. Pepper marketing team, if you're listening, every show I crack open a Dr. Pepper. If you want good branding, I gotcha. But with that being said, I might drink 3 Dr. Peppers today, and that's a lot for me right now. So I'm stressed, TK.
Yeah. Hey, look, think about it this way. Either one of those guys have got to be worth north of 2 first-round picks. I'm looking for at least 4 first-round picks from Myles Garrett and 2 for Denzel Ward at the very least. You hope it wouldn't come to this. But, yeah, my best advice to the Browns ownership and their front office, be prepared for a crash out. Be prepared for the inevitable Myles Garrett crash out. Denzel Ward might have some opinions, that he wants to get off. And I think this hurts more for Denzel Ward because this is his hometown team. I watched him when he was a youngin' at Nordonia High School.
Mm-hmm.
Made the boys there. Then obviously got the scholarship to go to Ohio State. Had a wonderful 3-year career there, and now has spent his entire career in Cleveland with the Browns. I know this is definitely hardest for him because this is his home. This is all he has ever known as far as his football life. He has never left Ohio to suit up for another city, for another state. So yeah, this definitely hurts him the most, I think. But at the same time, he's going to be 29 in April. This is a guy that is as highly of a competitor at the cornerback position as you could ask for. And he wants to compete for championships as well. He wants to go to the tournament. He wants to play in playoff games. He wants to play in meaningful games in December and January and possibly February, God willing. It is not happening here any faster. This is getting dumber and dumber as the day goes by. I feel like Lloyd. This is freaking ridiculous watching Jimmy Haslam show his ass to the entire world as to how inept, goofy, and downright goddamn facetious he is as the owner of a professional sports franchise. And Andrew Berry continues to pile on his already piss-poor resume outside of the 2025 NFL draft that he is one of the worst general managers to ever be the general manager of an NFL franchise. I can understand, from the certain prospect that he is good with trades. He has done well in the trade market, as well as being able to restructure contracts for future generations. But this one contract that you have made with the Deshaun Watson trade, boy howdy, if this franchise wasn't in the dirt already, we singing church hymns like a mug right now because this franchise is pushing daisies and is near death. This is not looking good. This feels much like the horrible stint of football that we had from 2015 to 2017. Granted, I don't think it gets that terrible, but it is the same amount of hopelessness for us. Granted, because we thought we were leading a new era of Cleveland Browns football, especially when you start off the decade with an 11-5 record, making the playoffs and being able to go up to Heinz Field and take care of them Steelers in which the way that you did. You ain't done shit since then. You have not done a goddamn thing since then, but show the world exactly how much of a goddamn toilet bowl this organization is. Now we got folks making fun of the city, even worse than what they were doing with the 80s. The mistake by the Lake jokes make themselves every 15 goddamn minutes, and they're not going to stop after this hire.
Rob?
To you. I mean, it's puzzling to me right now because this goes against everything that we've been hearing the entire way from the end of the season to the offseason. With TK is, basically, I think what we're saying here is that this is creating more problems than it's going to solve.
Yeah.
I think most fans kind of looked at this thing, and I think the team was looking at it saying, all right, the defense is fine by and large. We need to massively reconstruct the offensive line and then hopefully get a good receiver or two in that order. Like, honestly, I think offensive line was probably number one.
Yeah.
But if you got that, you have Fannin, you have Njoku if you re-sign him. You got a pretty good running back room. You might not have the quarterback. We'll see what we can do about that. But it's a beginnings of something. But now with Monken coming in, and we don't know what anybody's right now. I don't know if Myles Garrett might love this for all we know. I don't know. But it seems like if common sense is prevailing and the defense is pissed off with what's going on, that their guy didn't get the gig, now you do have all of the problems I just named about the offense and then the defense and whatever comes out of that. Not for nothing. If you trade Myles Garrett before the draft, you're looking at probably like a $40 million cap hit. Now, throw that with what you're paying Deshaun Watson not to play football. That's a lot of money that you're paying out to people who aren't here. If you trade him after the draft, I think it's after June 1, that drops to about a $14 million this year and then like a $25 million the year after. So that's a little more doable, but I don't think you want to go there quite yet. But either way, everyone's going to be pissed off. And for a team that kind of considered themselves reasonably close, even though they only had the 4 wins this season, it doesn't seem like this is the hire you would want to make. So I am bumfuzzled. I am confused. I am perplexed. I have no idea what the hell is happening right now.
Yeah. And it's, I don't know, Rob. I've remained optimistic throughout this entire search, and
that was your first mistake.
And I felt like with the Ravens and Steelers, okay, I felt as much as I wanted to believe the Steelers want to get the right guy. Is McCarthy the long-term answer? We'll see, but he's definitely going to win football games there. That's no question about that. Jesse Minter in Baltimore, we'll see, but I mean, Baltimore feels really good about him, and they haven't really messed up. The last time they brought in a coordinator, it was John Harbaugh, and it worked out pretty well for him. So I just felt like the Browns,
they've done pretty well.
Yeah, it's like I felt like maybe, just maybe, the Browns would be in lockstep with those two franchises and at least get somebody competitive. And we took the Ravens offensive coordinator who they didn't want anymore. I don't get it. I just don't. I don't understand. You could bring in 100 analytical guys. You could bring in 1,000 guys who have graduated from Harvard.
They already have. You
can bring in Paul DePodesta's long-lost cousin.
They probably will.
It's not going to work. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. And for me to get frustrated like this is just, I'm mad. And I'm not just mad because of Monken, okay? Monken. Well, we have months to learn how to professionally just get it right with him. Todd, yeah. First name basis. Hello, Todd. Welcome to Cleveland. And I'm frustrated because you just pushed our defensive coordinator out of the building. And we keep talking about a defensive coordinator holdout. I mean, he could just say, I'm just going to sit out. What's the worst that happens? They fine him? I'm sure he has the money to cover it.
I kind of the same way I felt bad for Shador when he was named to the Pro Bowl. I kind of feel bad for Monken being in this situation because, I mean, none of this is really his fault. Like, he's coming in and doing a job. Like, it's not like, he is the puppet master pulling the strings behind get Schwartz out of here. Do this, do that.
Right,
like,
right.
He's just showing up and saying, hey, I'm the new head coach. And we all hate him. So, I mean, I do feel kind of bad because he is going to be in a bad spot. I mean, now, from what I hear, just with his coaching body of work, he is pretty ubiquitous when it comes down to offense. He isn't, married into a particular system. It's not, he's not an RPO or a spread or a power. Like, he can move around with what he has. And with what the Browns have on offense right now, and especially what they have at quarterback, having a mind that might be able to think outside the box a little bit with getting your quarterback being effective, if it is Shador. And again, we don't even know about that at this rate. So, I mean, it's weird that we thought that a lot of questions were going to be answered today, but I think now we just have more questions.
Yeah, it's just an embarrassing thing, honestly, just so embarrassing. I mean, we have two other franchises, organizations here in Cleveland, and you can give the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Cleveland Guardians, and I know I'm tough on the Guardians, especially, Rob. We've had our discussions early on when we brought the main event to the Inside Edge Network, but dang it, I don't say this very often, but you're right. I'm going to start being less tough on the Guardians. Yeah, okay. You better clip that. You better clip that.
We're going to be doing a show in mid-July. They're going to have lost like 4 in a row, 5 in a row. We're going to be banging our head against the wall, and I want you to remember this exact conversation.
Yes. Well, we'll clip it and we'll save it for those exact moments because you are right, my friend, on that. We give the Guardians here in Cleveland and the Cavaliers so much heck for, the Cavaliers falling short in the second round of the playoffs against Indiana, and who, mind you, went to the finals and was literally a game away from winning it. We look at the Guardians who won the Central, and I was tough on them, and they got bounced in the wild card round. I get it, but geez, I just can't, because then you just come back to this. It all centers back to Berea. We are a Browns town here in Cleveland. I don't know why we are a Browns town still. It is 2026, the days of Belichick and Schottenheimer and Paul Brown and Jim Brown and Brian Sipe and Bernie Kosar, which well wishes to Bernie Kosar as he continues to get back to great health. But those days of bless you, Rob. Those days of great players and coaches are long gone. I don't understand why we just continue, and myself included, to throw our heads against the wall, just in hopes that the Cleveland Browns will figure it out. I mean, there are people that probably throw every penny they have in their their piggy bank into the wishing well to hope that the Cleveland Browns will just do it right. But it just continues to be the same thing over and over and over again. And I'm just fed up. Does that mean I'm going to stop rooting for them or following them? No. We'll be here on the Inside Edge Network covering them every freaking week. And I'll continue to wear my orange and brown and hope that it turns around. But right now, the way the direction's heading... Yeah, go ahead, TK. I was going to say the way the direction's heading, though, with Todd Monken and no Jim Schwartz, it does not feel very good. I think I'm going to go put on my Guardians hat after, I take my little hour pause later. Rob's already got his, or maybe my Cavaliers. I know they got some news we'll talk about, I'm sure, at some point during the network once we really unpack more of this Monken stuff and Schwartz and all that. But just embarrassing, fellas. Embarrassing. I am 28 years old. I am one of the younger Browns fans out there that have watched them. And I'm frustrated. It's just embarrassing.
Really is. It's like we don't even care if you win championships or not. We just want you to be good. We just want you to suffice. We just want you to not get your ass kicked every week and look like fools.
Yeah.
We'd like to take a break from the mistake by the lake jokes, I mean, sure, a majority of those are funny as hell. I'll laugh at them. I'm a Cleveland resident, born and bred. A lot of those hurt, but a lot of them are funny. But I'd like to take a break from that. Like we just want you to be good. We just want you to be good.
Well, and that's kind of what mystifies me. If we want to just look at the bigger conversation for a second here about Eli saying a football town, is that the Guardians, Indians, and the Cavs have given you ample reasons to stick on that bandwagon and to keep on, even if they have in the baseball case gotten close and haven't gotten all the way there yet. But they have both given you ample reasons to enjoy the product, to enjoy the team. And then you have the Cleveland Browns that, you pair the losing with the Deshaun stuff, with the fact that it seems like at least one out of every rookie class is in a holding cell before the training camp really starts up. So it is just constant bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. And for whatever reason, everyone keeps on coming back. We will all get ready. It will all be, in August before we know it. We'll be doing training camp. We'll get ready for week 1. We'll be celebrating our 1-year anniversary on the network.
Yeah.
And it'll be just like everything started back up again, even though we'll be skeptical and we'll probably be a little, downtrodden and it won't be exactly the highest morale walking into it, but it'll be football and people will be crazy for it. For whatever reason, though, the other two teams don't have that kind of blind loyalty. The Guardians, I'll guarantee, if they put up a 70-win season this year, they're going to have attendance problems. And the Cavaliers, we're already, I don't know if they have attendance problems, but the fan base is already pretty squirrely about, the 2 times.
Yeah, we're worried.
But yeah,
What?
Weird that the Browns always get the free pass in town.
I just and to piggyback on that, Rob, TK, your guys' thoughts. I just don't know what the Browns can do to change any thoughts of the fans right now to convince them that this can get better. It's crazy to think, and we're going to take a quick pause here in a few moments. Rob, I believe you're going to join us to the top of the hour, so we're going to take a pause, have you back for one more segment. Is that cool with you? Awesome, perfect. And TK, I believe, will join us. I know TK is also probably going to be joining us with Chad. I know you guys are going to, we're going to do a sub out. You're going to have Ryan Moss, our little legal formation action. And then I'll be back here. But let me just say this, fellas, and thank you everybody tuning in on the Inside Edge Network. In a 2-week span in Cleveland, we could go from the high of the highs, Jose Ramirez, the greatest guardian of all time, in my opinion, signing.
Bob Feller wants a word, but yeah, okay, I'll give you that. Guardian.
Mm-hmm.
Guardian.
Got you there.
Nice work.
Jose Ramirez is the greatest guardian and one of the greatest Cleveland baseball players of all time, inking an extension to essentially finish his career here in Cleveland. And in the same 2-week, 3-week span, we could lose the greatest defensive player to probably ever play in Cleveland since 1999, and one of the best defensive players right with him in Denzel Ward. It just makes no sense. Sometimes I feel like we live in upside down world here in Cleveland when it comes to the Cleveland Browns. It makes zero sense, Rob, TK. I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't.
No.
So,
it makes sense in its own way. It does. Like when you can just kind of, you count on, everybody has that one friend who, always seems to be screwing up and always seems to be getting in his own way. And whenever you do have, whenever poised with the situation, you can pretty much guarantee dude will do whatever the worst case scenario is going to be. And I think the Browns are that friend for a lot of people. We'll see. Like I'm interested to see how this is going to impact with not only free agency, but guys re-signing here. You got dudes like Njoku, you got, some of these guys that are a little longer in the tooth that have some control over where they go. Where they go, I think will kind of tell a lot of the morale of the locker room. But yeah, it looks like this might just be turning into yet another reset down to the studs rebuild. So here we go again.
Here we go. And we're gonna go ahead, TK. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
The Cleveland Browns, to me, are kind of like your favorite Sarah McLachlan record. Whether it's Sweet Surrender or Angel or Adia, you love these records. You love these records, but at the same time, the climactic sadness you are going to feel either during the duration of these records being played or after the record is done playing.
Yeah, you're going to have to resist the urge to stick a fork in your eye. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the Browns have become. They're like a Sarah McLachlan record that's just put on a loop.
Yes.
After we started.
Please donate to Lost Cause puppy commercials. All right.
Well, with that being said, you can tell how the mood is here in the Inside Edge Network.
Hi, it's great.
We
Doing well.
are still trying to dissect the Todd Monken hiring. If you're just now tuning in, thank you so much for choosing the Inside Edge Network as your source for everything you need to know, sports, entertainment, and mental health. We have a plethora of weekly coverage on everything, tons of shows. Reminder, Jersey Chasers, Real Talk with Papa Moon, also some great shows here on the network, Autumn and Christie and then Papa Moon, giving you sports, entertainment, and mental health. Obviously, we mentioned TK joining Chad with Illegal Formation and on the pregame show for the NFL, and I heard you guys are doing some cool stuff. A potential Sunday sports show. So that's what Chad had mentioned to me. TK, I'm excited to hear about that here on the Inside Edge Network. Robert Zicki, of course, on the main event here with myself and Double A Anthony Alford Sunday evenings. And I'm all over the place, it seems like here. And Rob is going to give
one
go ahead.
point.
Yeah.
Pitchers and catchers report in 15 days.
Thank you. I needed that. That was the amount of that was like the shot of dopamine everybody in Cleveland just needed to hear. So thank you.
All we need.
Absolutely. For TK Dandridge, to my far right, your far left, Robert Zicki in the middle. I am Eli Moon. This is the Inside Edge Network. We're going to come back and discuss more. The Browns seem to be in a mess. Jim Schwartz isn't happy. Todd Monken doesn't know what the hell is going on, and neither do the Haslems, it appears. We're back on the Inside Edge Network. Stay tuned during the break, and we'll come back and we'll discuss a whole lot more. And welcome back, everybody, to the Inside Edge Network. Robert Zicki to the middle because we have our friend TK Dandridge. Please join us here in a second. Oh, there he is. He's over on the far right. To me, the far left of you, back at home, staying warm, hopefully during Winter Storm Fern, which doesn't seem to be ending ever. Still have a little bit more chill day here. But yes, Robert Zicki, TK Dandridge, and yes, Eli Moon, myself. Been here all with you on the Inside Edge Network, your source for everything Cleveland Browns related and everything sports, entertainment, and mental health, everything in between. We are here with you. We're going to break it down. I think, Rob, this is your final segment with us today. I believe your swan song for the day, correct?
Yeah, I gotta cook and flip burgers and such later on for sure. Yeah, I got another gig going on.
Absolutely. Well, I want to get and I know TK is going to join. Chad Bryan's going to come back here. He's just taking an intermission, taking care of some things he has to take care of, but he joined us earlier at the beginning of the show. He'll join TK, and we'll have Ryan Mosser joining later. But go ahead, Rob.
By the way, that's one thing I'm thankful for with this decision today is that tomorrow and when all this is over with today, we can all go back to our normal lives and go shopping and clean the house and not have to worry about dropping everything at the drop of a hat and just stir all this shit up. So
yeah,
at least we get to be normal people tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I agree. Well, you know what? Just a quick reminder, program reminder that we do have Thursday topics tomorrow evening. Me and Chad will be on the air for
that's fine. We know that's coming.
Yeah, we'll be on the air for the 4th day in a row, which is a record for me and Chad in terms of how many shows in a row we've done here on the Inside Edge Network. So very cool. But yes, reminder: TK Dandridge, Chad Bryan, Ryan Mosser will lead the 2:00 hour. Rob and myself will kind of segue out for a second, and I will rejoin at 3:00. Rejoin the fellas, and later on, Double A Anthony Alford, our program director of the Inside Edge Network, will join us, and Kyle Cornell of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast here on the Inside Edge Network. TK, I know you're gonna have a lot of thoughts here in the next hour or so with Chad and Ryan, so I just want to ask Rob a question here too, since we just have a few more minutes here with them. Rob, we've broken down the Monken hire, we've broken down Schwartz being upset. I guess my ultimate question to you is, how long does it take before the Browns fill their coordinator jobs, considering it took three and a half weeks to mess up the head coaching search?
You would think quickly, just because if I'm going to be hiring a head coach, I would kind of like to know who they have in their back pocket on the staff. I would think. Now, the defensive coordinator situation could get a little sticky here because, and actually I saw Alfred retweeted this one from Jordan Schultz, a bunch of things about the situation that he's at right now with the team, but Schwartz is under contract with the Browns. This is the last bullet point. So he can't just leave. But as one source put it, quote, if it has to get ugly, Schwartz is someone who is perfectly fine making it ugly. So, again, with Monken's staff, I mean, we could have a whole lot of hurdles with just getting everybody assembled. I don't know if he is going to be the offensive coordinator in this mess too, or if he's going to do what Kevin Stefanski did the first couple of years and have one in name only, or if Monken did call the plays for Baltimore, correct?
Yes, he was the offensive coordinator. He did call the plays, correct.
Okay, correct. So I don't know if he's going to continue that responsibility here. Yeah. I don't think he should, but we've seen that mistake made by many head coaches, including the last one we had here. But I think this is going to take a while. I think coaches and players alike are going to kind of use this as maybe as a stop of last resort. Like, hey, I got to be employed somewhere, so let's just go here for a year. Kind of what Monken did the last time he was here, actually.
Yeah.
Or Mike Vrabel did the year before, whatever. So yeah.
You keep bringing up Vrabel, Rob.
The Titanic didn't do a great job at taking on passengers when it was sinking. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to have a lot of people that are eager to join the festivities here in Cleveland.
You keep bringing up Mike Vrabel, Rob. It is driving me insane because, as you brought up, he was in the building last year. I just don't understand. I'm gonna like I said, I'm gonna be having my hour grabbing my lunch. Papa Moon made some turkey, some Thanksgiving dinner the other day, made it into a casserole. Casserole
Nice
like
work,
little.
TK. Nice work, TK.
Yeah. No, yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. And, I was
Just
like,
knows what you were doing there, my friend.
Okay, word. And my thing is, it's so frustrating. Like I'm gonna have to sit down for the next hour and just like do some more research. Obviously, we're getting the news as it just comes in live here on the air with you here on the Inside Edge Network. But I just don't know how to make sense of this. It's like, okay, sure, Denzel Ward. Okay, sure, maybe Myles Garrett. It could be gone. I mean, what's next? I mean, and I know it sounds like I'm already getting to that point because it feels like we're already at that point. Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett, it feels like they're already gone. To me, I mean, they haven't announced anything. This is just speculation. But if you just lost a guy that you literally were vouching for to win the gig, and he didn't get it, and now he's not even happy enough to stay in Cleveland as your DC, why would they want to stay? And it's like, who's next? Like, who's next?
What I hope happens here real quick. We've all watched the cinematic classic, Remember the Titans.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, cool. The scene where Yost is in the banquet hall informing everybody that he's going to take a year off, and all the white supremacy stands up and says, hey, we're not going to play for anybody but you, Coach Yost. You have to stick around. Nobody but you are going to quit. Maybe there might be a moment like that with like the Browns looking at Schwartz, or not the Browns, but the players, like the Garretts and everybody else in the world, saying, bro, like, we need you to stick around. You're under contract here. Can you please just take one for the team and do it for us? I doubt that'll happen, but that might be the only thing that'll stop because it doesn't feel like they stopped the ball rolling downhill. This feels like the snowball is now gaining mass and velocity with this hire. It didn't look like they solved anything today.
Yeah, and I mean, I know he's under contract. I mean, we'd have to see. Like, I mean, this is at least in Cleveland, it seems pretty unprecedented. Like we've had people leave, we've had people get fired. We never had anybody like hold out, like not come do their job under contract. As far as coaching, it's just, I mean, but who's to stop Jim Schwartz from talking to Myles Garrett right now and Denzel Ward and these guys and say, hey, I'm going to San Francisco, or I'm going here. We're gonna get this figured. The Browns are just gonna have to get rid of my contract, avoid it, just be done. And who's to stop him from bringing Myles Garrett to go line up on the other side of the football, or the other end of Nick Bosa in San Francisco, or Denzel Ward to go play lockdown corner in the Bay? I mean, it's just embarrassing, man. I am sick and tired of being the laughing stock of the league. And the only thing that saves us from being the true laughing stock of the league is that the New York Jets are still a franchise. I mean, that is the only thing we have going for us, is we have made the playoffs more times in the last 10 years than the New York Jets.
Hey, you also got the Dolphins, too. They haven't won a playoff game this century yet.
I'll give you that. But the Dolphins are always at least more competitive. Dolphins fans at least feel like, hey, we might win at least 7 or 8 games. The Browns, there is no happy medium. There isn't just a middling year. It's the Browns are either terrible or they have a few shocking years. And that's what it is. And we're going to have, Rob, I know I want to get some final thoughts from you because I know we're up against it. I want to make sure you don't have to run fast, drive fast through these crazy roads in Cleveland. But just a reminder, we'll have Ryan Mosser joining us after the break. I'll hand the baton off to Chad Bryan. I'll go eat lunch, and I'll join the guys back. But, Rob, it just feels embarrassing. It feels embarrassing that we have made more of a mess of hiring a head coach than any other franchise. No other franchise hired their head coach and the DC or OC went, yeah, I'm out of here now. I'm mad. And I'm not blaming Jim Schwartz. It's just embarrassing that we seem to have less organization than high school and college football teams.
I mean, this is the team that hired Freddie Kitchens. So, yeah.
And who was his OC? Todd Monken.
I mean, I'm just kind of numb to it at this point. Like, all of my anger and frustration and indignation came out when the Deshaun thing happened. Honestly, I thought, we talked about it yesterday a little bit. Like, I thought the Browns were kind of on their way. Baker Mayfield wasn't the greatest quarterback in the league, but he gave you a chance to win. He was somebody you could kind of, move things, actually build a franchise around for at least, 5, 6, 7 years. They kind of just decided, no, we'll go with the very criticized and much maligned quarterback from Houston. and that blew up in their face. And that's kind of where I stopped being embarrassed, because I don't think there's anything more embarrassing than that. But what is clear, and we do have a comment in here from it looks like YouTube here. Paul DePodesta ruined this franchise evolution process in both talent and coaching. And thank you for changing the color on that, Moon. So that puts my glasses on.
Sorry, my apologies. Even when he's gone, yes. Keep me on your toes, Rob. Just keep me on your toes, man. That's all. Yeah.
You look at DePodesta, and then you look at, other than that, though, the really only through line for this thing has been Jimmy Haslam. And we're now seeing that it seems like there is no better version of Jimmy. I don't think he's going to evolve anytime soon. He's not going to be a Pokemon or anything.
Not a good one, at least. Yeah.
And the Browns, if they have any success under his leadership, will be by accident, and will be, and I doubt will be for the long haul. It'll be what we saw a couple of years ago with a flash in the pan and then back to mediocrity, if not worse. So Jimmy Haslam is the issue with this whole thing. And not for nothing, I don't think, have they even put a shovel into the ground for the new stadium yet down in Brook Park? We're still waiting on that. And like, all of these things are supposed to happen that's supposed to be around the stadium, and that itself is a moving timeline. So, I mean, it seems like we have just been constantly just sold a bullshit list of goods here, and he just keeps making his money, and the fans are just going to be the fans in this situation.
Yeah. And I don't know where to go from there. As long as Jimmy Haslam is the owner of this franchise, we just seem to be doing things the opposite way of every other franchise. And so far, it has not worked out. And we have a pretty long track history here. TK, I know you're going to have a ton of thoughts. If you could just save those for our quick pause at the roughly a little.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have you said anything this break except?
I squeezed out a thought or two. I didn't want to,
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to hog the ball.
Well, here's the thing, TK. We are going to get a ton of your thoughts. You're going to have some familiar faces join you after the break. I'm going to come back. I'm going to hand the baton off to Chad Bryan and Ryan Mosser. They're going to join TK Dandridge, a little illegal formation, Inside Edge Network NFL pregame show action. Chad told me, he announced it here, so I can say it, that they're going to do a Sunday sports show debut, potentially even do an experiment there. So a lot to talk about. Rob Ruzicki, I appreciate you, my bro.
Man, I wish I could stay longer. I wish the whole capitalism thing didn't get in the way on this thing. But believe me, I think we could probably unpack this for the next couple of hours. So I'm sure we'll talk about it on the main event, though.
Sure will.
Today, double R.
Yep, double R. That's right. We got double A and double R. Uh-oh, watch out. And I'm just Eli Moon. But that's Rob Ruzicki, everybody. TK Dandridge to the far right, your left. He'll be back after the break. Rob Ruzicki in the middle. Like you said, catch him on main event Sunday evening with myself and Double A Anthony Alford here on the Inside Edge Network. As we break down more Todd Monken reaction, we'll probably have some more news on the Browns by then and the entire world of sports. And obviously, you can check him out everywhere else. As he mentioned, he's on Team 1100. So follow him at Rob on 1100. So he can go ahead and just give you all the breakdowns of the Cleveland Browns and everything else. But Rob, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Please be safe getting to where you're going. And we'll have a lot more to talk about Sunday, my bro.
All right. Yes. Good luck, gentlemen. Godspeed.
Absolutely. For TK Dandridge, Rob Ruzicki, I'm Eli Moon. We're taking a break. When we come back, Chad Bryan, Ryan Mosser, they're going to take the baton and start running the next hour. We'll come back here on the Inside Edge Network with more coverage of the Cleveland Browns hiring former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken as their next head coach of the franchise. Back after this.
Yeah.
And welcome back, everybody. Surprise. It's just me, Eli Moon, here on the Inside Edge Network, but I have some great surprises here, some great talent on the Inside Edge Network that I want to introduce to you. I'm going to hand the baton off here. Make sure you stay locked in on the Inside Edge Network because I have the Illegal Formation, the NFL pregame show here on the Inside Edge Network. That crew of Chad Bryan, Ryan Moster, and TK Dandridge join me here. They're going to grab the baton from me, run with it for the next hour, and I will join you, sub back out with Chad, and we will be talking more about it. We'll see if the fellows will stay with me, and then double A Anthony Alford and Kyle Cornell later. Without further ado, Chad Bryan, Ryan Moster, TK Dandridge. Fellas, the floor is yours. The floor is yours. I'm going to bow out and go eat lunch and try to process all of this. I'll be back with more later, guys. The floor is yours.
That was cool. We had a Brady Bunch moment there for a second. I like that. That was I'll stick around the boxes. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's look, it's the Sunday NFL pregame show. What's going on? It's not Sunday. Why are we here? What happened?
Ryan, how we feeling today, brother?
Dude, much better, much better. My wife is happy because taking care of 3 babies and a sick husband is not fun. So
no. And listen, I don't know about you guys. I know when I have a mild cold, I'm a handful for my wife. Like I don't even have to feel bad, and I'm still a complete
right.
Yeah, when you're down like that, man, it's rough.
Yeah, it was awful, but I'm much better. Thank you for asking.
Little context. Ryan Moster was under the weather this past weekend. I don't think we need to get into details, but he's feeling better now. That's what's important. So listen, it's your Sunday NFL pregame crew. We're here. We're talking about the Browns. That's good, right? And then they hired Todd Monken, and maybe that's not so great. A lot of people. I'm monitoring social media, and it seems like a lot of you aren't very excited about it. I just wanted to say real quick, guys, according to Jordan Schultz of the Schultz Report, according to one source, Schwartz, yes, still is under contract, but, quote, if it has to get ugly, Schwartz is someone who will be perfectly fine making it ugly, referring to the fact that Jim Schwartz may not be the happiest to hear of the Todd Monken hire. Apparently thought he had the inside track and expected and wanted to get the job. Left Berea angrily this morning. Told a few people goodbye on his way out. Ryan Moster, this is pretty much worst case scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I'm in a mixed bag of emotions today, I guess. I wanted Jim Schwartz. I mean, obviously John Harbaugh, and once the big names are out of the race, Jim Schwartz was my top pick. And I was preparing for Nate Scheelhaus. I think 0% of people last night were thinking, Todd Monken at all. After, I was fine initially. Then I saw, the Jim Schwartz reaction, and I was pissed. I was like, why the heck would we do this? After, doing some research, studying a little bit, I get it because our defense has been really good. Yes, that's a testament to Jim Schwartz, of course, but that's not what we are lacking. That's not what we need. And Todd Monken does allegedly fill what we need, much more so than Jim Schwartz. It's unfortunate. Yeah. I do expect him to go. I said if we hired any defensive minded coach at all, he was gone. But of course, they hired Todd Monken, who's been around the NFL. He was a head coach in college football. He's been around for a long time. Maybe one of, maybe an equal to Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz did have the head coaching experience beforehand. I could have, easily, seen Jim Schwartz as a head coach. But yeah, it's weird now, man. I expect him to be gone. I expected some animosity for sure. And there's definitely some uncertainty of this, for this team for next year. Yeah, we have the pieces. We still hopefully, will show some sort of resemblance of a top 5 defense next year. But nonetheless, this does throw a wrench into things for sure. So.
Yeah, TK, I mentioned it earlier when you were on. Oh, you didn't have to leave. Okay, I scared him out of here. Anyway, I mentioned earlier when TK was on with Eli and myself that supposedly Grant Delpit is going around social media liking every Kevin Stefanski related post, coming out of Atlanta. So I'm going to get TK back in here quickly. Drove out of our lives for a moment. It's you got Grant Delpit. I was just saying, TK, I mentioned earlier to you, supposedly liking every Kevin Stefanski related post that's coming out of Atlanta, anything positive anyway. And you can't. It's terrifying, really. I mean, you can't help but think that you've got somebody at really 2 important positions now. I guess you had Denzel Ward, vocally in support of Jim Schwartz. Not that he's come out to, like he hasn't said anything against Todd Monken at all. I don't expect any of those guys to say it publicly, at least until they talk with their agents and figure out how to handle it if they want out of here. Now that Schwartz may be gone. But yeah, I mean, Denzel Ward was touting Jim Schwartz hard, the day that Kevin Stefanski was fired. We talked about it earlier. And now it seems like the rug's been pulled out from under Schwartz a little bit. We talked about last night when I was on with Eli. It's just what Jim Schwartz's mood was. We don't know, right? We didn't know. We didn't know if he was just, hey, I'm supportive. I'm here for the franchise. If you want me to be the DC, I'll be the DC. If I'm the head coach, I'm the head coach, whatever. Now we know that it seems like there were some expectations on his part. Maybe he expected to get that head coaching spot. So I don't know. I mean, TK, I don't know. We've talked about it. I mean, if guys want out, man, who do you think is the first domino to fall? I mean, is it going to be Denzel Ward? Is it Myles Garrett? He's already been vocal about a trade once. Grant Delpit seems like he might be a part of the Falcons thing down the NFC South. Or what do you think?
Gentlemen, I definitely think one of the first dominoes to fall will definitely be single season sack king record holder Myles Garrett. We all remember the crash out right before the Super Bowl in which he vehemently requested for a trade from this franchise. And a lot of us really couldn't disagree with him. We full-hearted understood. We agreed, hey, look, this isn't it. We haven't been doing the right things. We have not been consistent. We have not been playing up to our standard at all. And so he voiced that he wanted to move on. Denzel then followed that with his own trade request. I would not be surprised if it happened again within the next couple of weeks. Hopefully, they will at least attempt to meet with Coach Monken and to possibly see what the direction of this team is. I would assume that they would want to improve on a 5-12 record. Monken is going to be 60 this year. I don't think rebuilding is a word that he wants to use at this stage in his life, in this stage of his NFL coaching career. Granted, this is his very first head coaching job in the NFL. This was very much a fuck it hire if I have ever seen one. And we have seen our share of fuck it hires in the past. This is by far and large the biggest fuck it hire that I have seen in quite some time. Considering that there were two other teams that needed head coaches, and they are still very much doing their due diligence in the Arizona Cardinals and the Las Vegas Raiders. For all of the talk of wanting a young offensive mind and trying to find the great value Sean McVay or whatever the hell the optic was to just do a complete 180 after flying out to Los Angeles and spending over 7 hours with Nathan Shieldhouse of the Los Angeles Rams, and then to have this news come out just this morning. Yeah, I can understand if Myles or Denzel definitely wanted out. Like I have repeatedly said, this was absolutely, positively a fuck it hire. And that is what it should be classified as. This should be the first thing on NFL.com. Jimmy Haslam, owner of the Cleveland Browns, has just completed the first fuck it hire of the season. And this is exactly what it should be called for the rest of the duration of his time here. Granted, I do think he has a chance to have success here in Cleveland. He has openly admitted to screwing over Lamar Jackson. Maybe he'll realize exactly what he has here in Cleveland, which is not damn Lamar Jackson, and maybe he'll take his job more seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to take anything seriously. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I think, you called it, you named it, the thing that you named it, that hire, that's the response they might get from a lot of season ticket holders at this point. I think, Ryan, what do you make? TK mentioned them going out to LA and spending, a whole work day with Nate Shieldhouse and then coming away with nothing. Do you think that's because the Browns were uncomfortable moving forward with Nate Shieldhouse, or do you think that's because Nate Shieldhouse was maybe uncomfortable moving forward with the Browns?
I don't know. I mean, you'd like to think that obviously, the Browns were uncomfortable with what they heard. They went out there, came back, had their meeting, and then made their final decision. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just the last not 24 hours, less than 24 hours. This has been absolutely insane. Twitter last night was insane. Rumors, rumors or facts, I don't know. Allegedly, Andrew Berry storming out of Jimmy Haslam's office saying that if you hire Jim Schwartz, I'm quitting and this and that, and let me pick my young guy. And then everyone's expecting Shieldhouse, and then nothing happens this morning. And then, this afternoon we find out it's neither of the guys. It's Todd Monken. I mean, you'd like to think that ownership did not have a hand in this, that they let Andrew Berry do this. I don't know if that's the best decision either. I mean, either way, I don't know, because I don't trust the ownership. I don't trust Andrew Berry. I don't know if Andrew Berry necessarily made the right decision either, but it's hard to see who necessarily had their hands in the cookie jar, especially when reports are going Shieldhouse. He's going to quit his job if Shieldhouse isn't hired, and Jimmy Haslam is fighting for his guy to stay in the building. And then reports of hey, even if we hire someone else, we still want to retain him. And I guess you should have asked the guy who kept the job, if you wanted to be retained if they chose someone else, because obviously he's heard that, but he's got other plans. So. Yeah. Dude, it's a mess. I don't know. I do have hope. I do see some positivities with Todd Monken, but there are so many holes on this offense. It's hard to see the Browns specifically next year, maybe some hope going into 2027, but next year it's going to be rough, man. And hopefully Todd isn't going to be the scapegoat. And, they hired this guy. I don't want him to, if they're going to keep Andrew Berry in house and keep all these guys, I want him to keep them for a while. So hopefully it's not a one and done. And hopefully he has some success, man. I don't know, but next year's going to be difficult for sure.
Yeah, next year will be difficult. I think a lot of people knew that regardless of who you hired. I don't think anyone was going to come in here and turn around a non-existent offensive line and nothing in the wide receiver room and question marks at quarterback into 12-5 or 13-4, win the division, go to the divisional round or the AFC championship game. I don't think anybody really expected that. I mean, you can hope for it and that's fine, but you can also, hope in one hand and do something else in the other and see which comes up first. But I think it's going to take I said it earlier. I think it's going to take some time to build this team. And you kind of have to build it from the inside out on the offense now. You can't be, everybody's like, hey, go get a quarterback, go get whoever. I've heard people kicking around Ty Simpson's name lately, and it confuses me. I didn't see much of anything that would make you think that Ty Simpson would be able to walk into this quarterback room and, make any kind of a difference over what we have. Again, we don't know what we have in some ways. Dylan Gabriel didn't have a very good showing of it last year. Didn't seem to be able to throw the ball down the field. Shedeur Sanders showed flashes. Also probably played a little bit too much hero ball, right? Took some chances maybe you shouldn't have taken, but you'll have that with a rookie quarterback. I think you can fix that. Probably more, you can fix that better than you can fix the not being able to throw the ball 25 yards, right? You can't really, there's nothing you can do about that. And for all the talk about Dylan Gabriel's velocity at the combine, how does it not relate? I don't get how it doesn't translate into distance. I'm really confused. Maybe he needs to work with Tom Brady on the angle of the ball where he throws into the wind or something. I don't know. I just don't know. But I think my point is, you come in, you whoever comes into this is coming into an offensive mess right now, just because of the question marks and the vacancies really. And it's going to be probably a 2-year thing. And it makes me wonder if, some of the disagreement was, hey, let's bring in the young guy. Well, no, because it's going to make the young guy look bad, right? We're not ready for the young guy. Well, we're not. What about Jim Schwartz? What happens to the defense? Who do we bring in? Okay, well, let's bring in Todd Monken. At least Todd Monken has some kind of a semblance of he can build a running game, right? Todd Monken can at least stabilize your running game. Well, not without an offensive line, right? You could just see him going back and forth. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe Monken is the bridge guy for 2 or 3 years. Maybe they know internally, it's going to be bad. Let's regroup. But I mean, then you lose your window with this defense. And that to me is probably the thing that makes me feel the most panic, right? Is like the fact that then Myles Garrett is 3 years older, Denzel Ward 3 years older, Grant Delpit 3 years older. And not in a sense of Carson Schlesinger being 3 years older or Mason Graham, right, where they're 3 years into their young career, these guys are going to be closer to the end. And I just don't know how much wear and tear Myles Garrett could take. I mean, he's a big dude. He's asked to do a lot physically, right? For all the talk that he takes plays off, I mean, Myles Garrett is always playing hurt. He's always got something going on. We're running out of time here, with this defense. And if you don't get something figured out on offense within the next season or two, you're looking at another 5-year rebuild project. And then you're moving into a dome with even more question marks, right? You're going to it's just, I don't know. TK, say something to make me feel better, man. I don't think he's going to say anything to make me feel better right now, is he? That was
said, you guys still hear me?
You're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. All right. Granted, what I said is what I said. Todd Monken is particularly the type of coach that I do believe that the Browns need, in a sense. You may need someone with a lot of experience with that old school temperament. Somebody that doesn't sassafras, that puts the foot up the ass when needed. So in that term, it's like, okay.
Does that mean he's not a player's coach? Does that mean he's not a player's coach?
I necessarily wouldn't call him that much of a player's coach. I wouldn't necessarily call him a dictator or disciplinarian or anything like that. But at the same time, I think he's been around enough to know, like, hey, when my team needs a little shock of energy or needs to, tell them about themselves at times, when things are ugly or when we need to pick things up or make changes. So in that regard, it's like, okay, now this wasn't necessarily the worst thing that they could have done. I thought Anthony Lynn would have been definitely a nice choice for head coach, seeing that he's had a ton of NFL experience in the NFL himself. He has a winning record as a head coach. But, I do understand, hey, maybe they really were into Todd Monken. Maybe we just weren't very clear of it. We just didn't think it was possible, because it's like, you were here in 2019, you were a part of the Freddie Kitchens fiasco, and you couldn't make things work with Baker and Chubb Rock and OBJ and Jarvis and Joko and all those guys.
A lot of talent.
So it just didn't make sense for him to say, yeah, I want to try that shit again. Yeah, that was fun. Embarrassing the hell out of myself in front of everyone. That was fantastic. I just don't see where the correlation is with that. And I think that's probably the biggest shock of it all, is that we just don't know as to why this hire was made. It just really doesn't make any sense right now. And it just boldly screams, fuck it. Like I just can't get off of that. Like all you've said, the circles that you have ran around this fans for the past 3.5 weeks, it's like, my goodness.
Yeah, it's a mess. There's a lot going on. I mean, like I said, Roger 51 has some thoughts on YouTube. This is he took the time to put the caps lock on for this one. I mean, I get it, Roger. I understand. It feels like every bad decision has Jimmy Haslam's name all over it, his hands in it. It just feels like like he pays the football guys to make the football decisions, and then at the last second he vetoes it, right? Blows it all apart. That's what it feels like. It may not be the case at all. We don't know. And listen, two things are terrifying thoughts to me, and I'm not sure which one's worse, to be honest with you. Is it worse to you guys? And Ryan, I guess I'll ask you first. Is it worse to you to think of Jimmy Haslam knowing, first part, knowing that this was going to make Jim Schwartz feel upset and feel, alienated or whatever, ostracized, whatever you want to say, overlooked? Or is it worse that Jimmy Haslam could have possibly made this decision and not known how it was going to affect Jim Schwartz? I think both of those are pretty terrifying, but one of those is definitely worse in my mind. What do you think?
I mean, anyone with the brain would have, could have seen this coming. I mean, Jim Schwartz, just his mentality, his demeanor, his pedigree, he was, I mean, not a lot of people like it, but he's been in this organization. He had a top 5 defense this year. He knows this organization. Like, he deserved this job just as much as probably anyone did, in terms of just like what he's done in the NFL. I mean, I knew if they were to hire a 30-year-old offensive or a guy who's never been a coordinator before to be the head coach, he's probably going to go. He's going to feel insulted, regardless if they try to retain him on as defensive coordinator. The same can be said with Todd Monken. Like I said, someone who he probably considers a peer, probably someone that he thinks that he has a better resume than. If you look through the trees for what it was, it doesn't matter what Jimmy Haslam was saying when he wanted to retain him. It doesn't matter because Jim Schwartz, if he wasn't going to be the head coach, he was gone. Period. And that's unfortunate, but that's the realization. So.
Yeah, I mean that's where we are. I mean, TK, in your mind, is it worse that Jimmy Haslam could have made this decision that without even knowing how it would have affected Jim Schwartz's mentality or his attitude? I mean, man, he says there's no dysfunction in the building and communication is just fine. I can't believe he would have knowingly blown up the 5th best defense in the league and ran the coordinator out of here on purpose. Would he have, or could he just not have known? I mean, like I said, both of those things are bad in my mind. But I think not knowing is worse, right?
Listen, Jimmy Haslam wants so badly to be Jerry Jones, and it's sick. It makes you want to throw up. He wants so badly to have that type of mystique, that type of power, that type of success that he has had, granted long ago. I just can't wait to see him at the press conference doing his best Jerry Jones impression. We must win. We will win. Win is the name of the game. And just looking dopey as all hell while he's doing it. If
he says comfortable, TK, I'm turning it off. If he says the word comfortable,
he needs to remove that word from his vocabulary, because I don't even know how you could say that as much as he does with how successful he's been. So, but that's just Jimmy not making sense again. Anyway, I just see it's the same thing all over again. This is him listening to the homeless guy instead of the scout that he paid $100,000 to tell him which quarterback in the 2014 draft class was the most NFL ready.
Yeah.
You could have just gave a homeless dude $100K, bro. You could have got him off the street. Did you get him something to eat? You get him something to drink? How about a fresh pair of drawers? Man. You took his draft advice over the scout that you got. Hey, you should have put him on the damn scouting team. You gonna do that?
Hey, it worked out well. Like Skip Bayless told you, Johnny Manziel is now a bigger name here than LeBron James, just like Skip Bayless said.
Which is, Jesus. Let's not get started on him. But yeah, this is him hiring Hugh Jackson over Sean McDermott in 2016, thus leading us to a 336-1 record during his tenure here. This is him hiring Freddie Kitchens over Greg Williams in 2019 when he took on this dysfunctional ass franchise when we were 2-5-1 and couldn't do anything right. We got rid of that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle looking ass fool Hugh Jackson and that goofy goober ass clown Todd Haley. Got them the hell up out of here. And then you appoint Greg Williams as the man. And in that first practice, you saw how organized things were, because it's kind of hard to put bullshit by a guy whose dream job was once to be a prison guard in a maximum security prison. But instead, John Dorsey's sitting up here looking for goofy people to kiss his ass all around the organization just because he's funny and he's still a jarhead in his head. You see, he hasn't gotten a general manager job since then, They talk about he's doing so.
Strays, by the way, TK, no one's safe. Everyone is catching strays right now from TK Dandridge. No
Everybody. It's a free for all. You see, he's doing such a good job in Detroit. That's because Brad Holmes told his ass to sit in the back and don't say shit to nobody. Your ass here to scout. Ain't no damn reality TV show. You get your ass in that office and you help us find out the next good players that we need to get on this team. I don't want you saying nothing. You ain't got control over nothing in here.
Man.
Because if that's how you commend your hot start, that blazing hot start that he had, the 2018 draft, the 2018 free agency period that he had, the trades that he made during the season. You combat that hot start with some dog shit like that and think you're finna keep your damn job. And think that that's not going to put a stain on the owner's resume. Man. This irresponsible motherfucker.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm going to take a break here. I don't have Eli Moon's music to play during the break. I feel bad about that. I wish I could just run back TK's last 5 minutes and just play that, loop that on the break real quick. Everybody caught a every single person in the NFL caught a stray right there, I think. But let's take a quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. We just want to take a minute to regroup, go grab something to drink, grab a snack. TK, I don't know if you're driving. Are you driving somewhere right now? Where are you going? Oh, hold on.
I'm actually heading out to Aurora right now. Going to do a little bit of grocery shopping.
I got you.
What's happening?
And you guys hear
You're good.
The worst possible time. Listen, TK, handle what you got to handle. We're gonna go to break. It's off the rails. Like I said, I'm sorry I don't have some music for you during the break. We'll talk to Eli Moon about maybe getting that loaded in here. And just hang out with us for a couple minutes. We'll be right back on the Inside Edge Network. Appreciate you guys. All right, welcome back. Let's get TK back in there. There we go. I thought you drove out of our lives again, man. I was worried about you. We are back. We are continuing our Browns head coach search and parent find. We're continuing that coverage here on the Inside Edge Network, and we got an interesting comment. We're getting TK drove out of our lives again. We miss you. We'll see you soon, buddy. A lot of comments rolling in. I want to talk about the latest one. TJ of Wakanda, 8027. Listen, I trust anybody coming out of Wakanda, to be honest with you. It says Ravens fan here. Todd is a great pickup for y'all. Listen, I don't necessarily disagree. I think he's going to come in and stabilize the running game. I think that's one thing. TJ, I don't know if you know how much of a mess this roster is. It's just sometimes when you're on the outside, and I'm sure you're familiar with how bad the Browns have looked or whatever is going on. And we appreciate you, TJ. Thanks for watching, man. Thanks for chiming in. We appreciate it, man. And maybe you can tell us a little bit more about why you think. But yeah, I think he's going to come in and help stabilize the run game a bit. I think that I don't know. I guess TJ, it just feels like it's not the exciting hire, and not that listen. I don't claim to know. Really, I didn't know anything about Nate Shieldhouse. I said this here last night on the network. I didn't know anything about him 2 months ago. Had barely heard his name. I mean, I remember him playing quarterback at Illinois, but it wasn't like he was on my radar to come fix this Browns team, right? To fix this franchise. So I don't know. I mean, I think once the smoke blows over, sometimes the unfortunate thing is the NFL has like all these dates to keep you engaged all year. So sometimes the smoke never really blows over, especially when you're a Browns fan, always looking forward to the draft or, finding a quarterback after 26 seasons of futility there. And it wasn't all futile. I mean, we had a couple of guys in there that looked really good. Some guys got hurt. Some guys didn't have an offensive line. Some guys we just completely ran out of town. Things happen during that time, right? Yeah, TJ, I think that Monken does bring certain positive aspects. And I think we're going to try to focus on those going forward. But it's just hard for a franchise that, you get us excited for the shiny new thing. And then you give us, no offense to Todd Monken, but I'm going to make a Men in Black reference. You give us old and busted, right? And it's like, well, okay.
I disagree. All right, I haven't got the talk yet, so I'm gonna talk. Sorry. So I mean, I'm gonna try to talk TK off the ledge a little bit. I mean, Todd Monken is not just some Joe Schmo. All right, I don't think it's an F it. I'm not gonna say it. F it higher, as TK said. I see that. I personally don't see the allure with Nate Shieldhouse at all. I don't. He's been in the NFL 2 years. He's never called plays. Just because he's been up Sean McVay's ass doesn't mean he's qualified to be the head coach of our team. It doesn't. It's ridiculous. This guy is so underqualified. It's ridiculous. I don't care about the what ifs and the hopes and dreams. Oh, he could. I don't give a crap. This guy's never done anything. Todd Monken's been everywhere. Okay. Everywhere. I mean, he's got a resume that looks like a roadmap of every level of the football. He also played quarterback. He played it for a small school. He was a position coach, a play caller, a head coach in college football, a national champion. An architect of one of the most efficient offenses in the NFL. He's been everywhere. He's coached everything. He's built explosive units completely in totally different environments. That's the appeal personally. He's not not tied to one system. He builds what is around him. I mean, just some of the guys. Let's look here. 2018 Tampa Bay had the number one passing offense as the offensive coordinator. They had multiple receivers with 1,000 yards, huge explosive play numbers. Even in Cleveland, I understand, it's still Cleveland. 2019, he was here. Nick Chubb rushed for nearly 1,500 yards. Baker had a career passing yards. He threw for 3,827 yards, which is fourth most in Cleveland Browns history, and only 49 yards off of second in Browns history, behind Bryan Hype, obviously, the only 4,000-yard season in our history in 1960. Jarvis Landry had almost 1,200 yards this season. OBJ had his last 1,000-yard season that year. That offense looked really 1,500 yards Nick Chubb, 1,200 from Landry, 1,000 from OBJ. I mean, when he went to Georgia the next year, Stetson Bennett, he coached as a Heisman finalist. Stetson Bennett, that dude sucks. Brock Bowers became one of the best tight ends in the NFL. They had a top 10 scoring offense in offense in I can't talk. I'm getting excited. Sorry. In scoring efficiency, he had 2 national titles at Georgia. In Baltimore, he had Lamar as an MVP candidate. The Ravens led the league in rushing. They threw for 4,000 plus yards and became one of the most balanced offenses in the sport. Obviously, because Derrick Henry in his first year dominated as well. All I'm saying is everywhere this guy goes, somebody has the best year of their career. I just think he's exactly what the Browns have lacked. And I'm not pounding the table for this guy. It is what it is. He's our head coach. So I'm going to look at the facts here. I mean, the Browns have had a championship level defense for 2 years now. And that's tough tits. It hasn't done anything. We still suck. I mean, what they haven't had is an offense that can match it. Monken is the kind of coach who can build a modern, adaptable, quarterback-friendly system, that finally gives the Browns an identity on that side of the ball. He knows the AFC North inside and out. He spent the last 3 years game planning against, the same defenses that Cleveland sees every year. He knows the personnel. He knows the tendencies. He knows the matchups, the weaknesses. He already knows Cleveland. He was here in 2019. I don't know. I mean, the quarterback would benefit the most, whoever that is. Hopefully he can bring something with Shedeur here. That's the big question. And Chad brought it up as well. I mean, the huge question here is obviously, who do we have on this roster? This draft is going to be incredibly, incredibly important. Andrew Berry has sustained his position with the Browns because of the first 4 picks in the draft last season, even though he still mismanaged it with, drafting 2 running backs, drafting 2 quarterbacks. And then you see the state of this offensive line, which, our 3 main starters are going to be free agents, basically. Unrestricted free agents, excuse me. So, I mean, I don't know. There are a lot of holes, but I do definitely see a path where Todd Monken can be successful. Like I said, I would much rather have Todd Monken than Nate Shieldhouse, who has literally done nothing and just has McVay's farts around him, and that's why he's going to be a head coach. So,
yeah, I mean, listen, we're not trying to disparage McVay's farts. Like, I'm sure they're fine, right, as far as farts go. I'm not sure how many people like farts, but yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I remember, Ryan, at one point looking at the possibility of John Harbaugh coming here, right? And I started I remember we talked about this. I was looking into his coaching staff, and I was okay. Well, what if we get Todd Monken as an offensive coordinator? I'd welcome him back in that role. And there was a point where I was excited about that. And I don't think that it's anything personal against Todd Monken. I think it just feels like, whenever something's new and exciting, even if we don't know that Nate Shieldhouse is going to be anything in the NFL. We don't really know that Grant Udinski is going to have any kind of a future as a head coach. We don't know these things. We can never know how they're going to pan out. And the reality of it is, even if let's say we hired Nate Shieldhouse, right? And he completely fails here. On the alternate timeline, we don't hire him, which we didn't. He may go somewhere else. That's a much better situation for him when he's ready. And he may succeed there. And ultimately you'll have Browns fans 10 years down the line go, that's it. They should have hired Shieldhouse, but we don't know that that's the way it would have worked out here. Right. Every situation is different. I mean, you can put a guy in all 32 different franchises at the same position. And I bet you would have, you can only have so many different outcomes when you talk about a coach, but it would go 32 different ways, right? Depending on personnel, depending on influence from the front office, depending on, a lot of different things, the coaching staff. Just there are so many X factors that it's so hard to compare. It's almost apples to oranges, really, when you're talking about one guy in one organization versus another guy in a different organization with different personnel and different schemes and whatever. I agree with TJ, and I agree that I think he is a good pickup. I thought he was good as an offensive coordinator. I just questioned him as head coach. I'm trying to be positive right now. And Ryan, you made me feel a little bit better.
And I'm never positive. I mean, I'm just looking at it comparing the guys. I still want Jim Schwartz. I still think he should be the head coach, but he's not. So if I'm comparing him and Shieldhouse, I mean, it's unprecedented. This guy's resume is incredibly, incredibly vast and much more appealing than Shieldhouse. I understand the hope that he could become the next guru, but I'm tired of hope, man. I just want to win. I'm tired of hope and prayers and fairy dust, man. This guy has a resume. I like the resume. He wasn't my first choice, but I mean, it is what it is. So
yeah, maybe he has the highest floor of all the candidates, and maybe, in a way I'm comfortable with that. Oh no. I did it. Maybe in a way I'm okay with that. I want to say comfortable.
Sure.
Yeah, but you made me feel a little bit better. You're right. I mean, when you look around Todd Monken's offenses, you're right. I mean, the facts are the facts, and you are the most realistic person I know. By the way, when we talk sports, you don't get carried away by I'm ultra positive on this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy. You just kind of say the facts as they are, and I will give you that. And you're right. Someone has the best year of their career everywhere he goes. Someone has a really, really good year. All kinds of offense in 2019, right? There was dysfunction from the top, and I mean from the top of the coaching staff, and ultimately from the top from the owner's box. I mean that's a given in Cleveland. But at some point, Jimmy Haslam's going to get too tired to meddle so much, right? As you get older, you get more tired. Eventually, maybe he'll just become too tired to meddle so much. And maybe Todd Monken is the guy to help stabilize the roster, stabilize the offense. Maybe he is kind of a bridge coach. I don't think he's going to be here for 20 years, Ryan. I mean, but that's okay. Yeah. If he takes the ship and gets it going the right direction for 4 or 5 seasons, and I'm keeping an eye on TK to see if he pops back into the room here. Yeah, we lost him again. But yeah, if he's the guy that takes the ship and gets it going in the right direction and kind of gets us into calmer waters, and we can start maybe bringing that average win total up to 8, 9, 10 a season, we're going to feel pretty good about Todd Monken, right? And then maybe at that point, that's when you promote a guy internally, someone who's been working under Coach Monken for 4 or 5 seasons, that's familiar with the offense, knows the roster, knows whatever, right? Can navigate the front office concerns and whatever else you have going on in Berea. I don't know. You made me feel a little better, actually. I mean, I think it just feels like after all the search and all the new glitz and glamour people, it's like you go with the familiar, the guy who's been here before. And I think to some people that does feel like a failure.
I agree. I mean, yeah, I like I said, if I could have retained him, I would have kept him as moved him as head coach for sure. I think he was just because he's been in the organization. I think he was the right candidate. But I do, like I said, I'm not going to be naive and cross my hands and stomp my feet because my guy didn't get it. I do see positivities in Todd Monken. Do I say he's the savior? I don't know. He could be a one-year guy, but I do see a path where this guy can be successful, and it's going to have to start with him implementing his offense with the with what we have around this roster, and then Andrew Berry actually hitting his draft picks and continuing to hit his draft picks. That's what's gonna, and then obviously eventually getting out of the Deshaun Watson contract and all this other stuff, but that just takes time. So right now it's going to be him establishing the culture, especially with Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, all these guys, Grant Delpit, these stars on a Super Bowl caliber defense that feel like they just are about to get lose their guy. So he's got a lot of mending wounds to do, but like I said, I do see a clear path here. I'm not saying it's going to happen because this is the Browns, and as Browns fans, we have seen a lot of bad, but I do see a clear path. So
yeah, that's good. I can't imagine bringing a defensive coordinator in here that's going to not be able to or want to work with guys like Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, and Grant Delpit. I mean, I would think anybody you would bring in would clearly see those guys as assets. Carson Swessinger, Mason Graham.
I think it's more the latter, who they think is, has the credentials to coach them. I don't know if that's warranted necessarily. Maybe Myles or Denzel, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to even try to speculate on who. Now, who? Okay, let me ask you this. I'll just ask it this way. I was going to say, who do you think comes in as the coordinators on each side of the ball? Then, if Schwartz does truly leave, but that's too much of an open. Who do you think makes that decision? Is that a Todd Monken thing? Do they default to him to build a staff? Does Jimmy Haslam and does he try to team up with Andrew Berry to try to build that for Monken? I mean, are we forcing guys to work together? Or are we letting Monken pick his staff?
You have to let Monken pick. You have to. I mean, he's been around the NFL forever. He's been on so many different teams, like I said, in so many different situations. He knows coaches. He has relationships with a ton of guys. I mean, you chose this man to run your team, so you got to let him pick his own coaches, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair too. I think that's the only way to really do it. If you're going to put a guy in charge, you've got to give him, you got to give him the keys, right? You can't just say, hey, you're in charge of the car, but we want you to sit in the passenger seat and just maybe tell me where to turn. You know what I mean? You can't do that. You got to let him drive the car.
Yeah, that would have been like a Shieldhouse guy, a guy who's never called plays and is just happy to be here, and hopefully will be the next, eventually earn the opportunity to make those calls. But I don't know.
Yeah, and I see your point on Shieldhouse. I think the new shiny package that got me excited because it's like, okay, well, we don't know anything about this guy. He's excited. The Rams passing game is exciting, but how much of that is really due to him? I mean, it's one of those things, right? You get yourself adjacent to a really good quarterback on the offensive side of the ball, and you have like this stream of jobs for the next decade. I mean, everyone's going to take a chance on you because, hey, this guy was on the coaching staff with Joe Burrow or Matt Stafford or whoever that quarterback is that gets you that credit. But hey, we're going to welcome TK back in and back out and back in. So hey, what's going on, TK? But yeah, I don't know. Ryan and I were just talking about the fact that we think that Todd Monken can at least come in and probably stabilize the running game a little bit. And that I do like the fact that he builds offenses based around the personnel that he has. Not, hey, give me 5 to 7 years to build my ideal roster, and then my system will start to try to work, right? Like that got a little bit frustrating with Kevin Stefanski. It's like we always needed Kevin's guys. We needed his quarterback. We needed his receivers. We needed his this, his that. We never had it, right? I mean, in the NFL, the reality is you don't have a very long window to have your guys. So you better be able to look at your roster, your, however many you guys you have to work with on offense and go, okay, this is the talent I have. These are the strengths. These are the weaknesses. This is the type of offense I can build. We'll expand upon it if we, whatever. But you've got to have a base of you have to know what works and what doesn't work. You can't try to collect guys for your system, right? You have to tailor the system around the guys. I mean, that's the way it works.
And I like that. I mean, because often Monken gets labeled as, an air raid, play caller. And I think that's a big misconception about him. I mean, there are air raid elements in what he does, but calling his offense air raid offense is like calling a steakhouse a salad bar, just because it's their lettuce. So I don't know. I mean, he runs a modern pro style spread offense. It borrows concepts from the air raid from West Coast. And power run football. Like you said, he loves running the ball. And it blends him into, one adaptable system. It's not like he's not air raid. He's not like a Shanahan wide zone guy. Not like a pure spread guy. He's all of them in one. He's not heavy gap downhill guy. He definitely adapts to the personnel, and I really I like that because like you said with Stefanski, like dude, no matter what Stefanski's gonna do, Stefanski's own stuff. He wasn't gonna adapt for nothing, and that was one of the main criticisms I had of him. There was no adjustments, no adaptations. He was just gonna go down with his burning ship, and at least this. Like I said, I don't know if it's going to work, especially with the lack of personnel that we have, but I see a path. So,
yeah, Monken is the life raft. Okay, I think Eli stepped away for a moment. I'm going to put up this comment from Conservative Danker. That's the profile picture there is amazing, by the way. It says keep an eye on Lou Skolins for OC. Okay, I mean I'm loving to get some names in here. TK, I just asked Ryan, I think right before you came back, if there's you have to let Todd Monken build this staff, right? You can't force him to work with offensive coordinators.
Bro, he was playing a joke on me. Saying loose colon. He's being dumb.
I love it. Yeah, I love it. That's what I said. I love the names in here, man. What's better? Let's put it back up because I love the profile picture. I love I'm just gonna keep it up there. Loose colons, because the Browns blow a lot of. Okay, never mind. We're not doing that.
Chill out there, bud. Thanks for the comment.
I think Gabe is a great fellow. We're not putting up with the comments. Sorry, buddy. This made me laugh way harder than it should have. TK, you got to let him build his staff, right? You have to let him bring in his coordinators.
Absolutely. I mean, look, as much as we love Jim Schwartz here, and as historic as that 2023 defense was, and as historic as the 2024 and 2025 defense could have been, had things gone better on the offensive side of the football, we can't force him to work with somebody he's not willing to work with. And so, I honestly think Todd was welcoming the idea of working with Jim Schwartz. I mean, They're around the same age. They've been in the NFL, just as long as each other, damn near. So, you would think they would be able to coincide with each other. But I honestly think this is more of I think Jimmy Haslam probably broke a promise to Jim Schwartz that he probably shouldn't have made. And I'm sure that upset Jim Schwartz gratefully. And hey, rightfully so, man. So I don't know. But how long it takes him to build the staff is going to be the big mystery that I hope is solved really quickly, man. I'm kind of nervous about it.
Well, I would just like to get some stability back on the defensive side of the ball. If Schwartz does leave, I want to get someone in here right away. And you can't start texting and calling. Like, you got to have face-to-face meetings with this defense, right? Like, you got to get in and talk to this guy. You got to talk him off the ledge, so to speak. But, well, we're going to take a break here on the Inside Edge Network. I'm going to step out for a little bit. I'm going to let Eli Moon come back in and kind of guide you guys through the rest of the afternoon. I'm not sure if Ryan and TK are going to stick around with you or not. But we'll at least have Eli there, and we'll get we're a couple hours away from getting Double A, Anthony Alford, our producer, in as well. As soon as he's done with his afternoon, things that he has going on, we'll get him in. So again, we just want to take a quick break on the Inside Edge Network. We are continuing our coverage of the Cleveland Browns head coach search and head coach location, as it were. 2026. We've got Todd Monken in. He's the guy. He's going to come stabilize the run game. He's leading us. We're going 14-3 next year. We're going to win the division. Everything's fine. Or we're going 3-14, and we're not going to do anything next year. We're going somewhere between there is probably the more realistic situation. It's going to take some time. Hang in there, Browns fans. Just be patient. And remember that we've got some great suggestions for coordinators in the comments. For some reason that one just won't go up on the screen. I don't know why that is, but we're going to take a break. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Like I said, I'll be gone. Eli will come back in. I'll be back with you later tonight. Eli and I will be here about 10 o'clock, probably to help kind of recap and break down what happened. And we'll have a little, late night therapy session here on the Inside Edge Network. Give us just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
I'm Ian Rappaport from NFL Network. We have breaking news into the NFL Network newsroom, a.k.a. my hotel room in Mobile, Alabama, where I'm here for the Senior Bowl. And the Cleveland Browns have a new head coach. Sources tell the insiders that Todd Monken, the former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator, is now going to be the Cleveland Browns' new head coach. Monken, obviously one of the better and highest paid coordinators in the NFL, certainly has done an exceptional job tutoring MVP Lamar Jackson, now lands in Cleveland, where quarterback work and quarterback teaching is going to be paramount. Todd Monken does have head coaching experience. At the college level, was the head coach at Southern Miss several years ago. 59 years old, now becomes a head coach in the NFL. The Cleveland Browns had 3 finalists. Nate Shieldhouse, the pass game coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams. He was one of them. Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Browns, he was another. But in the end, the Browns go with Todd Monken as their new head coach. 8 openings filled, 2 to go now in the NFL coaching carousel.
And welcome back, everybody. Hello, everybody, again. I'm Eli Moon, in case you were wondering where I went for the last hour. I had to grab some lunch. Shout out Papa Moon for making some amazing Thanksgiving dinner in January. So that was very good. And to my right, your left is TK Dandridge. He just went to a battle with Bryan and Ryan Mosser, something he does pretty regularly, it seems like, here on the Inside Edge Network. And it seems like we have a fan, at least in Ryan Mosser, or at least optimism in Todd Monken. TK, thanks for sticking around, obviously, as we continue our Inside Edge Network coverage of the Cleveland Browns, hiring former offensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens, Todd Monken, as the next head coach of the franchise. We've discussed a lot here, TK, as far as really where the team goes from here. There's a lot of stuff coming out as far as like what's next. And I guess like that's my next question. We've talked a lot all day, like draft, free agency. We've talked about the Browns are in a spot here, and not a great one, it doesn't seem like. What's next? What would be your next step? If they asked you to, what would be the next step? What would TK do?
We got to figure out how we're going to complete this coaching staff. So far, we just got the head coaching news like a few hours ago. I don't know exactly who Todd Monken intends to fill this staff with. I'm still in hopes that we can possibly smooth things out with Jim Schwartz. I really do not want to lose him, but I completely understand that he may be very hurt. He may feel betrayed in a way as well. And he may just want to move on. I know he was really excited to possibly be the head coach for this football team. As we mentioned earlier, Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward have both made great endorsements for him to possibly be the next head coach if Kevin Stefanski were to be fired, and that did happen to be the case. But he did not get said position, and like I said, I could understand if he feels some type of way. There's still 2 more head coach openings in the NFL, in the Arizona Cardinals and the Las Vegas Raiders. Maybe there's some interest there. He could have some interest in San Francisco after they just lost their defensive coordinator, Robert Saleh, to the Tennessee Titans, which I thought was a brilliant hire. There's a lot to be concerned about in the Browns camp right now. Hopefully we can smooth things over with Jim, but I think he's kind of ready to turn the page, and who can blame him at this point?
Yeah, and to just keep that conversation about Jim Schwartz and the aftermath of him going. I obviously, as I took my my break here, my lunch break, I guess you can call it. Chad and you guys had mentioned, about Jim Schwartz potentially making it ugly if he were to stay. If the Browns say, well, you're under contract, you have to stay. And, just reading reports where, okay, do you really want that type of division in your own locker room? Because there's going to be guys, if Jim Schwartz comes back, we could have, and I'm not saying Jim Schwartz is that type of guy, but we could have Jim Schwartz doing the same thing Todd Monken was doing in 2019, letting him know how much of a mess this situation is to opposing teams, saying to come get me. And I guess you don't want that in there. The defensive side of the football. Yeah, the defensive side of the football, they love Jim Schwartz. So far, Todd Monken's going to have to find, some people that love him, because nobody really knows him in Cleveland. This roster, for the most part, not many guys were there in 2019. So, I just don't think you want that in the locker room. So I think the decision is pretty clear at this point. You just got to give Jim Schwartz what he wants. Give him his piece. Allow him to go wherever he wants, San Francisco, wherever, or at least just figure out how to let him go make his own decision. And like you mentioned, Raiders and Cardinals are the two head coaching opportunities open still. Doubt he does get one of those. The more and more I keep thinking about it, but he is obviously one of the more experienced candidates still out there if he were to become open to being a head coach to those two teams. I want to ask you this too, TK, just to pivot away from the Browns, because we really thought it was the Browns that maybe were going to be the last NFL team without a head coach. I'm going to ask you this question. Yeah. Who is the last NFL team left without a head coach? Is it the Raiders or is it the Cardinals?
Oh, I definitely think it's going to be the Arizona Cardinals. Somebody out there is going to look at this Oakland job and say, okay, they went 3-14 last year. There is a current hole at quarterback, but you do have an all-world talent in tight end Brock Bowers, who was amazing in 2024, his rookie year. Injury battle 2025 season. Not the particular production that you would expect from Brock Bowers, but he did fight through it. He did manage to have a solid season regardless. But that is still number one. Number two, you still have Max Crosby, who is an amazing defensive and amazing pass rusher. I'm not sure what the future is with him in Las Vegas. They may want to move him for draft capital. I would hope they wouldn't. But, that's still up in the air as well. Not to mention Ashton Jeanty was solid behind a very porous, off-injured, beat-up offensive line last year. The 123-yard game that he had against the Houston Texans, I still don't see how he was able to make way through some of those tight holes that he had to get through. That Houston Texans defense was disgusting this past season, and he just went all over him. It was a brilliant performance. They got him in the fold. Trey Tucker has improved vastly. I think he's their number one wide receiver right now. As crazy as that is to say, Dante Thornton and Jack Beck didn't do much last year as their young wide receivers, but I expect them to improve much in year two. And not to mention, you have the number one overall pick. So, that's obviously going to be Indiana University quarterback Fernando Mendoza. So you have your quarterback there. I definitely think the Vegas Raiders get their coach before the Arizona Cardinals do. The Arizona Cardinals are in deep thought right now as to what is to be the next page for their franchise. I think they might just be as lost as we are, if not more lost.
Yeah, we talk about bridge coaches all the time, with the Browns and other teams. We played a clip from ESPN's Evan Cohen. And, we played it a few times before the Browns had made their decision, and that, maybe a bridge coach is what some of these teams need. I don't necessarily agree with that, but it seems like, maybe the Cardinals are going to have no other option but to bring in a retread or just somebody that, Ron Rivera's out there. TK, I know you were big on the Carolina Panthers this year, but Ron Rivera did take those Panthers to a Super Bowl about 11 years ago. Could he be a dark horse candidate for the Cardinals?
Nah, I think Riverboat is done with the whole NFL head coaching life. I think he likes retirement.
Okay. Just had to ask. But it's interesting. A lot of stuff. If you're just joining us now, this is the Inside Edge Network, and go ahead and give us a follow on the Inside Edge Net on all socials. If you're watching on YouTube, X or Twitter, or on Facebook, go ahead and leave a comment. And we'll go ahead and address it, even put it up on screen potentially. And we'll address it here, me and TK. TK and I, go ahead and follow him at BrewsterPink92 and me at the man they call Moon. That's Instagram. I guess I should specify that. That's where I handle a lot of my business with my music collective, La Hele, and here on the Inside Edge Network. So very blessed to be able to speak with all you here. And thank you for choosing us, the Inside Edge Network, this morning. We've been here almost about 4.5 hours. So me and TK are going to continue to talk here throughout the next hour. We are anxiously awaiting the arrival of our program director, AA Anthony Alford, TK. I have the red carpet. I know we're virtual, but I have the red carpet ready for AA when he gets here. Okay, and we're gonna roll it out. We're gonna get his thoughts because I know he's been waiting all day to get on here and really break down the Todd Monken hire. I have no clue how he feels about it. If I were to guess, knowing my bro of 11 years now, I would say he's probably not happy. And you know him pretty well too, so I think you'd probably lean towards he's not happy. So we're gonna get him and Kyle Cornell involved here a little bit later on. Reminder: We have a ton of great obviously shows here on the network. TK, you just saw our trial for those who just tuned in for the first time in the Inside Edge Network. But TK, Chad Bryan, and Ryan Mosser, they team up on the Inside Edge Network NFL pregame show here, and they're gonna they're gonna experiment with the Sunday Sports Show here this week. I'm very excited for that here on the Inside Edge Network. So make sure you start your mornings off with that here. And then obviously, with the main event, we're going to see, you saw me with Robert Zicki earlier. You'll see Double A here later on. So, TK, a ton to break down. I mean, I guess you throw a name out here like this, right? Anthony Lynn. The Browns interviewed him on Saturday, the previous Saturday, right? Last week. I guess what I'm saying ultimately is, does Anthony Lynn, like, I don't have a very eloquent way of saying this, but is Anthony Lynn maybe the offensive coordinator? Maybe like he was being brought in just to see if he would be okay with being the OC to Todd Monken. I mean, he was the running backs coach here back under Romeo Crennel. So if the Browns are just trying to bring back all the old school coaches that have coached here at one point, I mean, Anthony Lynn seems to fit that criteria. What do you think, TK?
I would absolutely love it if Anthony Lynn came here to be the offensive coordinator. I honestly thought that he might be in play for the head coaching position. Obviously, before we made the hire for Todd Monken earlier today, they did he did a wonderful thing for us, allowing us to be able to fulfill the Rooney Rule very quickly because we had already had our interview with Shieldhouse scheduled. We had just needed another candidate, and he willingly went into Berea and had that interview with them. That's a huge shout out to him. I do appreciate him taking the time to do so. But yeah, that would be excellent to have him as the offensive coordinator. He has had success as an offensive coordinator before. That's what led to the Los Angeles Chargers head coaching job, which he held for 4 years, won 33 games there. That would definitely be a great hire, I think. Definitely, hey, again, the age gap isn't there. Monk is going to be 60 this year. Anthony Lynn is 57. So, yeah, listen, if that was to be the case, I definitely think this is a great way to start off the new coaching staff. Like I said, hopefully things work out with Jim. If not, that's going to be another building block. But, hey, at least you get one down, and definitely a decent coach. He's done a wonderful job with the Washington Commanders as their running backs coach, working with young players like Bill Krosky-Merritt and Christopher Rodriguez. They got significant playing time late as the Commanders were beaten by injuries, and they both played very well this year. So, yeah, definitely would welcome that.
Now, on the defensive side of the ball, let's say in a hypothetical, because it doesn't look very promising right now. If you're a Jim Schwartz fan and of him staying here in Cleveland, which a lot of us are, but it doesn't look promising. So have you started putting any thought into who could be the defensive coordinator of this team for the Cleveland Browns next season if it isn't Jim Schwartz? Have you put any thought into that side of the football yet? Or are you still holding out hope that it's Jim Schwartz?
To be quite honest with you, I am still holding out that it is Jim Schwartz. I really haven't thought outside of the box yet. Obviously, there are folks that you could talk to. The big one for me was Al Harris, the defensive backs coach for the Chicago Bears. They led the NFL in total turnovers this year, especially with interceptions. They had 23 of those, and they managed to add an extra 2 in the playoffs. So it's just, the ability to have a coach that preaches getting after the football, forcing turnovers, and making big plays out of those turnovers. They had a number of defensive touchdowns last year. I think Nashawn Wright, their breakout corner this year, the young man from Baylor, had the most. I think he had 3. So they were wild and crazy out there in Chicago on the defensive end as far as being able to force the ball out and making plays, ending up in the end zone. So that's a good name to look for. I definitely think he remains in Chicago, especially after the great season that they had. But he is getting a little bit of buzz as well. Zachary Orr, I don't think is returning to the Baltimore Ravens. As their defensive coordinator, he could be in play as well. Not sure how fond he is, going to Cleveland after so many years with the Baltimore Ravens. But, again, another name to look for. something to think about. I really haven't put that much thought into the defensive side of the ball.
And that's fair. That's fair though, TK, because
I thought
this
we
is
were
all
good, Moni. I thought we were good. Man.
Me too. Me too. And here we are about 4 hours and 25 minutes on the nose later, having a conversation about who might be the coordinators of this team, not just the offensive coordinator. And it's a mess. It's a mess. And it worries me because, okay, really the only option, TK, like you had brought up, is really bringing in a guy that's around the same age, it seems like, as Todd Monken on both sides of the ball. Honestly, at this point, I mean, if you don't want if the Cleveland Browns and Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry and they all feel that they just can't have any sort of, some confusion, any dysfunction, that's a big word, in the building, then you bring in guys that are all like-minded and are going to report to Todd Monken, and that's how you run it. However, as we brought up, you run into the problem that in the NFL nowadays, typically either your offensive coordinator or your defensive coordinator is the next guy in line to be the franchise's next coach. And if not, they're going somewhere else. And they're going to be the next NFL coach for another franchise. So it worries me that the Browns, in a league that's getting younger coaching-wise, have taken the complete opposite approach. So it makes no sense that way. I haven't thought too much on the defensive side of the ball, because I guess this was news to everybody. I mean, Todd Monken was like a sleeper. Okay, I don't know how big of a wrestling fan you are, but like the Royal Rumble's up this Saturday, okay? So, in AA, Anthony Alford and Kyle Cornell, they're going to break that down on the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast. Obviously next week, I'm sure at some point, but they'll have some talk about it. And that's your plug for the Inside Edge Network to check that out. But what I will say about it is, like, Todd Monken feels like, okay, when you're watching the Royal Rumble, everybody has an idea of who's going to win or at least be, like, in the final, 2, whatever. Todd Monken felt like he was, like, the 8th competitor in the Royal Rumble. He was going to make it a few, runs and then get thrown out before, number 21 entered the Rumble. He was never going to be the final man standing. And yet here we are. We're in a situation where a mid-carder, for wrestling terms, has taken the head coaching position, and we have, Jim Schwartz, whatever you want to call it, turning heel if you're the Haslams, turning face if you're the Cleveland fans, because we're with you. This is BS. He's walking out kind of like Stone Cold, just like he's out of here, and it's tough, TK. I never imagined a world where Todd Monken was a guy. I've said it the last 2 days with Chad during our coverage. I've said it would feel like a failure to me. It feels like a very big disappointment. And I just don't know. And I guess time will tell. This could be a thing where Todd Monken does. Ryan Mosser, like I said, very optimistic about Todd Monken, and maybe he does get this going because the big thing I hear about him offensively is he can kind of shapeshift into any offense and make it work based off the talent and the abilities of the offensive players that he has. Maybe he does get this going for Shedeur Sanders and Quinshon Judkins and Harold Fannin and unlocks potential for them that we haven't seen yet in Cleveland. Maybe he is the guy to see, oh, hey, we need a wide receiver 1 in the draft this year. Okay, well, maybe he's the guy who's going to be able to see that. I mean, he was there when they drafted Zay Flowers, the Baltimore Ravens. Zay Flowers turned out pretty well for Baltimore. I mean, I know there's other guys in play there. Obviously Eric DaCosta in the front office there in Baltimore had a big say too. But I'd imagine Monken, the offensive coordinator, was pretty happy that they were going and grabbing Zay Flowers, and he had some say. So maybe he does help with that and the offensive side. But it's like, I guess we're just trading one side of the football for the other, because if Jim Schwartz walks out, we've talked about it extensively here, there's the possibility of Myles Garrett hitting media row and saying, next year we get the Super Bowl and I don't want to be here again. And Denzel Ward, for the first time, saying, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm sick of this. These are just speculation right now, but it's very, very possible, that this is a thing that could happen for the Browns. And okay, you filled wide receiver and offensive line. Now you just got to fill your number 1 cornerback position and your number 1 defensive end, position. And it would be embarrassing, TK. Let's just dive into that for a minute. It would be embarrassing. Myles Garrett just broke the single season sack record. His jersey is not even a week inside of Canton, Ohio right now in the NFL, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And there is a possibility within that same 2-week stretch that he may be moved from the Cleveland Browns for real this time. And I know there's fans out there that are going to be like, well, if he wants out, just let him go. I don't agree with that sentiment. I don't believe for everybody that is mad at Myles Garrett in the situation that he's in, Denzel Ward's in, and if you're mad at Myles Garrett for speaking up about the ineptitude, the dysfunction, the embarrassment that the Cleveland Browns have put him through since he's been the number 1 overall pick back, almost 10 years ago now. Then, 2017. I just don't imagine. I don't see rather because I have the word of magic. I'm trying to imagine what coordinators we're gonna get, but I don't see how you can make Myles Garrett the problem here. Anybody trying to paint him out for being the bad guy, and I get he got more money out of it. Sorry, the best defensive player in football should get paid like it. That's how it works. So I'm not going to blame him. And if he does go out there next week on Media Row and Denzel Ward joins him and they're out there talking to every media outlet about how they don't want to be in Cleveland anymore because they just clearly don't listen to them. They don't listen to 2 of the best leaders in Cleveland on the defensive side of the football. Then this is a real possibility where our most experienced, our best defensive player is going to be a second-year player in Carson Schlesinger. And I love Schlesinger. He's awesome. Carson Schlesinger is, like I said, could be the defensive rookie of the year here. He's the front runner. But
he better damn be.
But he looks a lot better when you have Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward here to shore that up. And yeah, TK, it just seems really bad. And I feel for the players that have been here through this mess. Not only since the Stefanski era, but before the Stefanski era. And they've dealt with this type of stuff. And it's sad. It's sad. I know I'm not the most optimistic guy right now. And usually that's very rare for me. I'm very happy. I'm positive. But I just can't believe that this is really our reality right now as Cleveland Browns fans, TK.
Yeah, it's really weird, man. It's like I said earlier. It's nothing but another hoodwinking by both Jimmy Haslam and Andrew Berry. And you would think, you wonder why people don't believe anything that you say, and that they say the things that they say about you as an organization, as an owner. And it's just like, this is just adding on to yet another ridiculous chapter of what has been Jimmy Haslam's time owning the Cleveland Browns. I just can't put my finger on what's worse. But at the same time, I do want people, like I said before, I didn't want people to get caught up in the name of who is going to be the head coach. We need to focus on roster development. We got to see how Andrew Berry navigates through free agency and if he can have another big draft like he did last year. Now, all 7 players that we drafted in 2025 received significant playing time. I don't think that you can go back-to-back drafts with more than 7 players contributing heavily to your team and your team being successful. We have 10 picks this year. Now, if all 10 of these selections end up playing significant snaps this year, that could mean one of 2 things. Either 1, we have gotten younger overall on the roster, or 2, we've gotten banged up and we were really bad yet again to where these players had to go in before they should have, and more than they should have. Guys that were probably drafted to be reserve linebackers or maybe play a little bit of special teams. Now they're starting games for us, making significant contributions. That's kind of worrisome. But at the same time, as far as the draft goes, if you get all 10 players to play significantly, it makes for a great draft. But you got to wonder what that record looks like at the end of the year.
Exactly. And that's another thing to think about. It feels crazy to think that Todd Monken's, clock is already starting here in Cleveland as far as the hot seat goes. But this isn't just, I don't know. I try to think if it was Shieldhaas or even Schwartz maybe, or one of these other guys, maybe the Browns are going to give him a little bit more leeway. This is a guy who has been here before under a very bad coaching staff and Freddie Kitchens. I don't know how much leeway Jimmy Haslam is going to give Todd Monken and Andrew Berry this year. And I just wonder how many wins is it going to take for Monken and Berry to remain in Cleveland for 2027? Because like I said, this is a big hypothetical, but right now my opinion is the Browns made the not sexy pick, the safe pick, so that if it blows up in their face, well, they can say we tried offensively, it just wasn't the right offensive mind, and now we can move on from Todd Monken and we can move on from Andrew Berry a year later. And now we're in a position where we kind of are this year, except for now we got to find a GM. And it all stems back to what we keep talking about, Jimmy Haslam. As long as Jimmy Haslam is the owner of this team, there are going to be candidates that are well qualified to coach any team in the NFL, to be a GM of any NFL franchise, and they are going to be turned off from the idea of having to report to Jimmy Haslam. And that's the unfortunate reality here in Cleveland is Jimmy Haslam will continue to meddle and get in the way of success. Jimmy Haslam,
Always.
he just doesn't know when to let the football guys do the football thing. And until he learns that, which I don't know, Jimmy Haslam is not getting any younger. And typically, some older people are stuck in their ways. Not all, but some are stuck in their ways. And Jimmy Haslam doesn't, TK, you'll give me crazy, but Jimmy Haslam, I don't believe is going to be one of these guys that completely has a changing of character, and tries to say, okay, I'm just going to step back this time around. And that's what is fearful. You look at the Guardians, just go baseball for a moment. We talk about the Dolans all the time. Well, they do have David Blitzer that, is a minority owner for the Cleveland Guardians that could take over ownership eventually of the Guardians. So at least there's hope there that they may eventually spend money, and they did spend money on Jose Ramirez. Haslam doesn't have a problem spending money. That's not the issue. It's just he doesn't know when to stay away and just let them do their thing. And then they'll call him and say, hey, it's this much. And he'll go, okay, I'm signing right now. Yeah, let me send it over. Just learn how to be a businessman. A great businessman trusts the people around him. They build a team around them and trust them. And if you don't trust them, then you certainly don't have the right team around you, or you don't trust yourself. And then at that point, maybe you should be looking for another franchise to be running, or maybe should just go put some more time into the Milwaukee Bucks when they got their own issues. I don't know, TK. I don't know. I mean, and we'll for those with the Bucks, just so everybody's, we'll announce this here too. We are covering everything football right now, but this did come in from ESPN's Shams Charania, about two-time MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo is ready for a new home at the February 5th NBA trade deadline, or in the offseason, as several rival teams make aggressive offers to the Milwaukee Bucks for him, and the franchise is starting to listen, league sources tell ESPN. Well, we can obviously, I know you're gonna have a conversation on Sunday about that with the fellas. I'm sure me and Chad will talk about it on a recap a little bit, our Thursday topics tomorrow. But it seems like wherever Jimmy Haslam goes, the star player just doesn't want to be there at some point, And Giannis, granted, has won a championship there. He deserves to go wherever he wants to go at this point. The Bucks are kind of a mess, but just silly. There's a reality where Giannis Antetokounmpo and Myles Garrett both gone, and they're both have some sort. Jimmy Haslam has some sort of ownership stake in both those teams. Crazy.
Yeah.
So
it's unfortunate, but it's been so weird. Just seeing Giannis go through the season. There are points where he just looks absolutely exhausted. I think he's playing hurt right now, to be honest with you. But it's really rough. It's weird for me to imagine Giannis in another uniform other than a Milwaukee Bucks uniform. But I think those days are coming real soon. I think New York is definitely in play for him. I know Golden State wants to make some moves as well, especially with the Jimmy Butler ACL tear. But we'll see what happens within this next week, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, and obviously, for those here in Cleveland, the Lakers are making their you got something good there, TK. Some good stuff there. But we We have LeBron James coming back home here to Cleveland today again. I mean, he's an Akron guy, but coming to Cleveland where he spent a lot of time here with the Cavaliers. Lakers back in town. Luka Doncic, LeBron James. They're going to be here. And it's going to be interesting. You know, there's some reports coming out about would LeBron be open to coming back to Cleveland? Would the Cavs be open to that? So we'll have a lot to discuss about. There's a lot of news, and obviously the Browns are taking the cake right now today, as Todd Monken is the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns. He is going to lead this team, and we're going to see what he does for the offensive side of the ball, and we'll see if we can keep the defensive side of the ball together. At least for one last dance, you know, kind of Chicago Bulls style, except without all the success. So with that being said, TK, you're gonna stick around for another segment, man. Can we get some more insight from you?
Sure.
Amazing. Okay, we're gonna keep TK Dandridge here with us, man. I'm Eli Moon. We're gonna come back after the break, and very shortly after, I believe. I've sent the AA signal out. It's like a Batman signal. I send it out. It has 2 A's. It's for Anthony Alford. And I sent it out. So as soon as he responds, he's going to come join us and go over everything with us. Kyle Cornell to join later on, potentially here as well. A lot of great stuff here in the Inside Edge Network. We're not going anywhere. We're just getting started. Your source of everything sports, entertainment, and mental health. With that being said, TK Dandridge, I'm Eli Moon. We'll be back here on the Inside Edge Network, breaking down all the aftermath in Berea. Back after this.
so much love and respect for Coach Schwartz. I would highly recommend Coach Schwartz for a head coaching job here. Definitely, like I said, Coach Schwartz, he's a great coach. He's helped my game tremendously. Puts us in great position, great leader, and I can't say enough great things about him. But I think he's a guy that when who you want in a coach and somebody to lead a team, and I know he's a guy. He's a great guy.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Inside Edge Network. I am Eli Moon. To my right, your left, is TK Dandridge. He's going to join us for one more segment here, and then we shall have the arrival of Double A Anthony Alford. I feel like we've been talking about like the new Pope or something, like, the king of like England or something when we talk about Double A. Like, this is a big deal, TK. We're getting the program director here on a day he's not typically scheduled. Gonna be awesome. Gonna be awesome. But again, thank you to TK, who's been here with us pretty much about the end of the first hour, roughly, like joined us near the end of the first hour, and has really been here for the last primarily 4 hours, really just rolling with us. Shout out to TK Dandridge. You can follow him at BrewsterPink92. And you could also check him out on Illegal Formation, which had Bryan, who's been with us on the coverage earlier on today. We'll see him at 10 o'clock. Me and him will recap the Inside Edge Network recap of the day with all this news for the Browns and everything else sports related. And then you can also see him with Ryan Mosser and Chad Bryan. They're going to be doing that Sunday sports show, and Inside Edge Network NFL pregame show is going to turn into a Sunday sports show where they're going to go over all the sports news. So that's very exciting. But again, Illegal Formation Saturday morning, about the 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern time range. And then start your Sundays off with TK, Chad, and Ryan Mosser. Great stuff. And as you guys have heard over the last 4 hours, there's a ton of great insight. And TK was the guy who told us all when we started this network that the Carolina Panthers were going to win the division. And we all see how that turned out. So I think we should all listen to TK here or there. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, I am Eli Moon again. Thank you for choosing the Inside Edge Network as your source of everything you need, sports, entertainment, and mental health. We are here for you, and we call you family because we're all rocking together. Wherever you're at across the world, West Coast, East Coast, right in the middle, or in a different country, we appreciate you so much. Make sure you send a comment if you're on YouTube, Twitter, or X, or Facebook. Send a comment. We'll engage with you and have some conversation. We thoroughly enjoy that. So that's what we're here for. So we're going to take a little pause from the Browns for a moment because we have a marathon. We still have a few more hours left of this coverage here this afternoon. TK, I just wanted to talk to you about the Cavs and the Lakers, okay? Because the Cavs and the Lakers, they play tonight. And LeBron James comes home again. It's a big thing every time LeBron comes home. Luka Doncic coming back. And Cleveland really rocks with Luka Doncic. I like Luka, so I'm excited to see the game. It's going to be interesting. LeBron's talked a lot more about golf than he has basketball after these games. And I'm curious to see, the one report I did read is that after his surgery or during his rehab for his surgery, he actually stopped drinking alcohol. So I think that was very interesting from LeBron, obviously taking this seriously so he can keep up with the young guys. This is a report from Sports Illustrated 4 hours ago from Liam McKeon. And he mentions in here, this is from ESPN's Dave McMenamin, that the Cavs seem to be open potentially to bringing back LeBron James. Multiple team and league sources told ESPN, per McMenamin, the Cavaliers would gladly welcome LeBron James back this summer if he wanted to return to Cleveland for his 24th NBA season and third stint with the team. We'll see if LeBron's open to it. So more so as just the Cavs talking about it. But at least it seems like Cleveland-wise are open to it. I don't know what that does for the Court 4. Obviously, trade deadline coming up here pretty soon. Right, All-Star break and all that jazz. Would you welcome a LeBron James return back to Cleveland?
Oh, absolutely, I would welcome a LeBron James return back to Cleveland. The only thing is, and I saw one of those trade proposals, by the way.
Yeah.
I saw a 3-team trade that included Utah getting 2 number ones. Okay, I'm not trading 2 first-round picks for somebody's grandfather. I ain't doing it. That's malpractice. That is reckless. That is irresponsible as hell. Granted, this particular grandpa isn't going to retire until he's about 44, 45. I don't believe the hoopla that he is going to quit after next season. I really don't. I understand the whole situation with the sciatica. I could possibly get canceled for saying this, but you and I both know, and I think every sports fan should know, that LeBron James has the best PEDs in the game. He's got the best PEDs in the game. He's just afraid to up the dosage right now. This is his 23rd NBA season. So, he doesn't want to go too crazy, so that he doesn't have to do the whole drug test thing. So, probably sometime between the All-Star break and, the start of the playoffs, they might go over what the regimen is and, how much the dosage should be. And they'll decide whether or not to up it or not. They might do it right before the playoffs. They might not. They might just wait until the 26-27 season to say, okay, go ahead and up it so we can get through this 24th NBA season. I got more records to break, so, it'll just be a matter of time before all that goes through. But, yeah, I would welcome a LeBron return, but I'm not getting rid of 2-1s. I wouldn't even allow Utah to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting, LeBron obviously spent actually the longest time in terms of with a team, one consecutive run, it's been the Lakers. You add his 2 stints in Cleveland, they actually match pretty much how long he's been in LA, to a T. Miami actually the shortest stint, and it's crazy because back a long time ago, about 16 years ago, everybody was mad at Miami, and now it's an afterthought because it's not as much of a big deal because LeBron brought the championship here. He's went on and won a championship in Los Angeles since. So, I to answer my own question, I guess I'm open to it, but it has to be aligning with what this team wants. And one thing I feel good about the Cavaliers organization is they are aligned. They do tend to typically follow a structure. Now, every now and then Dan Gilbert can get mad and completely overhaul things, but it's not as common as Jimmy has them with the Browns. With that being said, I wonder what Donovan Mitchell would think about that. Obviously, he is the star of the Cleveland Cavaliers right now. I don't think LeBron coming in would make him not the star of the team. I think LeBron would kind of play the same role in a way that he's doing with Luka Doncic right now in Los Angeles. What does that mean for Darius Garland? What's that mean for Jared Allen? What's that mean for Evan Mobley? I mean, that's the thing is you got to look at the core forward and really evaluate, not only before the trade deadline, but this offseason, if it's going to become more of a tangible idea in the offseason or a tangible thing they can actually make happen in the offseason. I don't think bringing in LeBron James in the middle of the season while he's actively talking about wanting to watch golf is lining up with a Cavaliers team that just got their asses kicked respectively in the second round of the playoffs last year. I don't know if we want that type of attention coming in right now when we are already kind of having our own battles we're going through in Cleveland and getting through, and Cavaliers seem to be doing a lot better than they were, a few weeks ago when we had conversations about them here on this network across the shows. I just don't know. I think it's a LeBron offseason discussion, and you figure out what his intentions are. Okay, are you trying to, obviously start still? I don't think there's a world where LeBron James doesn't start in the NBA. I think he retires before that's the case. But if he's open to coming off the bench and we can do something like that, sure. I mean, I don't know. I'm open to it if the situation makes sense. And it's got to be okay with Donovan. That's first and foremost. If it's okay with Donovan, then I'm cool with it. So just interesting, TK. I mean, here we are in 2026. The Cleveland Browns have hired Todd Monken. He's back with the team about 6-7 years later. And LeBron James looking to potentially come back after 8 seasons. I mean, it's just a wonky time right now. Weird. I feel like, yeah, just odd, man. Just odd. And I know you really blessed us with a ton of insight today, TK. So thank you. I have one more question for you. Then we're going to take a pause here. We're going to take a little bit of an extended break. I just got the text that we will have Double A Anthony Alford here about the 4:20 p.m. mark. So may have an extended break. I want you to stay locked in here if you're watching right now. Double A's got some really great insight. We have some very important audio actually to play as soon as he gets here. TK, I got one more question for you. And it's only because we've talked about a lot of sadness in football terms today. I'm not going to get to see you in terms of on a show to go over the Super Bowl unless we have another emergency breaking news coverage. So I want to ask you your early thoughts on Seattle versus New England. How do you feel about that Super Bowl game?
I am so excited for the Super Bowl 49 rematch. Definitely. More so the quarterback matchup of Drake May and Sam Darnold. For the record, I am a huge Sam Darnold fan. I am so happy that he has been able to resurrect his career in the way that he's been able to do so. And I do believe that the Seahawks are going to win this game. It's going to be a close game. It's going to be an exciting game. Don't expect the slugfest that you saw in Denver last week. I definitely think there are going to be some points put up in this game. But yeah, I really like everything about the Seahawks. I love that they aren't really that many guys that stick out on that roster. They just seem to gel together with each other so well. I remember when DeMarcus Lawrence first left the Cowboys in free agency, and I remember him saying, "I guarantee that I get to a Super Bowl before those guys do," and somehow, some way, they are in the Super Bowl 60, which
doesn't Des Bryant, not to interrupt, doesn't Des Bryant owe him a Rolex or something? I think Des Bryant was texting him. He was sharing his text on Twitter, and told DeMarcus Lawrence he was crazy. And Lawrence, to your point, TK, told him that Darnold was going to ball out. The defense is tough, and Des said, "All right, I believe you got confidence. If you win, I'll buy you a Rolex." So I think Des Bryant owes him a Rolex.
There you go.
Crazy.
I love everything about the Seahawks team. I love that Mike Macdonald has ushered in so smoothly as the new head coach. He already has 24 regular season wins in only 2 seasons and has brought his team to a Super Bowl. Now, whether or not they win or not, there is no doubt that the Seattle Seahawks knocked that hire out of the park 500 feet deep to left field.
Yeah.
But I got to give a lot of love to the New England Patriots as well. The evil empire is officially back, you guys. But in a different way. This is a different twist to it. This feels different. It looks different. And it is different. You've got guys like Drake May. Granted, he had a wonderful year this year. 31 touchdown passes, only 8 picks. He did a lot with his legs in that AFC Championship game. As the game went on, you saw how conditions got. It was very slick out there.
Yeah.
Just an absolute snow globe out there in Denver, Colorado. But he made the plays that needed to be made in that game that got them the win. Obviously, the big 11-yard scramble on 3rd down to ice the game, which was brilliant. So, got to give a lot of love to him. Ramondre Stevens, the early fumble problems early in the season. I think at one point he had 5 in 4 games. I think he has 7 total this year. But he's been able to shake them off because he is a great playmaker. He's wonderful between the tackles, great pass catcher out of the backfield, as I know a lot of people have seen already. He's made some crazy catches at the running back position. Not to mention our former Ohio State Buckeye fam, Travion Henderson has been a solid addition to their offense as well. I just think they just do a lot of things right. The defense is also good. You got to love the performance of Milton Williams, their high-priced free agent. They got him at a very hefty 4 years, $104 million, and he has been worth every penny so far. Excellent run defender, great pass rusher, too, as an interior defender, helping out Christian Barrymore on the interior of that line. Obviously, you got some solid contributions from Harold Landry, and Kayvon Chazon had 7 sacks this season. In his first year in New England, best year of his career so far. Christian Ellis is like a human death machine at the linebacker position. He just hits everything that moves. Love that kid to death. Obviously, Christian Gonzalez is one of the 10 best corners in the NFL. He may be 5 after the way that he's played in this postseason. Gave up the big one early to Marvin Mims. Hey, he didn't let it happen again for the rest of the game. So, hey, everyone gets beat. It's the NFL. That's just life. But it's how you respond in the end that's going to matter the most, and that's what he was able to do. So yeah, this is going to be a really good game, man. I'm really excited for it. I know there's been a lot of division between people about the halftime show. I, for one, am absolutely excited. I think Bad Bunny is one of the best Latin artists that I have ever heard. He's very talented, immensely talented, and not to mention, Green Day is going to kick everything off. How can you not be excited for Green Day? I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't seen Billy Joel and the Boys in a long time, and it's going to be great to see them on the biggest stage in American civilization. So, yeah, I'm really excited for this game, Eli.
It's exciting. I agree with you in terms of the X's and O's. I think the coaching battle is going to be interesting. Vrabel, McDonald, two very smart coaches, very capable of out strategizing the other. That's gonna be fun to watch. Vrabel has a chance to win a Super Bowl not only as a player of the New England Patriots, but now as a coach in his first year as the New England Patriots coach. I mean, it's just New England couldn't have wrote it any better unless they don't win it. Then they probably could have wrote it a little better. But that's gonna be interesting. I agree with you about Bad Bunny. I am so excited. I'm actually gonna have some more thoughts on that on main event Sunday. So definitely tune in there, Inside Edge Network family, because I'm going to talk about Bad Bunny, the halftime performance, how important this is actually in the grand scheme of everything, this performance. I think it's going to be a very, very important halftime performance. It's going to be awesome. Bad Bunny, if you haven't tapped into his music, you definitely should. He's amazing. If you don't necessarily speak a ton of Spanish, you can still feel the music. And that's the beautiful thing about it. We live in a world where you can also transcribe and figure out, what he's saying or just learn the language. Not saying you have to per se, but the music itself, you can feel the vibe from Bad Bunny. I love it as a music man myself. I love it. I'm so excited for Bad Bunny. Kudos to him. And congratulations to him for being on this stage. It's something historic for the NFL in terms of Super Bowl halftime performances. It's going to be very unique. I'm excited for Bad Bunny. Excited to see what he does, how he impacts the world, and how Green Day just rocks out. So I'm excited for all that. TK, you have been awesome, my bro. I appreciate you. We're gonna let you get back to your regularly scheduled programming, and make sure you check out TK Dandridge at Brewster Pink 92. He's gonna be Saturday and Sunday this weekend with you. So he's got a busy weekend. Okay, make sure you tune in. He's gonna be busy. So make sure you subscribe, follow on the Inside Edge Network, and you can go ahead and hear all of his thoughts on everything sports related. So with that being said, we're going to let TK get back to his day. Thank you, my bro.
Thank you.
I'm Eli. Thank you, man. I'm Eli Moon. I'm going to come back, and I'm going to bring in our program director, my bro, the one and only, Double A Anthony Alford. After the break, we'll get his thoughts on Todd Monken. We'll get his thoughts on everything that has transpired in Berea. And we'll try to make sense of it all. With that being said, we're going to go to break. We're going to play some sound from Andrew Berry back when Kevin Stefanski was fired and kind of just keep our Browns coverage going. Thank you, TK. Thank all you. We're back after this.
Jim's an outstanding football coach. We have a lot of respect for him, a lot of appreciation for him, and he has certainly earned the right for consideration. But that's something that we still have to discuss and obviously discuss with him. And Tommy, he's a very talented young coordinator. He's held in very high regard, not just in college football, but across the NFL. But again, those are discussions that we have to continue to have.
From NFL Network, we have breaking news into the NFL Network newsroom, aka my hotel room in Mobile, Alabama, where I'm here for the Senior Bowl. And the Cleveland Browns have a new head coach. Sources tell the insiders that Todd Monken, the former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator, is now going to be the Cleveland Browns' new head coach. Monken, obviously one of the better and highest paid coordinators in the NFL, certainly has done an exceptional job tutoring MVP Lamar Jackson. Now lands in Cleveland, where quarterback work and quarterback teaching is going to be paramount. Todd Monken does have head coaching experience. At the college level, was the head coach at Southern Miss several years ago. 59 years old, now becomes a head coach in the NFL. The Cleveland Browns had 3 finalists. Nate Shieldhouse, the pass game coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams. He was one of them. Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Browns. He was another. But in the end, the Browns go with Todd Monken as their new head coach. 8 openings filled, 2 to go now in the NFL coaching carousel.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Inside Edge Network. I am Eli Moon. I've been with you for about 1 hour or so of this breaking news coverage on the Inside Edge Network, as the Cleveland Browns have announced that Todd Monken, the former Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator, is going to be their next head coach in franchise history. A lot of reactions, not a lot of positive ones, but there are reactions, unless you're Ryan Mosser. He's optimistic. And, shout out Ryan for keeping the positivity here on the network. Without further ado, we did promise you we'd get the program director of the station, the network, here on live on a not scheduled day for him. So we're going to get him here. Everybody, give a warm welcome to my friend, a warm welcome at home to my friend, my bro, the program director of Inside Edge Network, Double A Anthony L, for joining us now. Double A, how are we doing?
I was good until I just popped on. Now I have the sniffles, but
no.
There we go. A little nasty. I'm sorry. That was a little bit, but boy, what a day! And sorry.
Did you read a funny joke? Did you read a funny joke before you got on air or something?
Yes. Jimmy Hassel made a decision. I think that's one of the greatest jokes you could imagine coming out of this. Yeah. You can't help but laugh, Eli. You just can't. You cannot help but laugh.
Yeah, it's Double A. I'll be honest with you, man. It's I've been given 4 hours of just frustration, honestly. Well informed, I feel frustration, but it's just, it went from bad to worse real quick. And that's how quickly things can change in Berea. We were talking yesterday, just texting amongst the 3 of us on the main event, me, you, and Rob Rizicki, and just sitting there going, well, maybe it's got to be Shieldhouse or Schwartz, right? At this point, somebody just got to want the job. And then, we were like, maybe Monken. Could it be Monken? There's no way it's Monken, right? And it is Todd Monken. And, to your point, about somebody wanting the job, Jim Schwartz wanted this job, Double A, clearly. The players on defense, Denzel Ward, we played that clip from him during the Stefanski firing, the day of, mentioning he loves Jim Schwartz. He's helped him tremendously as a player. Myles Garrett says he loves Jim Schwartz, loves playing for Jim. And it just seems like the Browns, they were given a big clue on who the players would want, and they just ignored it. And it's honestly unacceptable, because the best side of the football is the defensive side of the football right now. And I know I wasn't necessarily saying Jim Schwartz over everybody, but when it came down to this, it was anybody but what we are talking about today in Todd Monken. And it's going to take a lot for me to feel a lot better about this, especially now that Jim Schwartz may not want to be here anymore. He feels disrespected, Double A.
Well, let me turn my phone on silent first. Let me address one thing, though. Just because I'm not an overall fan, I'm not a fan of this process of how it went down, and we're going to play audio here in a little bit. I do want to address the point of what the players are thinking and how they're thinking right now. I don't care how the players are thinking. And the reason why those players won 8 games in the last 2 years, I can give a rat's you-know-what about what those players are thinking. That's not to say they haven't worked hard. Of course, Myles Garrett with the sack record, Denzel Ward is that dude. Is always that dude, Cleveland's own Denzel Ward. His dad for many years worked across the street from where I'm at right now. So that's not, I'm not taking the respect factor. I'm not saying they shouldn't be heard, but a decision should not be based on a team that's only won 8 games in the last 2 years. So I understand the frustration and not listening and not taking their side. But if you wanted to, this is not Josh Allen. I don't know if this went down in Buffalo or not, but this is not Josh Allen telling ownership in the front office, I like Joe Brady. Joe Brady should be the head football coach. He should be promoted. Josh Allen won multiple games. He's made multiple playoff appearances. Josh Allen, for the most part, has done all the things he needed to do to move forward. It was the rest of the team that fell apart all these years. I can listen to Josh Allen talk about why Joe Brady should be promoted. I can't listen to Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward talk about Jim Schwartz needed to get promoted because they haven't won games. And even when the defense had an opportunity to step in and make plays, and they did against Pittsburgh. I'll give them the Pittsburgh game. They did against Aaron Rodgers. They shut things down. But maybe they should have had that thought in the back of their head when they had an opportunity to close out a game against Minnesota and London, and they fell. Maybe they should have had that opportunity to do so multiple times where defense has been called for. Our top defense has been called for to win games multiple times in the closing moments, and they fell. So if their word wasn't heard, I don't care. They only won 8 games in the last 2 years.
That's fair. Now, I will say the defense, though they did fold at certain times, was also the reason that this team was in a lot of games to begin with, especially during the Dylan Gabriel tenure. I mean, this team couldn't throw forward passes further than 15 yards at times. And they were put in a lot of bad positions, AA, short field positions, bad interceptions, and in Wichita too, 10 interceptions in the games he played in. So, I mean, it wasn't perfect even when he transitioned into being the starting quarterback for the team the rest of the year. So I get what you're saying. There were some lapses. And the Browns shouldn't necessarily go to the players and let it be the end all be all. But when you're in a position where you have 3 guys left, right? And it's a retread of a guy that wasn't even the head coach here. It was an offensive coordinator going around, per Zach Jackson of The Athletic, that report way back when he was here, Todd Monken, about going and telling other coaches and teams about how bad it was in Cleveland. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know it's usually pretty bad for the Cleveland Browns. But to have that, a loose-lipped leader is not what you would want. Shieldhouse is the other guy. They spent a ton of time out there on Monday after the NFC Championship loss for Shieldhouse. And we just were on Shieldhouse watch for all of Monday and even Tuesday for a minute. And to see he's not even still without unless something just broke a minute ago, Nate Shieldhouse still is without a decision on where he's going next, if he's going to stay with Los Angeles or whatever have you. I don't think they should have entirely listened to him, but you got to give it some thought. If anybody has been here the longest, it's Denzel Ward and Myles Garrett. They've been here. They're the 2 longest tenured guys on the defensive side of the football. And that's the most successful side. So I guess if you don't listen to the defensive guys, AA, and you don't listen to any of the players, let's take that away for a moment. Who was running this coaching search? Was it Andrew Berry? Was it Jimmy Haslam? Because obviously they didn't listen to the players, or Jim Schwartz would have been the guy probably a week ago. Obviously,
maybe week 12. Week 12. Maybe he would have had that interim run mid-season to actually prove he could be the guy. It never happened.
It just makes me wonder, AA. We talk about it all the time. We were talking about this 10 years ago on a different station before we brought main event to Inside Edge Network about Jimmy Haslam. And usually when he starts meddling, it's not a great thing for the organization. Here's my question I've been asking all the guys here today, Chad Bryan, TK Dandridge, me and Ryan Mosser had a quick second, so I didn't ask him this, but I'm sure it was asked at some point, and then Rob Rizicki. I'm going to ask you this. Was this an Andrew Berry hire? Was this a Jimmy Haslam hire? Or were they in unison, and there will finally be unison at the top, AA?
Before we played a clip that I found, it was of my mindset that ultimately the operations of this, at the end of the day, it was a Jimmy Haslam. He made the final call, but I thought everyone was in unison of the process, and then the final decision. I honestly didn't mind how long it took, at least up to this point, because now you got to build a staff and, Senior Bowl, stuff like that. But I ultimately didn't mind how long it took, just because you want to get this right. So if you come to a consensus of the guy, all right, cool. But I think the time is now. I don't even think you've heard this clip yet, Eli.
Yeah.
Let's take a listen. This is Tony Grossi over at ESPN Cleveland. And his reaction, what he said here, is kind of damning, to be perfectly honest, of what happened and why this process went from the top 3 names that we thought of to all of a sudden Todd Monken from behind swooping in and, as Eli said earlier, winning the Royal Rumble, basically. Take a look.
Absolutely. Oh, give me 1 second here, folks.
Courtesy of ESPN Cleveland.
Yes, thank you. Here we go.
My initial reaction is, holy cow. My second reaction is Schwartz the DC or not? That would help me accept it. If he's not, you're going to get an offense coordinator and a defensive coordinator off the grid that we haven't been talking about. So let's see how the dust settles. But this indicates that Haslam was never comfortable with Shieldhouse, and he went against the recommendation of his search committee leader and GM. So you got to wonder about the future of Andrew Berry. They chose offense over defense, and they weren't comfortable with Shieldhouse.
So
this is all on Haslam.
AA, that's shocking. In a way, just because. Let me preface this. It's not shocking because it's Jimmy Haslam at the end of the day. It's not shocking as much as I want to believe. The only shocking part is, then why was Andrew Berry here? Why was Andrew Berry even involved in this coach search? If you weren't going to defer to Andrew Berry, the general manager of the team, and you weren't going to defer to the coach search committee that they had, and you weren't going to listen to any of that, then why is Andrew Berry still a member of the Cleveland Browns organization? It's absolutely ridiculous. And we talked about it on Main Event. We've talked about it, and the shows have talked about it here on the network many a times. The Cleveland Browns made this position less attractive when it wasn't a position where the head coach and GM could be in lockstep together. Now we're in a position where Andrew Berry, it seems, per the clip from Tony Grossi and ESPN 850, that Andrew Berry didn't make this call. Andrew Berry may not even be happy with Todd Monken being the next guy in charge. And I guess it just leads me to wonder, why is he here if he's not making any calls? And did the Browns just set up the funeral march for Andrew Berry's tenure here in Cleveland, and this is his last season? Because it sure seems like it to me. It seems like it's a real possibility, AA, and I said this earlier, that Todd Monken could already have his clock started as of today for the hot seat warmth in Cleveland, and that him and Andrew Berry could be moved out of Cleveland very, very quickly in the same season. And now we have a GM and head coach opening because Todd Monken's not the sexy pick. He's not the attractive pick, for teams. He's the guy that you just put there because if it works, you can say you were a genius if you're Jimmy Haslam. If it doesn't work, you say, well, we brought in an offensive mind. I know he wasn't the guy everybody wanted, but at the end of the day, we're going to move on. We're going to try to find the offensive guy that does work. We just got the wrong offensive guy. While the rest of the league is getting younger, AA, at offense, the Browns have gotten prehistoric. And no disrespect to anybody that's 59 years old. That is not prehistoric. But in football terms, you're not building a new era of Cleveland Browns football.
Let me hit you with a Brian Windhurst. Think big picture here.
Yes.
I have a theory about this. That told me that if Haslam, and everything you said is right, Haslam ultimately was the one, we think, that made that final call, if the reports are true, that he did make the final call. And once again, no matter what process you go through, no matter what, it's going to be Jimmy Haslam making the final decision. So whoever he thinks that day is the guy, he gets it. But there's a bigger picture to this.
Mm-hmm.
What if I told you that Jimmy Haslam never wanted to let Kevin Stefanski go? What if I told you that if it was completely his call and he didn't listen to the fans at all, that he would have felt comfortable running it all back, all the same, with Andrew Berry as general manager, with Kevin Stefanski as the head football coach, and Paul DePodesta still here? What if I told you that Jimmy Haslam only made a move because he caved under fan pressure, which the fans spoke correctly here. You only won, 5 games this year, and you were out of playoff contention by Thanksgiving. So the fans spoke right here. But what if Jimmy Haslam would have came out and said, we think this process is still working, and we're not going to get rid of anybody. But he had to get rid of somebody because he was under fan pressure. And therefore, Jim Schwartz had to stick around as defensive coordinator. That was the agreement. No matter who came here, Jim Schwartz still had to be here. No matter who came here, Andrew Berry is still your general manager. No matter who came here, these are the parameters that are in place. Nobody that's ever come here, nobody had a chance to actually succeed on their own. Because in my mind, after hearing that clip and after watching this entire process play out, that told me that if Jimmy Haslam had his choice, he would have ran everything back, including Stefanski and Paul DePodesta.
Not good. Not good. And it wouldn't surprise me because Jimmy Haslam is okay, it seems like, just being all right some years and being the status quo of the Cleveland Browns every other year he's been the owner of the franchise. But that would be malpractice. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, what do Cleveland Browns fans have to do at some point? Like, do we have to make the stadium look like an empty fishbowl where nobody's there? Do we have to stop watching the game so the viewership's down? I mean, everybody's talked about that before. Here's the reality of the situation. Nobody's going to stop going to Cleveland Browns games. They're not. I mean,
I disagree. People weren't going until Shedeur Sanders started playing.
Yes,
when Dylan Gabriel was playing, fans were not going to the games.
True.
Now with the new NFL rules, the sellout rules are not as strict as they used to be. When Dylan Gabriel was playing, fans were not going. You just here in Cleveland, we just got Shedeur Sanders fans, and they're going to support Shedeur Sanders no matter what. But your point is valid, very valid. That at some point, if you're just saving up for the new stadium, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, because it comes to a point, right? The generation that, the 97 babies, not to date myself, but the 1997 babies that didn't have football the first few years as they were figuring out this life thing. We're 28, going on 29 now, that era, AA, and you're only a few years older than me. So we're in that same generation of football that really only knows 99 and on. We are old enough now to realize that there are other sports teams in Cleveland we can put more of our energy into. And we're not the only two. Now, does that mean we're going to stop talking about the Cleveland Browns? No, well, make sure you stay in the Inside Edge Network. We'll talk about them every week. But does that mean we have to be as disappointed when this type of stuff happens? I don't think so. Rob Ruzicki, obviously our bro, was on the show here on the Inside Edge Network earlier. We were talking about, and I said, I don't understand. I don't get it, right? And AA, maybe you can help me understand this. The Browns, we're a Browns town. We're a football town. We've always been it since me and you have been born. We've been a Browns town. Why are we still a football-focused city when we have the Cleveland Guardians that at least have knocked on the door of the World Series and been there in the last decade? Or, yeah, between 2016 to 2026, they've been in there last decade. When you have the Cleveland Cavaliers that are consistently in the playoff conversation and they just need one good run to bring home another title, and they did bring one home about a decade ago. You have that. You even have the Cleveland Monsters, if you want to go to the AHL, that rose, they hoisted the Calder Cup in the AHL in 2016.
They had that 1-2-3 deal. I don't even know if they're still doing that, but one of my
I don't
favorite
know.
promotions ever. That 1-2-3 deal. Oh
You're
man.
dang right, man. Oh my goodness.
Woo!
And
I don't know if you're still doing that, Monsters, but if you're not, bring that back. That 1-2-3 deal.
we're gonna have to find out. Double. We'll have to go to a game here soon, man, and see what's going on. But and shout out the late great Matt Medley for getting me on the ice for the Calder Cup in 2016.
Definitely.
Yeah, shout out the late great Matt Medley, man. But you know, we talk about these sports, these other sports things that I just talked about, right? We haven't even talked about, you know, and I know this is going to cause a storm when I say this, but we haven't talked about that Cleveland's bringing a WNBA team as well. That's all I'm saying. It's a new team.
Caitlin Clark's a free agent in 2018, by the way.
it's
2028.
We're talking about the last decade, so I can understand. It's
Yes.
like we're looking at this though, doubly. There's so many other options, and Cleveland is a very great city in terms of so many things to do on a Sunday. You can go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You can go to the Great Lakes Science Center. You can do all this. I'm not saying you can't go spend a Sunday at the Browns game, but I think season ticket holders, you can see that go down in terms of how many are buying every year and all that. I guess, long story short, why are we still Cleveland Browns focused over everything else sports-wise in Cleveland still after every single disappointment?
That's a loaded question, actually. I think part of it, I think a big part of it, number one, our parents.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah.
Number
True.
one, our parents. You know, like how many times have your dad or my dad or anybody our age group have mentioned from their parents, you know, Bernie Kosar and the 80s and Marty Schottenheimer and all that stuff, or even our grandparents talking about watching Jim Brown win the championship. Here, like Steve Harvey talking about Jim Brown and the 1964 Pro Football Championship, or even the 50s and 40s and 50s, where the Browns were. I mean, we'd be talking about the Browns how we talk about the Chiefs. You know?
Yeah.
Dominance. The Browns and the football giants. So that's part of it. That's a huge part of it. Our parents, and we're engraved in that. I think the other big reason, though, Eli, high school football is so popular here. So we're football centric on Friday nights in the fall. Ohio State has been hugely successful, at least, you know, during our generation and over time on Saturday. So no matter what, on a football Sunday, we go in with a positive mindset. You go to church too on Sunday morning, so you're in great spirits. And then 1 o'clock hits on Sunday, and then you're back.
And then you got to go back to church.
Actually, I think here in Cleveland, our Monday arrives Sunday at 1 o'clock. That's when that happens. So I think that's a big part of it. I think fans are football first. There are other things in terms of the Cavs. Yes, it was the Cavs that brought that championship, but fair or unfair, I think it's very unfair. Some people don't even associate that championship because, it was a LeBron James championship. Well, he brought the championship. He did it. And Kyrie and Kevin Love and all them, so they did it. Yeah. And baseball's broken. like the regular season, going to a game is enjoyable. The stories are fun with the Guardians, with the baseball team. Jose Ramirez is phenomenal and probably one of the greatest. He should be commended as probably the most respectable Cleveland sports athlete of all time after what he just did. But ownership doesn't spin. And I think that's the tricky thing. And I think Rob alluded to this too. It's almost like if you flipped ownerships, right? If the Haslams own the Guardians and the Dolans own the Browns, I don't know. I mean, do you have both teams winning multiple championships based on their business models? I don't know, because the Haslams do spin. They just spend it on the wrong things. It's like if you have a ton of money and you spend it at the strip club every night instead of your student loans. I mean, that's I mean, what are you doing? I mean,
they may have hit somebody at home. Double A. Careful. Maybe.
If you get paid, you got money, and then instead of reinvesting and paying off your credit cards and your loans and your family and stuff, you're going out and spending it on lemon pepper chicken and strippers. I mean, are you really spending it wisely? Probably not. But you do get that little bit of enjoyment when you do it. And then you have to have that friend that tells you that you're an idiot. And that's what the Haslams need. And they don't listen. They don't listen to the process. And that's why you have the result that you have. If the Haslams were out of the way, Eli, I think we have a different head football coach. I think it's a young African-American coach who's 35 years old, ready to grow into the position.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're transparent with Jim Schwartz. And you can tell Jim, like, hey, listen, we're going to probably go in a different direction. At least tell him earlier in the offseason if he wasn't in contention or midseason. So at least he can make that choice. All right, maybe I should look for another job, but business, is mutual. I understand professionalism. Like, you disrespected Jim Schwartz. That part I agree with. So, yeah.
Yeah, just very disrespectful. And it's like, we weren't there in Berea, but I just picture Jim Schwartz having like Dunkin' Donuts or something, and has like a 12-pack, like a dozen ready, and like donuts that is, and has a coffee, and he's ready, and he's excited to hear the news today because today's the day, and then Jimmy drops the bombshell on him that he's not gonna be there, and I'd imagine all those donuts probably went to the ground pretty quickly, and my heart would have dropped because a Boston cream donut not being actually like eaten, would have been upsetting. But long story short, it's disrespectful to Jim Schwartz, man. It's disrespectful, and it falls back on your organization. Sure, right now you can say this is just a Jim Schwartz thing. No, this is a Cleveland Browns thing, and this is the reason why coaches were withdrawing from the coaching search. This is the reason why this job was not as attractive as it was 6 years ago when Kevin Stefanski took it. 6-7 years ago. It's the continued trend of the Cleveland Browns ownership and front office that they will continue to just not do right by people. They want to talk about how they're bringing in good people. They're focused on bringing in good people, Double A. We played that clip on the Stefanski firing show here on the Inside Edge Network about they have some great guys. They want to bring in good people. And in the same locker room sits Deshaun Watson. You want to talk about how you want to bring in alignment in the organization. Yet it seems like Jimmy Haslam told Andrew Berry, whoever I'm bringing in, you're just going to have to deal with it. It seems like at any way Jimmy Haslam can mess this up, whether it's disrespect, dysfunction, or just plain stupidity, he will find a way to do so, Double A.
I think stupidity is the big one. He can't get out of his own way. I think the one coach, though, that I think you would have had alignment was Udinski. I think if Grant Udinski did not pull out, I think that would have been the one that would have had this job, that all parties would have agreed on. I think once Udinski was out, then it was all whatever. I thought it was interesting, too, after that interview in California, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long was that interview? What was it, 7-8 hours reported?
Yeah, I mean, just all day. I mean, it was longer than the NFC Conference Championship game that he played the day before, or coached the day before.
And the fact where you kind of backtrack and we're like, oh, he's not getting the job. Flying back without an offer, without a conversation, and a couple nights passed since the flight to California. Yeah, I think it was people were buckled down and locked in. And I think the biggest point now, Eli, after hearing that Tony Grossi clip, and basically Jimmy Haslam, we assume he made the final call and he went against the entire process. What is the leash for Andrew Berry? And I'm not here to defend Andrew Berry whatsoever. I'm not. I think he's done a terrible job. I'm not here to defend Andrew Berry at all. But it wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't surprise me if he was the next one to go. Whether it's by his own admission, which you don't turn down because it's an NFL job, or if things don't go right and the Habs will say we're going to move on at the end of next season, okay, bye-bye. Kind of the same deal with Stefanski. What happened there? It was Stefanski almost seemed defiant if you listen to those pressers at the end of the past season. And I can get the vibe that this might be the same with Andrew Berry. Even that copy and paste statement that he put out earlier. I mean, I get that same vibe, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and I keep asking myself, why is Andrew Berry still the general manager of the Cleveland Browns?
Well, who else to take the job? So, okay, Andrew Berry goes. And again, I'm not defending Andrew Berry at all.
Right.
But who would want Eli? Would you want that job? No, take the pay out of it. Take the pay.
Okay.
I mean, pay-wise, I'll take it. And
imagine what it could do for the network, if I get that gig. Okay.
Man, listen.
Okay.
Listen, we have so many exclusives and stuff. If we took the pay out of it, would you want that job?
Probably not.
You basically would be the GM in name only and title only, and you're basically maybe you know what happened? He basically got when Jimmy Haslam kind of like, oh, Andrew Berry had a great draft. I'm looking back at that now. Boy, that was such a backhanded compliment. I couldn't believe it. Because that's basically Jimmy Haslam saying, well, your other 5 drafts sucked. And you're only here because you nailed one draft. And chances of you nailing this next draft is pretty slim to none. And if you do nail this draft, it's because of my operations, because the coach I brought in. Not the one you wanted, it's the coach I brought in.
Yeah, it's always got to be about Jimmy Haslam. And that's the thing. It's to answer your question, no, I probably wouldn't want this general manager gig. But I imagine an NFL experienced general manager, a front office guy, like, I don't know. We had a guy here named John Dorsey, and it didn't seem like John Dorsey got told no a lot of times. He got to say how he wanted things to be in the organization. And I know there's a mixed reaction about John Dorsey still to this day when he gets brought up. He only had 2 drafts here, but he did bring Baker Mayfield and Denzel Ward here, some other notable names. So at the end of the day, John Dorsey seemed to be the only guy, general manager-wise, that has been able to tell Jimmy Haslam, stay out of my business. If you want this team to be successful in some degree, stay out of my business. Obviously Dorsey, the same thing though. I mean, the coach just wasn't right. So then you run into that. Can they pick the right coach? But I'd feel more confident in a front office exec that's been around the league picking the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns and Jimmy Haslam, who's continually not gotten it right. And that's, I guess, like it goes back to, I'm asking, so not necessarily why is Andrew Berry the coach of the team like going forward. I'm just saying, he should have never started this process. The Browns should have cleaned house, We've talked about this. They should have just cleaned house. If it was going to be Jimmy Haslam's selection, then let Jimmy get, 2 selections. Let him choose his GM and his head coach.
That's not how Jimmy rolls, though.
I know.
And then that's to a detriment, really. I mean, he is the Haslams, boy, they are the most 1 foot in, 1 foot out type of people I've ever seen.
They are.
Either, early on, we made firings too quickly. So the attachment thing. And I go back to what I said earlier. I truly believe if it was 100% Jimmy Haslam's call, Kevin Stefanski would still be working here. I think that's just Todd Monken only got this job. I'm not saying that he's a bad candidate. That's the craziest thing. If you strip away the process and it was just an open search, I don't think there would be that much outrage over Todd Monken. I really don't. I think if it was just if they weren't deliberate on the type of candidate that they wanted, and we didn't hear anything about these questionnaires or whether or not they had to fill out essays and stuff like that, I don't think the Todd Monken hiring would have been as badly received as it is right now. But he's not walking in the door with a ton of momentum. The Ravens told you that the head coach that they had for 2 decades was not good enough with their star player, Lamar Jackson. So somehow, some way, Browns fans are going to have to be talked into, well, that offensive coordinator that worked for John Harbaugh, who was let go in Baltimore, all of a sudden, he's good enough for Shador Sanders or Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Just, this is what nightmares are made out of.
Am I giving you something here? Like, this is... Yeah. Oh, and by the way, yes, he does have experience here with this organization. He was the offensive coordinator under Freddie Kitchens. And Eli, the points you've been making all day, the Zach Jackson quote from The Athletic about him leaking that, basically telling others, like, the operations here are terrible, basically, under Freddie Kitchens. But even if that's not true, let's just say that's not true.
Yeah.
I trust Zach Jackson. I'm pretty sure it's true. But we're taking a surface value. This is the guy who ran the offense with Baker Mayfield, Odell Beckham Jr., Nick Chubb, and Jarvis Landry in 2019. And we couldn't go to the playoffs with this guy. And he is expected to be able to do something offensively with Junkins, Fannin, Shador, or Watson, and Jerry Jeudy.
Well, Jerry Judy's going to let everybody know probably this offseason that he's been working on catching the football. And, yeah. I double A, it's...
Sure.
It's honestly, it's just disappointing. That is like the biggest word I've been using in terms of like the whole search.
No. I'm sorry, Eli. It's not disappointing. It's incompetence.
Yes.
This is good enough. If somebody came along and say, hey, we should do regulation in the NFL, and there's a pro football team in Columbus that should take over for the Browns, I would listen to that conversation. I would. These guys are idiots. There are other words I want to use here, but I have family watching this, so I can't use that. This was as TK pointed out earlier, a effort hire.
Yeah.
This was oh crap, we really don't have a plan that I trust, so we have to get this guy.
It's a lot easier to get rid of a 59-year-old Todd Monken who will be 60 after 1 year than a 30-year-old Grant Yudinsky or a 35-year-old Nate Shieldhouse and have the Cleveland Browns fans not go crazy. I mean, and I do. Rob said, earlier, he's like, I feel for Todd Monken because he didn't necessarily choose all this anger towards him, but I feel bad for a moment, but then it's like, but you knew what you were getting into. You knew what you were getting into, and that's where it's at too. It's like you've been here before. You can't even say you haven't been in the Cleveland atmosphere. We have been starving in Cleveland for an era, a 5 to 7 year stretch of just continued playoff runs. And even if we don't win a Super Bowl, at least we were one of the Final Four teams. Something. Just give us something, man. We are the dog pound. Every now and then throw the dog a bone and maybe we could do something here as fans and support the team. So, and we support the team pretty well considering they've given us 8 wins in the last 2 seasons. They have went 0-16 since they've been back. They are now between interim and permanent head coaches. They are 24 of them. 24 since 1999. Just to put that in perspective, LeBron James, if he were to play next season, would be, I believe, on what, year 24?
I believe so, yes.
So, that just insane. Insane, Double A. And we're going to get a ton of your thoughts, obviously, as we come back from the break. We do have Kyle Cornell, Inside Edge Network talent, and your co-host of the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast, joining us very soon here, I think after the break. So we're going to see if we can get Kyle in here, get his thoughts on Todd Monken. We're going to get more thoughts from Double A Anthony Alford. I'm Eli Moon, and we will be back here on the Inside Edge Network as we continue to break down and try to make sense of Todd Monken, the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns. Jim Schwartz seemingly about to take his ball and go home, but he's under contract. And what does this mean for free agency, the draft, and who the heck is going to be our offense and defensive coordinators? We'll talk about when we come back from the break. Double A Anthony Alford, Eli Moon, Inside Edge Network. Back after this. And welcome back to the Inside Edge Network, everybody. Double A Anthony Alford to my right, your left. I'm Eli Moon, and we have been covering the Cleveland Browns announcement of Todd Monken as their next head coach in franchise history. The 24th coach, whether interim or permanent, to coach the team since 1999. Double A joined us last segment here. We will have Kyle Cornell joining us the next segment. But you know what, Double A? We've talked a lot about the bad. We've talked about how this could be absolutely the worst thing that could happen this season in terms of the offseason, and it's a mess. But we're optimists at the end of the day. We try to be. And I think it's time to look at maybe some of the positives of Todd Monken. You know, I mentioned Ryan Mosser, our Inside Edge Network talent. He very, very smart, and especially excited to see what he does with the draft process. He's created this entire system. I'm so excited. But he has been our only optimist so far in terms of Todd Monken. He mentions the 2019 offensive coordinator year where Odell had 1,000 yards. You know, they had Nick Chubb still running the ball. Baker was doing well. But to your point, you did mention that was a year they didn't make the playoffs, and at times that offense sputtered. We're not going to talk about the bad this segment. For one segment, before we bring Kyle Cornell in, because I'm sure I've seen his reactions. He's not.
Oh yeah. We're going to bring the house back down in about 15 minutes or so.
Double A, tell me some positives about Todd Monken. What do you like about Todd Monken?
Yeah. So during the break, of course, doing some research and stuff, and I thought Terry Pluto over at Cleveland.com had a great write up over what he has done. First off, with 2019, I can't erase 2019 from his record. I do have to be fair and say, Freddie Kitchens, right? Freddie Kitchens. Freddie. If it is true that from multiple reports, Freddie Kitchens didn't let him do anything on game day. So you do have something there. And then for a few years, starting in 2020, you think of the high-powered offenses in college football. Georgia, he was the offensive coordinator down there in Georgia. And in these last 3 years, so we go over some of the stats while he's been offensive coordinator over at Baltimore. In terms of rank, over these last few years, points, they were 4th, 3rd, and 11th in points in the last 3 years. If you want an offense that runs the ball, under his offense in the last 3 years, rushing attempts, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the last 3 years. Rushing yardage, 1st, and 2nd. So if you are a fan of Junkins, if you're a fan of the running attack for the Browns and the potential there, this is probably a hire that you should be excited about. I know it's Browns, whatever, but this will get you an opportunity to run the football more. Also, if you consider, is Lamar Jackson a better passer over these last few years? I think he is. I think he's a better passer now in terms of what you could do with Shador or Deshaun, dear God. But if your goal is to make Shador Sanders a better passer and make decisions, Monken could be that guy. He brings in the experience to do that. So if you take away the process, which is hard to do, it's almost impossible, and you just look from the standpoint of what can an experienced offensive play caller who knows what to do, what he's presented with, what can he do to enhance your offense, Monken could be that guy. And I don't hate the idea either in a locker room full of young players. Mm-hmm. I don't hate the idea of having an experienced adult in the head coaching position. We can debate today, should have been Monken, should have been Jim Schwartz, but I don't mind an adult being the leader of men among young kids that are in that locker room. Because the one thing I think this team lacked in the locker room is maturity. And I will give Todd Monken the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he can bring that level of maturity into a young locker room.
he does seem, and all reports are saying he's a hard-nosed guy. He's he just he's no nonsense. I don't know how the locker room will receive that, but optimistic segment here. So I hope that the locker room does receive it well, and that they can figure it out. In Monken, you mentioned the running game. One thing I want to mention here, like I said, this is our optimistic segment, and for those at home watching, it's not going to be a very long segment because there's not a lot of optimism right now. Okay, we're gonna bring Kyle Cornell in here after the break, but I do want to mention this too before we bring Kyle in next segment because I've been seeing his social media reactions. He's not even a social media guy half the time. When see how we have our placards at Anthony Alford 92. Make sure you go follow him at the Man They Call Moon and at Inside Edge Net. Kyle just has I love it because he just has random things. So we'll see what his nameplate.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going to be.
Me either.
It just shows up and boom, there it is.
We're gonna find out here next segment, so that's something to keep an eye out for. But we do have the first hiring of the Todd Monken coaching staff. Adam Schefter reported Cleveland Browns to hire former Ravens offensive line coach George Warhop. And he is going to do the same thing with the Cleveland Browns, be the offensive line coach. Just something to keep an eye on. They finished top 5 in terms of blocking, and running the ball, run blocking, with Warhop. So, I mean, it is something that, okay, if Todd Monken is a run first guy, clearly everywhere he's been for the most part, then okay, yeah, you got to strengthen the line. And the Browns have a lot of free agents on that offensive line. They're going to have a lot of new faces. And I guess, we're not going to get Bill Callahan, so we'll take George Warhop and we'll see what he does. That's the news, Double A. I know you were expecting an offensive coordinator, maybe a defensive coordinator. Jim Schwartz, I think, is still currently breaking windows in Berea probably or something right now.
Yeah, and if you want my assessment of what I think is going to happen with Schwartz,
yeah,
I think you're going to see a scenario where he's under contract with Cleveland. He will not be the defensive coordinator here in Cleveland. I don't know if it's going to be with him sitting out. I don't know if it's going to be through a trade or something like that with another team that needs a defensive coordinator. But he will not. He will not be the defensive coordinator of the Cleveland Browns next season. That we'll get into here shortly. But
yes,
they need. It was obvious the Browns needed an offensive mind as head coach. What we don't know, Eli, we don't know, will he be the one calling plays or will he bring in an offensive coordinator to call plays? Todd Monken. If Todd Monken learned anything from his previous Cleveland experience, I would like to think that he would want the offensive coordinator to do something on Sundays, unlike what Freddie Kitchens didn't allow him to do back in 2019. So I would expect an offensive coordinator to be brought in.
Yeah, Todd Monken had too much time on his hands. That's why he was walking around pregame, allegedly, reportedly talking to other teams and telling them how bad it was in Cleveland. So welcome back, Todd. We're happy to have you here. That is our optimistic segment here on the Inside Edge Network. When we come back, your very short segment.
6 hours of coverage. That was by far our shortest segment.
Sure was. When we come back, we're going to have the one and only Kyle Cornell from the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast here on the Inside Edge Network. We'll get his thoughts, which I'm sure will be very energized. We got some fresh takes coming in here. Double A Anthony Alford. I'm Eli Moon. Kyle Cornell. After the break here on the Inside Edge Network, so stay locked in. We are 6 hours and almost 15 minutes in of live coverage. Let's see how long we can go. We're trying for 24. I'm kidding. Let's see how far we get. We're back after this.
My initial reaction is, holy cow. My second reaction is Schwartz the DC or not? That would help me accept it. If he's not, you're going to get an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator off the grid that we haven't been talking about. So let's see how the dust settles. But this indicates that Haslam was never comfortable with Shieldhouse, and he went against the recommendation of his search committee leader and GM. So you got to wonder about the future of Andrew Berry. They chose offense over defense, and they weren't comfortable with Shieldhouse.
So
this is all on Haslam.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford to my right, your left. I am Eli Moon. I promised you we're going to get almost everybody dang near on the Inside Edge Network today here with us. We have the other co-host, Double A Anthony Alford's co-host on the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast. Make sure you give them a follow on YouTube, and they're right here on the Inside Edge Network. A man with many takes that we will find out what his reactions are to the Todd Monken hiring. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Cornell. Kyle, what's going on, man? Oh, wow.
Gentlemen, how we doing? Double, I need you to be more excited that I'm here, man. What the hell is your problem? Like, let's be honest. Like, this is.
I wanted to reflect the energy I usually bring to the wrestling show. So.
Which, by the way, you can catch that tomorrow night. I think we're probably going to end up doing it live because Double A doesn't want to edit it. So make sure you guys tune in for that. It's going to be great.
Oh, we lost Kyle. We lost Kyle.
Look at that. Look at that. Now I'm happy. Energy. Smile.
We lost Kyle for a moment. We'll bring him back here in a second.
Yeah.
We lost him for a second. Double A. That was Kyle Cornell, everybody.
Hold up. You know what has happened today? Anybody who's like really criticized Jimmy, that feed gets cut off.
Sure did.
Cut off.
Sure did.
Something happened earlier today, and somebody's feed got cut off right there.
Yeah, we're not. I don't know what happened there, Kyle, but we think it's because you slandered Jimmy Haslam, and he's been watching probably. So.
What do you mean, poor Jimmy? Which one? Come on, Jimmy Haslam or Jimmy Schwartz? Who are we talking about? No, that was actually. So I got a phone call. That's what happens when you're on your phone doing this kind of stuff. But
gotcha.
Yeah, I probably need to just throw that on like silent or something like that, or do not disturb. There we go. But no. So yeah, all jokes aside, this was a. I think, again, I'm not a Browns fan, so let me preface that by saying, like, I still, like, watch the team. I still, can tell you things about the team, but I'm a Saints fan. And I can tell you today, I've never been more on board with Kellen Moore in my entire life than I am watching the Browns hire Mother Goose in male form in Todd Monken. That was legit when I told someone today he looks like a goose. Like, he looks like straight up like a duck, like he's about to get cooked. Like it's just, yeah. I mean,
let's see if this is right. Look at this.
Oh no! Oh,
no. What's up, Mother Goose? How's it going? Yeah. Oh my God, that's Todd with 2 Ds. In case you're an asshole. No, this is what I'm talking about, though. This is the Browns, and this is why a lot of people like. And a lot of Browns fans are just constantly negative. You had the unknown in Shieldhouse, and obviously Udinski was another name, too, that people were high on for a week and a half. I mean, he was the guy, if you asked anyone in sports radio in Cleveland over the past week. Plus, he was the person they circled, and then he found out he wasn't even in the final three. So, I mean, that's crazy to think about. This has Jimmy Haslam all over it. I think Tony Grossi hit the nail on the head with this stuff too. And if I'm Andrew Berry, I feel terrible about this. I want youth. I want someone we can build for the next 10, 15, 20 years. I want what this situation to be what Pittsburgh and Baltimore have been. Baltimore's only had 3 coaches total? Granted, they've only been around since 94, whatever it is, 95, as this team in its current incarnation. But still, it's wild to think about the thought process that goes into this. And now a guy who's never been a head coach, who's had success mainly in the college ranks and then a little bit in the pros. I mean, it's really easy to do well when you have Tyler Linderbaum, who's a name you got to watch out for, by the way, for the Browns now. That center, he's going to be a free agent, and the Browns are need pretty much a whole new offensive line. So, I mean, he's got familiarity in the system with the O-line coach to Monken, obviously. But I don't take the swing. Take it on Shieldhouse. I mean, screw it. And then see if you can bring Monken in as the OC. I mean, the alternative is him going to the Giants with Harbaugh, right? That was his fail-safe job. Just like Uzinski had the Jacksonville job kind of locked in. I don't know, man. It feels like this was a very safe maneuver, and the Browns will be a very, very pedestrian 3-14, 4-13, or 5-12 team next year.
Let me jump in real quick. It almost feels like, just listening to all this, like it felt like Andrew Berry wasted his time. Like
he didn't have any time to waste. It wasn't his. This is not his choice. You cannot tell me the analytic guru that Andrew Berry claims to be, that his choice was near 60-year-old Todd Monken with all the options that were on the table. What this does tell me is that by this time next season, and I sent this text to I think both of you guys, the Browns will be looking for a new head coach and a new GM by the end of next season. They don't believe in either. They thought this round of candidates, at least Jimmy did, he thought this round of candidates was bad. He didn't think it was good. That's why they interviewed 15,000 people. And they came to the final three. One guy was in-house. He didn't have to do all the interview stuff. They know him. He's been here for multiple years. Like, they know who he is. Like, it's crazy to think about just the process and how different it is. And the essay stuff isn't true. It's more of just the general things you do for a normal job. But still, it's like, you have no right to flex. Well, this is a 1 of 32. Yeah, it is. And there's a lot of people that don't want this fucking job for this reason exactly. Ownership. You can spend money as much as you want. Believe me, you saw it. Deshaun Watson still under contract. Doesn't mean that everyone's going to be lining up at the door trying to kick it down. John Harbaugh is not going to suck your dick, Jimmy Haslam, to get this job. It's just not going to happen. Like, it's not Double A mentioned it earlier. In the 40s, 50s, our dads, our grandpas, all that stuff, they were talking about how good this team was. Yeah, that was 60, 70, 80 years ago. Like, shit's changed a lot. Like, and this is the one owner in Cleveland that will spend money and get zero results. So, I mean, that's what you have to deal with if you're coming here. And your GM's getting usurped. I'm sure every head coach is lining up the door to see the person they're supposed to work closely with having no say in the matter, essentially, at the end of the day, about who is going to run this team.
Yeah, and you look at, a guy like Mike McDaniel, he was a conversation starter, earlier on in the coaching search, and, he elected to go away from the Browns and other, inept teams like the Cardinals, and we'll see what the Raiders do with Mendoza season starting up next year, but as of right now, they aren't a good team. And you see you see Mike McDaniel, he's a little.
Josh wouldn't be good here either under this system.
But
Andrew Berry got hard when he was interviewing Mike McDaniel. He was like, "Oh, this guy's awesome. I love him." And Haslam's like, "I don't know. He's kind of weird. It looks like he smokes doobies in the locker room. Kick him out." Nope.
But you look at Mike McDaniel. But you look at Mike McDaniel, fellas, and you look at him even electing to take an offensive coordinator job under Jim Harbaugh in Los Angeles.
Smart.
And obviously, Kyle, you've mentioned this, before we've had conversations about the West Coast style offense. The West Coast, McDaniel loves that type of stuff. He was in Miami. Which is, Florida's one of the only nice, like, East Coast states all year round, except for, like, the hurricanes and stuff, but, like, now he's out in California where he's going to be sunshine.
Earthquakes!
If you put out the natural disaster part, it's not that bad, all right?
No, it's pretty nice.
You look at McDaniel, though, like a guy who's highly qualified out of almost all the candidates, in this carousel, 4 years as the Miami Dolphins head coach. Had playoff success, or at least got to the playoffs with that team. And, a lot of people looked at it like he was just burnt out. And he decided instead of being more burnt out and going to Cleveland or Arizona or even Vegas, he'd rather go be an offensive coordinator. And it's kind of telling to your point, Kyle. It's these qualified candidates don't have to take a head coaching gig. Mike McDaniel could go create the next run of Justin Herbert, what we've never seen before, unlock a new level of him. And guess what? John Harbaugh just secured his new job. Mike Tomlin, unless he comes back to coaching, we'll keep an eye on that. Sean McDermott's a name to keep an eye on next coaching cycle.
He's not going to coach this time around. I think he's going to take a break.
Yeah, but Mike McDaniel, nonetheless, is going to be a name, depending what he does with this offense in LA, that he's going to be at the top of the list. Why would he take a Cleveland Browns gig or any of these bad gigs when there's going to be gigs open next year?
Now, wait now, because like I said, they are anticipating. I think the Browns fully expect this season to suck. I think that is their mindset. The only thing that Haslam cares about is being good by 29. If they're good when the dome opens, then all is forgiven. because they put this giant investment into this brand new stadium to show how much they care about Northeast Ohio and the Cleveland Browns. They need to have a good team then. They don't care about 26. They don't care really about 27 either. I think 28, they want to start turning the corner. 29 is when they want to really kick down the door and be like, we're fucking here. Do not be surprised if the Browns are a double-digit win team in 2029. I'm just throwing it out there now. Now, granted, for all you Browns fans, that means you have to wait for 3 years. So suck it up, Buttercup, because you don't have a choice. This is what it is.
I mean, what's the difference between 3 and 30?
Nothing at this point. I mean, if I could tell all Browns fans now and I was 100% right that, hey, guess what? In 2029, you're going to be a 13-win team. I'm sure half the town want to give me a fucking piggyback ride and take me around all day because it'd be great for them. Like, that's just what it is. I mean, they've circled that year as the year to really start giving a shit. And for now, it's all stopgap. It's okay, let's build the team. It's not a wrong mindset to have, but for a city that's been sucking ass for 3 decades now in football, for the most part, like, it's hard to swallow for a lot of Browns fans. I get that. I mean, it's right in front of you, especially when you have 2 other really good professional sports teams that no one really seems to actually give a shit about, unfortunately. Like, I mean, Double A, you mentioned it earlier. Yeah, it's fun going to, MLB games in the summer, but then we're like, oh, fuck it, whatever, salary cap. And then the Cavs, who have been good now for 3 straight seasons, but just can't seem to get over that last hump. But still, they're in the conference semis. They're making the playoffs. They were the 1 seed last year. People still don't. Oh, well, LeBron's coming to town tonight. That's cool. Instead of like, this team is still fucking really good. And they have 4 potential all-stars when they're all playing well. It's like, it just blows my mind how entrenched Cleveland fans are as Browns fans because of a run in the 60s. Like, it's at some point you have to turn the page, and at some point you got to stop showing up. Eli, you mentioned earlier about the season ticket holders maybe kind of coming down a little bit off this higher and stuff too. It should have been coming down off higher as the last 3 times. I'll give Stefanski credit. At least he made, a sandwich out of the shit he was given. And it was a shit sandwich, but it was 2 playoff runs. So, but still, I mean, how is anyone okay with this? How's anyone like, I'm going to go to these games? Like, you're going to the game to fucking pregame. Like Double A does every fucking Sunday in the Muni lot. Then he goes home.
Yes.
That's what he does.
No,
like you're going to party.
People don't realize that. I'm like, yeah, I'm downtown enjoying I go home.
He didn't watch a down of football this year. He did not watch 1 snap of Shador Sanders playing quarterback. Not a damn thing. He didn't because he was drunk off his ass by 105. He was done. I mean, like, come on. Like, this is...
Dude, it's... Kyle,
he knows that the same thing keeps happening. It just keeps repeating itself.
Yes.
And again, I get it takes magic to be a Kansas City or even a New England now again, where they just, hey, right place, right time, right quarterback, right coach, defense playing great. They're set up for the next 10 to 15 years. Vrabel's young enough. May's obviously the 2nd season. Like, Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes, what was he, the 15th pick in that draft? I mean, he was 10, 15, somewhere in there. Like, he was in the team.
Yeah, right. That 10 to 15 range. Yep, exactly.
That means 10 teams passed on possibly a franchise guy that had no idea he may be the best quarterback of all time when it's all said and done. Possibly.
Same draft class as Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah, who went to it. He had a good couple of years in Chicago, and then people forgot he could play quarterback, and now he's backing up Josh Allen still. He's not that bad. I'd still take Mitch in Cleveland at some point. But, I mean, hey, not as bad as possibly the backup options we're going to have next season. Can't wait for Deshaun Watson to start 8 games, by the way. That's going to be fun. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. He may win the job. He may win the fucking job.
There's a chance he could win the job.
He may start week 1. Ugh.
You're paying him a ton of money. There's a chance. But I think to Kyle's point, though, that's why I brought up earlier. I cannot escape from my mind the theory that I have that I think if Jimmy Haslam fully, truly, 100% had it his way and he said, F the fans, I'm going to do it this way. I think Kevin Stefanski would still be here. That's what this hire tells me. I think he would still be here. I think Jimmy Haslam, he relies on what makes him comfortable. I think Stefanski and Barry in the building is what's comfortable for him. Paul DiPodesta was comfortable. Ren results doesn't matter. And it was so bad he had to make some kind of move. But I think to Kyle's point, there is something to be said about we need to make sure we're ready by 2029. When we start breaking ground in this stadium, we got to be ready to go. And it's just frustrating. It is. But
they also look at the draft this year, 2 first-round picks, all the stuff, and they look at next year's coaching cycle. You're going to have possibly Tomlin and McDermott trying to get back in. Maybe Mike McDaniel has a great year as an OC out in LA, and he feels more rejuvenated to try and become a head coach again because he pulled Justin Herbert to the AFC title game or something like that.
And there's a quarterback in Texas who will be in the draft next year.
Yep. Well, a couple guys. I'm still pissed that people are overlooking Drew Allard. I've said this before multiple times. I get Penn State didn't end the way he wanted to, but he improved year after year. And that dude is 6'5", 230, can run, and has a better arm than 90% of quarterbacks in the NFL right now. So the fact that he is not getting looked at in the first few rounds blows my mind. But but nevertheless, Anthony's right. You got Lenora Sellers next year too. There's going to be a couple other guys. Obviously, Darian Mensah is another guy who just transferred to Miami today. He will be probably in the draft next year. I'm sure there'll be another 11, 12 win team in Miami next season, and they'll be right there. So he'll get the national spotlight too. Next year is one of those classes. At least we said this last year too, but who the fuck knows? But next year it should be 4 to 5 guys in the first round that you could say maybe could be a franchise quarterback. It's one of those drafts, so it looks. But the Browns want the first pick. They want Arch Manning. They want him bad more than anyone else. That means you got to draft the number 1 receiver. You have to draft probably 3 to 4 offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Because, hey, they're interchangeable at this point. You can hit on a 4th-round offensive lineman. You can miss on a 1st-round offensive lineman. Shit happens.
Can.
So take as many as you can so you can fill those fucking plugs because you got a bunch of them. It's like the Titanic, except the iceberg has been Jimmy Haslam's decision-making. It's fucking awful.
And that's my question. My follow-up to that, you bring up the draft, you bring up free agency, and Andrew Berry and Todd Monken, and how are they going to attack the draft? How much of a say do these guys even have in the draft and free agency? If Jimmy Haslam likes somebody's character or swagger or whatever, then he's going to overrule. Or if he thinks that he knows more than the guys in charge of the team and GMing the team. If he thinks he knows more, we've seen it before with Jimmy Haslam, a la Johnny Manziel, a la all of the bad picks we've made in years past. Johnny Manziel had I'll come back to that. That's an interesting one. I don't think we have enough tape on Shedeur yet. I don't. But Johnny Manziel is the biggest one that stands out, at least to me, just because it was, if you talk to anybody that was a GM or head coach of that team, right, back then, they didn't want Johnny Manziel. They didn't. But Jimmy said box office, swagger, and the character wasn't there. I mean, obviously, as you see, it was Billy Football.
That wasn't even the worst pick of that draft by the Browns either.
Justin Gilbert draft?
Yes.
God.
Justin Gilbert. Yeah.
Which car dealership is he working at right now? That's what I want to know.
But I guess my thing is ultimately, I don't even know if this is Todd Monken and Andrew Berry's call. I think this is a Jimmy Haslam call. This is a Jimmy Haslam operation, and he's going to have the say. So the idea of Carnell Tate or Jordan Tyson or any of these receivers or, maybe we just go best player available now, Caleb Downs. I mean, we might have an opening in the secondary if Denzel Ward gets sick of, what's going on right now. So at the end of the day, this is a Jimmy Haslam operation. And until Jimmy Haslam puts faith in the guys that he is hiring, we are just going to continue to do the same song and dance. And I don't know how many more times I could do the tango. I mean, I don't know.
I think Jimmy Haslam's going to stay out of the way with the draft solely because he said Andrew Berry is here because of last year's draft. I think Jimmy Haslam's going to get out of the way with this year's draft. With that being said, who knows beyond that point? And again, you do wonder, Eli, as you bring up the Shedeur factor as well. There is that back door, right? If there is somebody that he likes, Jimmy Haslam likes on the backside of things, he could intercept that, right? I think the big question would be, all right, once you get to the draft, you get to pick number 6. Is that receiver there? Or who says, hey, we're going to trade back, and this city will burn down if we trade back from 6. But that's on the table.
It is.
And that part, who would make the call? And if let's just say, for example, let's say Andrew Berry wants to trade back from 6. Would Jimmy step in at that point and say, no, Tate's there. You need to take a receiver there? I do see something like that happening.
It's just, it makes me fearful. And, and you guys, we're talking about, the Browns, and I get your point, Kyle. I understand that they just got to be good for the dome. I mean, they got to fill out the new dome. But we're talking about, and you even brought it up, that the season ticket holders should have went down 3 coaching hires ago. So if they weren't fed up then, I mean, I imagine this is something that is starting to, at some point you've had enough, I'd imagine, as fans. So who's to say if they put out a terrible product on the field the next 2-3 years that the dome is going to be filled? I mean, there is a possibility on the other side that there's just not enough care. I mentioned the AA, and I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for it, whatever, from saying that there's a lot of sports teams here. Cavaliers, Guardians, you got the Monsters in the AHL if you want to go catch a good hockey game. Columbus, they're down there, but you can go see the NHL down there. And then staying back here in Cleveland, they are introducing a WNBA team. And it is going to be in the heart of downtown Cleveland, it appears.
And I will be getting season tickets for that.
That's what I'm saying. It's like there are other things to do in Cleveland. I mentioned just in the entertainment level, too. Great Lakes Science Center, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. There are other ways to spend your Sunday than buying a season ticket pass to go watch the Factory of Sadness. And that's where I'm at. I love the Cleveland Browns, but it is like loving a toxic girlfriend.
Honestly,
yeah, go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead.
I was going to say, honestly, I go to the Browns games when I do because I want to see the other team. That's there. Like, remember back when Johnny Manziel got drafted, that was the year that New Orleans came to town. So I watched the Saints play. And of course, the Browns beat the Saints that day with Drew Brees, which pissed me off. Go figure. One of their 4 wins that year was that one. And then I earlier this past season went to the Bengals, the home opener. I mean, I wanted to see Joe Burrow because I like Joe Burrow. I mean, that was like, okay, cool. I'll go to it anyway and it'll be fun. And I was a Browns fan for a day, if that, a couple hours. And when I left the stadium, I came back to reality. So yeah, no, it was fine. It was miserable while I was there. But no, I think that the only time Jimmy Haslam will poke his head in the draft room, I don't even think it'll be trades. I think it'll be if he sees someone he believes will alter the franchise in that kind of decision. Usually that's a quarterback, like Shador this past season, like Johnny Manziel, like you brought up before. I mean, that's when he will put his foot in and say, we need to take this person. Shador Sanders is available in the 5th round of this draft. We need to take him. I don't care if he doesn't play it down. He needs to be in our building. I like his personality. I think he could be something in the future. Even if he isn't this year, he needs to be here. Take him.
So my question to that, though, is so besides a late flyer on Drew Aller, because that's what it appears he's going to fall because of the injury at Penn State, too, is obviously not doing him any favors in terms of where they're looking at him draft-wise. So besides maybe a late flyer on Drew Aller, if the Browns do look quarterback, because I guess we really haven't talked that. I'm more so just to be fully transparent, I believe with everything, and now especially with the Monken hire and the rumors, or the reports that he is he's tutoring quarterbacks, which kind of aligns with the Browns doing homework, I guess, or whatever. At the end of the day,
in questionnaires,
Shador Sanders needs a 17.
Throw a tight spiral. Check yes for one.
Shador Sanders.
Hey, make sure you check your work. I want sources.
Timmy said I throw a tight spiral.
Yes.
If Shador Sanders,
measurements, I want the angles where how you can measure the football.
Well, if I have a 32-degree launch angle off the side of my left pinky finger, that means I can really drive in the ball at a force rate of 45,000 psi.
Yes, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally on how to execute those measurements.
Fucking Goodwill Hunting in the fucking Browns locker room right now, just with a chalkboard full of an equation that doesn't have an answer to it.
Shador Sanders.
A cube.
Give them a Rubik's Cube. They got 10 minutes to solve it or they're fucking out.
Bro, remember you did the times tables and stuff? And you got 2 minutes to do the timetables. They have these coaches who play around the world to interview, and Mike McDaniel said, "I'm out."
Yeah. They're like, "Hey, do you remember
get a second chance? If you miss, you're done."
Do you remember? I don't know if you guys had to do it. When I was in school, they had us have to know all the capitals of every state, and you had to do the capital song. You're saying every. Do you think they were doing that with the Cleveland Browns?
Yes.
Juneau and Columbus.
Fucking Warshard test. What do you see when you see this ink blot? I see the Bills. Okay, you're gone.
You don't know your exponents.
But all joking aside, guys, Shador Sanders deserves a 17-game run because I think at this point,
Pro Bowl quarterback.
Pro Bowl quarterback.
Yes, Pro Bowl quarterback needs a 17-game run. Yes.
Oh, what a joke.
And Todd Monken, though, but the big thing is he does tutor quarterbacks. That's the big report is he works well with the quarterback room. Whatever. We'll see what happens with Shador. But, we haven't really talked about if they do bring in another quarterback. Yeah, they have Shador, they have Deshaun, and they have Dylan Gabriel. Do they take a flyer on a Drew Aller, or do they completely shock the franchise and reach for Ty Simpson out of Alabama maybe, or something like that? It's not out of the realm of possibility is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I think more so is like a free agency or a trade, depending who Monken likes. I mean, he's not getting Lamar Jackson, so we can just cross that off our list. But at the end of the day, I don't know what the Browns should do. I feel like any draft of a quarterback besides maybe taking a flyer on Aller, I'm okay with that, Kyle. But I'm not okay with Ty Simpson. You're not getting Fernando Mendoza. Lenora Sellers, I'm not the biggest fan of. I think he's got a raw athleticism.
He's
but
next year. Yeah, he went back to school. Yeah, for good reason, because he wasn't ready yet. I mean, that's very
So I mean, it'll be interesting. But you guys keep mentioning it. Maybe the Browns will stay pat, and that's more reason to have Shador Sanders do a 17-game season. You find out what you have, and if it works out, you don't have to go quarterback. And if not, you have Arch Manning, Dante Moore out of Oregon who went back to school. You just mentioned Lenora Sellers, Kyle. You have a ton of guys that are out there that are going to be available. You mentioned the guy, Daria Mensa, going from Duke to Miami, and you see the last two U quarterbacks.
Julian Sain's going to be draft eligible next year. If he plays well enough again, he's going to be thrown to Jeremiah Smith and Brandon Ennis. So, I mean, he's probably going to be in the Heisman, trophy consideration again, I'd imagine so. And it's funny. We talk about all this too, because like last year it was Cade Klubnik, Drew Aller, Carson Beck. They're all going to be like the top 3 picks. And then is Arch going to declare or not? And all like we had like 6 guys going in the top 10 for quarterbacks. And now there's only going to be one, possibly. We'll see how Ty Simpson does if he gets like the Jets or someone stupid to take him, in the first 10 picks or whatnot. If they trade back in, they take him at 2, who the hell knows? But I still look at somebody like Aller. I look at somebody, with the experience of Klubnik, playing at high levels in high school and in college, somebody like Carson Beck, he kind of rehabilitated his image a little bit. I mean, obviously the national title game didn't go how he wanted at the end, but nobody was beating Indiana this year. It shows in their record. So, I mean, who knows? I mean, there's stopgap options, but Shador, and I said this too, he was a player or 2 away or a drive or 2 away from going 5-2 as a starter. And his stats wouldn't have been that much better. So it's like, imagine if he actually gets his shit together a little bit and starts playing football with less turnovers, like a little more Dylan Gabriel with some sprinkles in of what he can do with his arm. You may have something there that could be a 500 or better quarterback on this team. So who knows?
Am I the only one who believes that Shador Sanders could still be a legitimate franchise quarterback?
Oh no, I'm right there with you. I'm right there.
But again, it's all comes down to like in any situation, right? Right coach, right system, right time. He's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Josh Allen. He's not any of these guys. You're not getting that yet. He's got the arm strength and he can make a lot of those throws, but there is a lot to work on there. So maybe this.
If the only thing he has to improve on, I think he has to get a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger, to contend. But I'm like, if the offensive line, if you can successfully turn over the offensive line, I know
if you can block for 8 seconds every down, he may have a shot not to throw a pick. He's got to get the ball out. He can't take sacks.
Well, hopefully a new offensive mindset would actually help.
Hopefully.
That's where Stefanski fell apart with Shador.
No adjustments, too. He never made adjustments at halftime or anything. He kind of just stuck to the game plan no matter what.
Well, the Falcons are going to get a rude awakening about that because he never made adjustments with anybody. I mean, the offensive guru went through 12 quarterbacks, and supposedly all 12 quarterbacks were terrible.
Hey, you know what? He's 69 with Kirk Cousins right now, so he's really excited. I didn't even trade for you. I just had to get fired.
True. But you know what, though? I think Eli, though, has a point, though. Like, with Shador, give him a full off season to work with the ones and give him a run as the starting quarterback to 17 games as that dude. Hell, Shador did enough to take the Browns out of position to draft a quarterback in the last couple of weeks.
Just enough to fuck him over so they couldn't take Mendoza.
Yeah, you know what? Give him an opportunity to not draft another quarterback for 2027. Why not? And if you're looking across the scope of the AFC North, what? All you got to do is win what? 8, 9, 10 games for anybody. I'm not sitting here talking about Browns and playoffs. Absolutely not. But I'm just saying, like, if the only team that didn't make a coaching change in this division is Zach Taylor in Cincinnati.
Oh, don't worry. That's coming next year.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure Zach Taylor, I don't know if we would consider him one of the elite coaches in the AFC.
Not anymore.
It's not a bad idea to give Shador that run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting, guys. I mean, you mentioned Shador, you mentioned the offensive line. We're going to take a pause here. Kyle, are you going to join us for our final segment?
Oh, fuck no, I'm done with this.
Okay,
I don't want to talk about that. Listen, I like to enjoy my time away from work. And, I have to deal with Anthony tomorrow as much as it is already.
Fair.
So I said my piece. I think that Anthony is right as well, that, Shador should get the option. And then they also have the ability at the end of the day, Eli, to go, look, did it work? Are we above 500? Did we win a bunch of games? Or did it not? Then you can make a decision about who you're taking next year, all that kind of stuff, where you're drafting, who fits in where, who does what. I mean, you have to give him the chance. What you can't do, you can't start Deshaun Watson next year.
You can't.
Can someone pull the plug? Can someone get in Jimmy's ear and say, you know what? You don't mind spending money? Eat it. Eat the fucking dead cap. Just do it and get him out. I don't care how good of a mentor he was for Shador. He's a cancer on your team. Go let him pay him his money that you already guaranteed and let him sign a vet min somewhere and let him try and earn a roster spot somewhere else. Just please let it go. And you already admitted you made a mistake. You called it the biggest mistake you've made as an owner or whatever it was last offseason. Just cut the fucking ties. Do it. The entire team will respect him more if he does that.
Jimmy
That's the
Haslam.
last thing.
That'll be the one time the entire city would be like, you know what?
Oh, fucking stand up and clap. Say, you know what? We're going to eat this salary. We're sorry. We made a mistake, and now we're going to try and fix it. That's all you have to say. That's it. God, it's not that difficult.
Kyle, I got one more sports question for you before you go.
Yeah.
You want LeBron back in Cleveland?
Oh, of course. Anyone who says they don't's lying to their fucking teeth. Get out. You chance to get the greatest Cavalier of all time back and then maybe have a championship run with LeBron one more time. Don't forget how fun the 2016 parade was. Watch some B-roll. Watch it back if you weren't there and tell me how fun that wasn't. That was amazing. It was a great time. Come on. Of course you do. And especially if you don't have to give up anything to get him. If that means he signs here in the offseason for a smaller contract or the mid-level or whatever it is because LeBron's already a billionaire, he doesn't need more money. I mean, it's more about where does he want to finish his career. And I can't think of a better place to do it than here. And I can't think of a team that could use him more than a team right now that looks like they're kind of lost. They're losing their big man for 1 to 3 weeks with another injury. Donovan Mitchell has to score 45 points a game for them to beat mid-level teams. I mean, fuck, yes, we could use LeBron to score 20. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard people. We don't want him back because he left twice. Well, eat a dick. Whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you actually take emotion out of everything, LeBron is the final piece that is missing from this Cavs team.
He's the wing you hope DeAndre Hunter is going to be and that Jalen Tyson is slowly turning into. That's exactly what you want. Who better to mentor someone like Tyson, who's on a much more affordable contract than DeAndre Hunter, than LeBron, who's actually plays the fucking position and has for 20 plus years of his career at the highest level possibly ever. I mean, it's silly to not want this guy back, especially if you can afford it. And then, yes, I would trade. Honestly, if I were the Cavs, I'd fucking trade for him right now if I could. I'd send him fucking Jared Allen, possibly Darius Garland, and a pick for LeBron at this point.
For me, and Garland can go.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm with you there.
I love DG, but it's time. He needs to move on. Some guys just need a new setting. And honestly, DG with Luka out there, then Jared Allen to throw, fucking lobs to him would be great. I still think that the Cavs missed the boat with the possibility of trading for Giannis in the offseason. He showed he doesn't mind playing in the Midwest. You could have dangled out there DG and Allen and some picks possibly in the offseason to get him. Now it's going to be the Warriors or some other fucking team. They're going to swoop in and trade for him. I mean, it's missed opportunities because we got a core 4. We want to keep them together. Well, okay, go win. You guys have shown you want to be aggressive. Now it's time to be aggressive. You have 2 superstars that could use some help. And they're not getting it from the 2 other guys that are supposed to be all-stars and superstars in their own right.
Yeah.
Somebody tweeted out Giannis has been traded to the Los Angeles Dodgers. I'm done.
Hey, I'd be remiss if I didn't share this comment before we went to break. We're going to come back with our final segment. Kyle is going to go enjoy the rest of his evening.
Yeah, please, for fuck's sake. You guys have made me depressed enough as it is talking about this dumpster fire of a franchise.
And reminder, Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast live tomorrow, fellas?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to be going late, so I don't know. That's up to senior program director over there in the middle screen. He runs the ship. He's the one. Listen, he's the one fucking this dog. I'm just holding its head. So,
Hey, we're going to talk tomorrow. We're talking Royal Rumble. Could this be AJ Styles, his last?
we're talking
day
Brock
of-
Lesnar getting pedicures with his daughter out in
and also the state of NXT. NXT right now is going through. Basically, they have a brand new show. So we're going to talk a little bit about that tomorrow too.
Yeah.
I'm so happy Jada Parker's back, by the way. Oh,
I got to share this real quick, fellas. From Derpy 501 ST2. Holy cow, is this man wearing YSU hat? Holy pool. And you're dang right. I have been wearing this Youngstown State hat all day.
he hasn't taken that hat off in 17 years. He's been wearing it the entire time. He actually doesn't have a head underneath it. There's actually a small little penguin egg underneath, believe it or not. He's been kind of working and incubating it over the course of his near full adult life. And we're very excited to see it hatch possibly in the next 10 to 15 years. So look
All
forward
right,
to
do with that information what you will, America and the world.
Sorry, I'm going to break your secret. Sorry, Eli.
Kyle Cornell, always a pleasure having you, my bro. Thank you for joining us and giving your insight here on Todd Monken, the Browns, and overall just everything going on here. We're excited to hear you and AA on the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast tomorrow. So stay locked in with the Inside Edge Network. Follow Inside Edge Net. Also follow the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast. So you get the alerts from both of them.
Also, by the way, hey, we got a special announcement tomorrow too, Eli. A ghost from our past is returning to the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast, so make sure you guys tune in for that.
And it's not the Undertaker from the.
No, it's not the Undertaker. It's Michelle McCool. Yeah, trying to interview us as much as we would enjoy that. No.
Word. Okay. Hey, a lot of great stuff there with the Side Hustle Wrestling podcast tomorrow. Special announcement, a live edition. It sounds like, or is it? Are we recording it? We're going live.
It'll be live. Parma still doesn't have power.
Okay.
I'm about to drive into it now, so I'm looking forward to not being able to see anything because all the street lights are still out.
Side Hustle Wrestling podcast live tomorrow on the Inside Edge Network. AA Anthony Alford, Kyle Cornell with a special announcement that I don't even know. I just found that out right there with you. So we'll all be tuning in tomorrow to hear that. Kyle, thank you so much for your time. Get after it the rest of this evening. Stay safe. We love you and we appreciate you, man.
Oh, man, I had a wonderfully terrible time. Appreciate you, boys.
Thanks,
absolutely. Kyle Cornell, everybody. And AA. Looks like we got one more segment here. We're gonna put a bow on this thing. We've been going 6 hours, 56 minutes, and 41 seconds and counting. And we have a ton of viewers. And thank you to everybody, first off, out there on the Inside Edge Network, whether you're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. You have been tuned in for the entire day. The viewership has just been continuing to go up. And we appreciate you locked in with us from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, as we covered this extensive last little run of the Cleveland Browns head coaching search. We have our answer, Todd Monken. Thank you so much for choosing us. We are your source for not only sports, but entertainment, mental health, everything in between. So you are our family here. We appreciate you. We couldn't be doing this without you. So thank you so much.
Oh, no. Can I mention this comment before the break from our guy, Raul?
Sure can.
It's actually the last one. You could pop it on the screen if you like. Myles Garrett spotted doing 130 down Bagley Road, leaving town. Yeah. Well, if you're doing 130, there's still some ice on the ground, so you don't want to be doing that at all. I would not recommend it.
Oh my goodness.
You
With that being
local communities putting down salt. But no, you're out of salt, so you can't even do that.
Yeah.
And we're doing a deep freeze for the last 2 weeks. It'll still be a deep freeze for the next 2 weeks or so.
Yeah.
I mean, this town, boy, is it exciting to cover sports and weather here in this town.
Nothing like it, AA. Absolutely nothing like it. And there's nobody else I'd rather be covering this with than all my Inside Edge Network family. And yeah, man, we're going to come back here, bro. We're going to put a bow on this for all you out there still tuned in. We're going to put a bow on this. We are going to pass. We're going to surpass the 7-hour mark of live coverage. Just a friendly reminder that Jersey Chasers will be, I believe, tonight, AA, correct?
Yeah, coming up 7:30. They'll be on. They'll have the latest. Autumn and Christie, they'll have the latest, of course, on the Brown stuff. Also, the state of Ohio is going to be in the spotlight fully on Netflix coming up next month. And it is a dating show.
Oh, wow.
And entering in its 10th season. And they are doing an Ohio-based season.
Oh, don't tell me who is it? Love is Blind. I thought you were gonna. Oh man, I thought you were gonna say something else. Love is Blind's cool. All right, that's
Love is Blind. I've never seen the show before.
I watched enough to know. I think that's the one where they like stand and there's like a mirror blocking them and they hear their voices. Then they meet and usually they're really disappointed in how they look and they're like, "Well, Love is Blind." You've seen them.
I seen a clip. I seen a clip. The whoever they walk in and they introduce themselves, and then like the opposite sex, if they don't like what they hear, they pop their balloon like immediately. And there was one time where a woman walked in, she introduced herself, and all 6 dudes, the moment she started talking, they all popped their balloons.
That's tough.
You gotta be kidding me.
That's tough. That's tough. Well, we'll have to look into that, I guess, and we'll look into a little bit more sports information and news as we put a bow on this. Cleveland Browns head coaching search is official. Todd Monken earlier today announced as the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns, formerly with the Baltimore Ravens offensive coordinator. Double A Anthony Alford and myself, Eli Moon, will be back to put a bow on this entire coverage. A reminder, Jersey Chasers at 7:30. So you'll get about an hour back in your day to go relax, eat dinner, and then make sure you tune into Autumn and Christy. We'll be tuned in. We'll be hearing what the girls have to say. And then another program reminder, right after Jersey Chasers, me and Chad Bryan will put a full recap on everything we just talked about, talk about some sports stories we haven't got to because there's other things going on in the sports world. And yeah, like I said, we are where you need to be. Inside Edge Network, Double A Anthony Alford, Eli Moon. We are back for one final segment after this. Stay tuned.
Jim's an outstanding football coach. We have a lot of respect for him, a lot of appreciation for him, and he has certainly earned the right for consideration. But that's something that we still have to discuss and obviously discuss with him. And Tommy, he's a very talented young coordinator. He's held in very high regard, not just in college football, but across the NFL. But again, those are discussions that we have to continue to have.
And welcome back to the Inside Edge Network. Double A Anthony Alford to my right, your left. I am Eli Moon. This is the final segment of our Cleveland Browns coverage. If you are just now tuning in, hello. It is 6:11 p.m. Eastern Time. We have been on the air covering this since about 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. We appreciate everybody that's been tuned in and stuck around for whatever amount of time you were able to. I know people got things to do, but you chose to listen to us, so thank you. We're going to put a bow on this thing. We're going to discuss just the Cleveland Browns in the process here, and then a quick programming reminder again. At 7:30 live will be the Jersey Chasers, Autumn and Christy. Me and Double A will both be tuned in for that, so make sure you tune in with us, and maybe we'll all comment together and ask the girls what they think of all this. And then, of course, Chad, Bryan, and I will put a extra bow on the present that the Browns have provided us today at right after Jersey Chasers are done, shortly after. And so stick with the Inside Edge Network. With that being said, Double A, we have one more thing to talk about, me and you, and it's the process, the coaching process, the hiring process, the search itself. Where did the Cleveland Browns go wrong?
Everything. And it's sad to say because Todd Monken might be a good candidate, might do well at this job, but it's the process. It's if the reports are true, and we'll play the Grossi clip one more time here in a little bit. But if the process, if it's true, it seemed to me that this hire goes against what Andrew Berry wanted.
Mm-hmm.
You would imagine he wanted to go young. He wanted to go, the Sean McVay type, young offensive-minded play caller. And Jimmy Haslam said, no, I'm going to go with the guy that I want. And again, nobody was talking about Todd Monken at all. I mean, when we saw the reports of the coaches who were available, there was all, Mary Kay would throw in, there's also Todd Monken. That was the name that we read over. That was the name that you're like, okay, fine, whatever. Like, he wasn't considered really the guy. It just seemed like for me, ultimately, though, all kidding aside, though, this idea that you couldn't do a clean search, right? We're going to do this, but you have to keep Jim Schwartz as the defensive coordinator. You have to keep Andrew Berry as your general. You have to do this, and this. These coaches, these candidates, they want the ability to build their own staff because you're going to have that power struggle. You're going to have, as you mentioned earlier, Eli, you have a defensive locker room. We played the Denzel Ward clip earlier, who's locked in step with Jim Schwartz. So if a head coaching candidate comes in and says something, there's always going to be that side eye to Jim Schwartz. Well, should we do this? Should we really do this? And if he says, then that undercuts any candidate. So I think if Jim's either you make the call for Jim Schwartz to be the head coach if you really wanted him to be here. If you really wanted him to be here, you make that call, or you cut him loose and call it a day. So I think they tried to serve many evils, and they completely misread the room. They didn't understand, for whatever reason, that if you passed up on a guy who has a head coaching background and he interviews for the job and you don't give him the job, he's probably not going to be like, hey, buddy, how you doing? Hope you succeed as the next head coach. He's going to want to leave. So I think they don't know how to manage people. And I think that was the ultimate downfall of this process. They don't talk to people. They're locked in with their papers instead of actually talking to people. And that's what did them wrong in this process.
Yeah, and I think, Jimmy Haslam learned a very valuable lesson, I would hope. That when you try to people please and please everybody, you usually end up pissing a lot more people off than making people happy. He tried to please Jim Schwartz. Well, I need Jim Schwartz here, and I need Andrew Berry here. But if I can get Todd Monken here, Jim Schwartz will maybe stay, and we just won't tell Jim. We'll just tell Jim he's still in the head coaching, and he'll be okay with it, But because we want to make Todd happy, and we don't want to upset Nate. We're going out to Los Angeles. We don't want to just tell him no thanks. We're gonna make him happy too, and you end up in a situation like this where Todd Monken is happy. I mean, I would hope he has not opened social media because that would be a bad thing. Because nobody really in Cleveland seems to be too happy. I mean, there's some reports coming out, tweets and whatever, and Facebook posts, and that some people are happy and optimistic. But
I mean, Shador, we showed it earlier on his IG. He's like, let's go, we're ready to go. So
yeah, and you know what? So we'll see what happens. But Jim Schwartz obviously not a happy camper. Nate Shieldhouse probably wondering what, WTF, what just happened? You guys flew out across the country to come see me. Wasted my entire Monday, the day after I lost the NFC Championship game, just to lead me along a few extra days and tell me I'm not getting any position in Cleveland. Not come back and say, hey, we want you to be the OC. We don't want you to be head coach, but you're next in line in case this Monken thing fails. And the Browns and Jimmy Haslam learned when you try to please everybody, it usually doesn't work out. And, I think, obviously we talk about, maybe there was a stretch on the extensive coaching search the Browns did in terms of the homework and all that. I do think there's some truth to a lot of that, though. The Browns wanted to be the smartest guys in the room. They wanted to show the Ivy League background of their front office and show that they are so intelligent that they know more than almost any other NFL franchise. That's why they haven't won a Super Bowl in franchise history. But they have overcompensated this entire coaching search. They have went out and interviewed everybody in the world that could be available dang near for the head coaching gig. The only name I really didn't hear was, I think, Kubiak. I don't know if they had interviewed Clint Kubiak, but obviously the Seattle Seahawks made a run to the Super Bowl. It's going to be a little tougher to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, and they couldn't anyway because he's in the Super Bowl.
Exactly. So it's, obviously that's one of the only names that stands out that I would have liked to have heard more about in the coaching search, but obviously circumstances don't allow that. It's just they overcompensated. They try to be the smartest guys in the room. We've seen this before, and usually they aren't the smartest guys in the room. It's just mind-boggling to me that you can continue to mess up this many coaching searches. You not only, at least right now, initial reaction out of Cleveland, and at least here on the Inside Edge Network, all but one Ryan Mosser, is it's not, and we'll see what the girls say, obviously, on Jersey Chasers here in the next hour, but it's not a great hire. It's not an inspiring hire. It's not making me want to go put on a jacket and a parka and all this stuff and go out to a December football game in Cleveland and downtown and root for the team. You want to give it the benefit of the doubt, but it's so tough to. But that's the only thing you really can, is the benefit of the doubt. And that's not a good thing to say about your coach the same day he's hired. It's just not positive. They've scared away, for one reason or another, Mike McDaniel, Jesse Minter, Grant Yudinski. I mean, John Harbaugh, we didn't even hear about an interview because guess what? Even if the Browns asked him, I don't know if he would have even entertained it. And he's, Ohio guy.
And the Giants kept him in the building because he had an interview lined up with Tennessee. Yeah. And the Giants kept him in the building and locked up their contract. They knew what they wanted to do. And I think that's the other thing. It's ultimately some of these other teams that have had openings filled, they know what they've wanted to do. They had a vision for what they're looking for as from their head coaching position, and they executed the vision. I think that's the difference. Let me backtrack for a second. I think the Browns, or at least Andrew Berry, had a vision for what he wanted to do. But once again, time and time again, that got intercepted. And that did the job. And again, now, what is to stop Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, and others if Jim Schwartz is gone? Oh, and here's the other kicker. Because we haven't heard him much. We haven't talked about him much. But if all right, you're the new head coach. What if Jimmy Haslam said, and I'm seeing reports, what if he tells you, hey, you got to keep Bubba Ventrone, the coach that Jimmy Haslam wanted on this staff, and you saw how disastrous the special teams unit has been.
Yeah.
And you, the head coaching candidate, I want to bring him on staff. No, you got to keep the DC, and you got to keep the special teams coordinator. So essentially, you're becoming a head coach and really in title only, but you're not really granted head coaching responsibilities.
Yeah, and Bubba Ventrone obviously fielding a bunch of other opportunities, and we wish him well here in Cleveland as far as maybe going and finding a new team to maybe wreck their special teams unit, because it just wasn't good here. But AA just ultimately, this is a Jimmy Haslam experience. This is the Jimmy Haslam experiment, and it has been since he took over the team. He chases box office and quick grabs in terms of guys that can bring tickets and ticket sales up, and not necessarily wins all the time, but might excite you for a little bit until the luster wears off, just like it did with Johnny Manziel, and people grew tired of it. And at the end of the day, stop being trying to be the smartest guy in the room, because you're not, Jimmy Haslam. You have an Ivy League graduate, and we've talked about Andrew Berry, and he's made some questionable moves himself. But at the end of the day, you brag about how we have an Ivy League graduate being our general manager. Yet, whenever it comes to big decisions, he's not considered for the final decision. It doesn't make any sense. It leads me to wonder if maybe the Browns should just remove the GM position and bring Jimmy Haslam, just like Jerry Jones basically does in Dallas. Maybe Jimmy Haslam just does that, because we're basically at that point, besides the process of Jimmy Haslam doing post-game pressers like Jerry Jones.
You know what it is? It's all right, Andrew Berry, you could do all the technical hard stuff. You could actually go out and do the interviews. You could actually make some of the hard some of the hard stuff, some of the detail stuff. We could work contracts and stuff. But when it comes to the big decisions, the ones that make the general manager role fun, right? The ones that really matter. That's all me. That's what this screams. That's what this screams. It's like Andrew Berry had the power to do all this stuff, and yet it was Jimmy Haslam that said, yeah, I have final say, and this guy is the guy. I don't care what process you did. That's that. And this is not new, Eli. This is not new. In the past, Sean McDermott would have been here. He wasn't. Hugh Jackson was here instead. Wonder whose fault that was. And then in the past, Kevin Stefanski could have been here earlier. He wasn't. Who was here instead? Freddie Kitchens. Why was Freddie Kitchens hired? Why was he promoted back in 2019? Because Baker Mayfield, at the time a rookie, made a push to Jimmy Haslam to hire his guy as the head coach. A rookie in the locker room. And that's the other thing. Jimmy Haslam he's dumb, but he has terrible people around him too. You talk, and your collective is phenomenal, and everyone we have here at the network is great. What makes friendships and business work is when you have the right people around you, the people that will lift you to the right direction, get you to success. But if you have the wrong people around you, that could lead to your downfall. And it's clear and obvious that the Haslams have the wrong people around them. And that Paul DePodesta mindset. And by the way, Eli, I know DePodesta has a new job now working for the Colorado Rockies. Don't be surprised within these next few years if he's back here. Don't be shocked if he's right back here in Cleveland.
After today, AA, I don't know if anything else can shock me from this organization. I really don't know. The one positive we have is this comment coming in here from Zema7219. He said, you guys got a Pro Bowl QB, though.
Yeah, and by the way, listen. I will say this: lay off on Shador. I mean,
Yeah.
we didn't. Nobody here in Cleveland, nobody from the Shador camp said, "Hey, he needed to be a Pro Bowl quarterback."
Exactly.
Nobody did that. It's not lay off on Shador. You can blame the NFL for having a crappy process on this, but nobody here in Cleveland, no Browns fan, no Shador fan, no Shador did not push to be a Pro Bowl quarterback this year. In fact, if he had the other people turned it down and he took it. But I will say this about Shador real quick before we end our coverage.
Yeah.
This is an opportunity, as we talked about last segment, for Shador Sanders to be a franchise guy. And I truly believe, I know we're joking about him being a Pro Bowl quarterback, I legitimately believe he can be a franchise guy for the Cleveland Browns. And it's up to Todd Monken. It's up to the Browns front office. I know they have the low vote of confidence, but it's up to them to make it work. And the division, as I mentioned before, as bad as our situation is here in Cleveland, you're not that far away from winning 10 games. If you make the right draft picks and you give Shador Sanders better coaching, you're not that far away from winning 10 games, which is really, for this division, that's all you need to go to the playoffs. So I mean, doom and gloom, and the process sucked. And things can easily go south because it has been in the last 30 years. Brown Stadium and the Vegas Stadium are the only two stadiums to have never hosted a playoff game in the NFL out of active stadiums. But the playoffs are within striking distance if Shador Sanders can elevate his play from year one to year two.
And I agree with you. I know everybody's giving Shador a lot of crap, really, honestly, about the Pro Bowl thing. Like you said, Double A, he didn't ask for it. As far as we know, he's out there already getting ready for next season. Like, his dad's Deion Sanders. So I think the disrespect's going to end here very soon when he starts having a better season this upcoming season. I've said it on Main Event. I'll continue to say it. I believe in Shador Sanders, and I think Shador Sanders is going to figure it out. The Browns have let down their young quarterbacks. It's not Shador Sanders' fault that the offensive line was walking out there prehistoric and old. And injured. Prehistoric and injured. I mean, this isn't always on the quarterback. We're so quick because that's the biggest position, the most important position in the game, at least offensively. And maybe in all of sports. Yeah, that's a different debate. But, like, Shador Sanders, the son of Deion Sanders, you're telling me he's going to fail? I don't buy it. I don't buy it for 1 instant, 1 second. And I believe in Shador Sanders to have a better 17-game season. And if he does, like Double A said, gets it going, and if Todd Monken is the voice that Shador needs to help his game develop, then so be it. And we'll all be sitting here talking about a much better offseason next year. Obviously, Double A, we share the same sentiment. We both believe in Shador. I think there's a lot of people in Cleveland that believe in Shador. I think the noise and the jokes are going to end very quickly. And Shador said that himself after one of the games. He said, you guys can all have your fun and do your little perfect time and mock my celebration and all that. I'm just taking note of it. I'll take my lumps. But just remember, everybody has their day, and I'll be back around. It's summarizing, but it's ultimately, it's just, I've never seen so much hate towards a player. I mean, I guess I have, but like, since LeBron was here, I've not seen a Cleveland athlete get as much hate as Shador Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that, okay, maybe Baker Mayfield, there was divide a little bit with Baker Mayfield. Let Mayfield and Stefanski have their beef down south now, because he will. But yeah, I mean, what this does do, again, with Monken, he has the rushing offensive experience too. So Quinshon Judkins, hopefully he can recover from his injury that he suffered at the end of the season. They're going to run the football, and they're going to do the things that you wanted Stefanski to do all these years and just refused. He refused to do. Run the football and allow your pro-style offensive quarterback in Shedeur Sanders operate the offense. He already has chemistry with Harold Fannin, so that's already settled and locked in. There is an opportunity, and that's just the only thing is I'll put a ball to all this too. It's like if the process wasn't so bad, if the vision was number one, hey, we want the best guy for the job, cool. But if they also said, hey, we want an offensive-minded guy, maybe we want a coach with experience to come in here, somebody who's been around the block and can offer something, Todd Monken is not a bad hire. It's just all the process that you got to lead to this point was bad, and that's how you got to this. But I just want to say 7.5 hours. Eli has been on for 6.5 of those hours, and you're that dude, man. You killed it today. Thank you. Really, these last few days for quarterbacking our coverage, and the 6.5 plus hours is still going to turn into probably 8 for you by the end of the day with your late night coverage with Chad and our entire team. And none of this is possible, of course, without all of you tuning in and supporting. And you see that at the bottom, a little ticker down there at the bottom there. I think I'm rolling with it.
You are.
Yes, at InsideEdge Net. Follow our stuff. Sports, entertainment. We got other programming too we're going to add too. So stay with us for that. But yeah, Eli, I just want to send a special thanks to you for quarterbacking this thing in front of the camera and behind. You did a great job today.
Thank you, Double A. And you know what? Like I told you back, at the beginning of football season, when you had you and Pete had this idea to bring the InsideEdge Network to life, I was bought in because I believe in you. I believe in Pete. I believe in everybody here on this InsideEdge Network, and I believe we're just getting started. So thank you to everybody out there, like Double A said, to tuning in here for. I think the motor's starting to slow down. I might need to take a power nap before 10. But thank you.
Eat dinner.
Yeah. Thank you for tuning in, all of you, for whatever time you spent, 10 minutes or 7.5 hours. Thank you so much. It means the world to us, truly. We obviously sat here and complained and argued, not necessarily argue, but we debated about Todd Monken and if he's the right fit and everything else. But at the end of the day, we want to be able to voice these opinions in front of an audience if you weren't tuning in. So thank you. Wherever you tuned in, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, make sure, like you said, like Double A said, go ahead and hit that follow button, that subscribe button, so you know when we're going live. If you enjoyed the 7.5 hours of coverage, you'll definitely enjoy what we got coming up for you this week and the weeks to come. A lot of great stuff on the horizon, like Double A said. If you are a local business or a national business and you would like to become the main sponsor of the InsideEdge Network, we are looking for one. So go ahead and reach out to Double A. You have his handle down there at Anthony Alford 92. You have mine, which is Instagram. I keep specifying it's Instagram. That's where I handle a lot of my business. At the man they call Moon. Reach out to either one of us. We'll get on the phone. We'll have a conversation, and we'll get this thing started. But jump on now because we are the source. We're the source for everything sports, entertainment, mental health, you name it. You are our family. Thank you so much. Thank you to Double A Anthony Alford for the opportunity back in September of 2025, starting this thing up, and thank you for the opportunity to run this thing today. Thank you, Kyle Cornell, for joining us. Thank you, Chad Bryan, who will join me later at 10 o'clock for our final recap of the day. Thank you, TK Dandridge and Ryan Mosser. Thank you, Rob Rizicki. And again, thank you to all of you. And thanks, Pete, as well. Thank you, Pete, for doing everything you do as well. I know you don't necessarily speak on these shows, except for time to time. But we appreciate you and we love you, man. For Double A Anthony Alford, for the entire InsideEdge Network crew, I'm Eli Moon. Everybody go eat dinner. At 7:30 Eastern time, the Jersey Chasers with Autumn and Christy are going to be on. We'll be locked in, Double A and I watching, commenting, getting involved. I suggest you do as well, because they're going to have a very unique take. Go ahead.
By the way, I got to run this network better. Shouldn't it be ladies first?
You're dang right it should be. And shame on us. Shame on us. With that being said, everybody, 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, which is 4:30 on the West Coast, and obviously we'll do the math in between. 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, Jersey Chasers with Autumn and Christy. They're going to give their thoughts on Todd Monken, everything in between, and even the entertainment world. And then Chad and I will get on right after that and put a bow, an extra bow, on the Cleveland Browns day in the sports world. For AA Anthony Alford, for the Inside Edge Network, I am Eli Moon. The Cleveland Browns have a head coach, Todd Monken.
And we'll be
see how
doing
it goes.
special again this time next year.
Thank you again to everybody for tuning in. Until next time, love you, stay safe, and we'll see you soon.